Jeffrey Gargas. How did you do that?
How did I do
it? You were like behind the scenes clicking buttons over there, and now you're here. But on my phone, you're still in the same spot. Like I have no idea what just happened.
I'd love to pretend that it's not that I'm magical, but the truth is it's because I'm magical.
Are you you're Doctor Strange? That's what you are. You went through some sort of portal. And the only reason I know Doctor Strange is I had an 8-year-old little boy just talking to me about Doctor Strange. Because he couldn't find something in his room and said it went through the Doctor Strange portal. So I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming it means it went.
Yeah, I don't know that I know what that means either, but I'm here for it, Dave. I'm here for it.
Fair enough. So can I tell people right now to share this?
Yes, right now would be a great time to remind them. Let's do that.
Okay, so right now I need every single person that's watching this, the 16,424 people that are watching, share this link with everybody in your network, because although it might not look like we left, we did leave, but we're still here. Whatever that magic is that just happened, it does something on your phones and on your computers. So share this thing that you're watching right now with everybody else that's not here right now, so that they can be here and they can join us and have fun. That makes perfect sense, right? They know what to do?
I like it.
Okay, they know what to do.
Get started.
Okay.
I was really enjoying DJ Brad down there. DJ Brad Hughes.
All we need for a brain break next time is just somebody to just record Brad Hughes behind the scenes and just broadcast that to the world. That is all the entertainment anybody needs. So good.
That's important.
So, Jeff, I don't know if you noticed, I changed for the third time today.
I went to go get my Team Schmittou shirt, and it's in the wash.
The dog ate it?
Because I actually wear it. I'm like, where is my... I'm like, it's in the wash, and it was kind of like under some... It wasn't smelling good. I wasn't going
to be fair, this was just in the wash as well, because I've got a puppy that I'm puppy training, and sometimes he makes a mess and I got to clean up.
And that's which makes sense. That makes sense. That's a good use for it.
It's all good. It's all good. We got some friends here today, Mr. Gargas.
We got this is a pretty full brain break.
This is the Mount Rushmore.
Did we intentionally do like boys and girls like separated like this? It's like a middle school dance.
If it was a middle school
kind
dance,
of like the Brady Bunch.
If it was a middle school dance, I'd be walking in circles.
I'm just going to stand by the wall over here. If it's a middle school dance, I'm going to stand by the wall and wait for something to happen. Just I'll be over by the wall.
I'd be asking the principal to open up the gym so I could play basketball, so I didn't have to talk to any of the girls.
Is there a place where we can we make a request? Can we go up to the DJ and write our request on the little piece of paper and slip it to him or her? And
if it's Tim McGraw or Eminem, I'll play it for you, Brad.
Okay.
That's
about the extent of it.
Okay.
Is there enough awkward randomness to get people over here, or do we need to remind people again to share the link?
I think we definitely need to remind people again to keep sharing the stream wherever you're at, whatever you're watching on, and even if you're not watching, you can share it on other platforms as well, anywhere you can to share the stream, because we did just change over, so obviously we want to make sure that all of our friends and our family find where the new stream is and they get over. And Dave, we know from past events, like sometimes it gets lost and it takes a minute and they'll make their way over. So I think as long as our friends that are here with us right now keep sharing this and tagging people, whatever you got to do, that's going to be super helpful.
And remind them that it's brain break. Yeah, there's been all kinds of educational content and pedagogy and life-changing conversations today, but it's like, it's time for a beer, people. Come on. This is what the day's about.
Well, we got a Diet Coke. I got a Gatorade. We got a better mug. We got a water bottle.
Two-fisting. So I was telling Erin Stack was commenting. I think she was celebrating my gigantic water jug, and then commenting that obviously I'm not a classroom teacher if I can actually get away with doing this.
If you can do that, yeah.
But I told her I'm struggling today. It's been a busy day. I'm only at the 11 o'clock hour, but I think I'm about to make up for it with some other hydration.
That's good.
So.
That's good. Good.
Ray Hughart promised me a production assistant by this time of the day, and I just keep waiting for him or her to bring me something to drink. And I'm looking. There's nothing going on here.
So Brad, we use that term kind of loosely.
Yep.
Sometimes by production assistant, we mean someone like Katie's husband, Matt, who takes care of her, waits on her hand and foot. Other times when we say production assistant, what we mean is like do it yourself. So like you got to just, there's no really necessarily clear indication, but you got to kind of figure it out on your own. So
I wonder if I just reach over here, maybe Amanda can pass me. Can I?
All right. Okay.
Just grab it already. I'm going to drop it, Brad.
There's nothing going. It doesn't work. I've seen them do that on TikTok. It doesn't work.
If
the issues, you have to be prepared for the shtick too. If we're passing it, you got to have something to grab, Brad. Come on.
Wrong way.
Aaron, ready?
I got nothing.
There we go.
I would not join this stream right now. I'm just saying.
Attention, Ontario. Send something to drink. Send something to drink my way, please.
Yeah, I don't understand why there's not 10,600 people joining us yet.
I don't know.
They'll be here. They'll be here.
Maybe if we go around the horn and introduce everyone, they'll be like, "Oh, now I know who that is." Like, because they know Dave. Dave's famous.
So I'm going to shut up then until everybody else talks. How's that
who
sound?
we are.
Jeff, introduce everybody.
Oh, you want me to I want everybody to introduce themselves. So I'm gonna I'm gonna get the pick. Okay, I'm gonna go with oh shoot, I'm trying to say the newbie, but two came in at the same time to the team. So we'll go with newbie 1 and newbie 2. Can I call you newbies? We're gonna go with Erin Stack first because she joined the team just very, very recently. So Erin, share with everyone your name, what your role in the education is, what your role on the team is, and then if you're drinking anything, what that is, or your favorite snack, something of that nature.
Yeah.
We'll keep it open at the end.
I'd love to. So yeah, I'm Erin Stack, and I teach 8th grade science and language arts. So I'm a crazy middle school teacher, and I love it. And then on the Teach Better team, I am the social media coordinator, which I also love. So that's been a lot of fun. Just joined the team recently. I just have water, nothing very exciting, but I did just get a new hydro flask, so I'm excited about that.
Ooh.
It's cold water, very exciting.
So are you in your classroom right now?
I am, yes. I came
overachiever.
here because my house is loud, so I came here to have a quiet space for today. So I'm tucked away in the corner of my classroom right now.
So you're already a better person than me. Number one, you're at school on a Saturday, and you brought water in your flask when you go to work. And so I never figured that out. So,
Yeah.
Okay. Mind blown. Okay.
All right, Bree's also pretty new to like officially on. Bree's been around forever, so I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird new, but still, Bree, where you're at, role in education, and then what your role on the team is as well.
Absolutely. So I am from Ohio, and Dave loves Ohio a lot,
Right,
and he can't wait to come here in October. Yeah, that could be our game every time I say Ohio. Oh, look, I have somebody cheering me on. Okay, so I am a 1st and 2nd grade looping teacher. So that means I stay with kids for 2 years to build those relationships with families and students. And I am also the technology coach for our building. And let's see, I have another job too. Oh wait, I am on the Teach Better team, and I was first an ambassador, and so just shout
and then
out
a
to
lead
all of
ambassador.
my Yep, and then I was a lead ambassador, and then I tricked Jeff into letting me be on the team. Actually, I think Ray told him that I needed to be on the team.
We'll say
You think
that.
that's how it happened?
We'll say that's how it happens. Yeah.
And
Ray's in the back pointing to herself, saying it was her. She made the decision.
Yeah.
We'll say it was right. We'll give her credit.
And I am the social media assistant on the team.
Love it. All right, I am looking at. All right, we did 2 of our female awesomeness on here. I'm gonna go Dave. Dave. Some people listen. We have a lot of friends watching today that aren't the typical faces that pop into Brain Break every Wednesday when you and I are on. So typically, Brain Break happens on Wednesdays at 5 p.m. Eastern. So, Dave, What if someone doesn't know who you are? You've been on earlier today, but maybe they're new. This is a new stream. We're starting, right? Our 12 hours starts right now. We're going for another 12 hours. So
I feel like
Dave,
you must already be drinking. You're telling me that some of the people watching don't watch us on Brain Break every week? Come on, Jeff.
I'm on a lot of pain medicine right now, so I'm kind of loopy a little bit and stuff. So it's Dave, what you got a lot of experience in education.
That's your way to
you play a role in the team too, right?
Yep.
So,
I'm an old guy. My name is Dave Schmittou, Director of Leadership and Development with the Teach Better team. And I am the guy that bought the hashtag Team Jeff shirt. So
you're the one.
They're trying to figure out who pulled it out of the closet and shipped it off. It was me. So I get to hang out and have fun with people every once in a while and hang out and do Brain Break every single Wednesday at 4 real time, 5 Eastern. And also today get to hang out and connect with a lot of you all. So this is fun. I'm excited.
Dave is also very often out in districts, working with our partner districts and stuff too. I find it interesting that Carrie, who's the real boss, we all know that, is confused on why Dave's still on the team. So I got to check my inbox, Carrie. I might not have got that memo yet, so I will fix it. I'm looking at Brad Hughes right now, the man from Ontario, as we call him or called him earlier. So Brad. Please share where you're at, your role in education. You were just on, so if you're on the end of the other stream, you know what Brad was doing because we talked about it a lot. But let's assume they don't. Brad, give us all the gossip.
I'd love to, Jeff. I get to do so many exciting things with the Teach Better team. I'm a podcaster with the team, a host of the Good News, Brad News podcast. I'm a blogger with a monthly blog. I'm a mastermind mentor, so I facilitate the Tuesday evening admin mastermind. And every Friday, I get to hang out with the incredible Ray Hughart on the Friday morning daily drop-in. So I have really enjoyed everything to do with the Teach a Better team. Being invited to be a moderator today has been a huge honor and a huge excitement to connect with these incredible guests. A little about me, I'm a Sagittarius. I like pina coladas, getting caught in the rain. In my spare time, I enjoy
Don't read your Tinder profile, Brad. Just tell us who you are, buddy.
Okay, I'm done. I'm just going to wrap it up. I'm getting to wrap it up.
We all swiped whatever way the good way is,
yeah,
Brad. That
good.
just happened. It's all good. All right, we're going to wrap it up with Amanda, who is another one. You've been with us for, I don't know how long you've been with the team, but you've been around the team for ever. So, Amanda, same question to you. Role in education, role in the team, and do you or do you not like pina coladas?
Yes, I like pina coladas. Let's start with that.
Good.
Second, I am a second grade teacher in Southeast Ohio, and I also started off as an ambassador, and then I was a lead ambassador, and then they decided that I just needed to be a team member too. So I am the community relations manager for the Teach Better team.
I see Dave going, wait a minute, are you picking up on a trend?
I'm making some connections here. I feel like when they're ready to fire ambassadors, they put them on Brain Break.
Yeah.
That's
no. That's not where I think. Well, the ambassador,
that's where my mind went.
As an ambassador, you never know when we're going to come calling. That's what you should take away.
Okay. I gotcha.
It's a training time. We'll be like, hey, by the way.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
And for those of you who don't know, my name is Jeff. Can
you say that again? Can you say that again?
Jeff. My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff. Okay.
My name is Jeff, and I'm the co-host of Brain Break with Dave, and I get to co-host Daily Drop-In with Ray, who I used to co-host the Teach Better podcast with when we did a different format. So I'm always the co-host, never the host, always bridesmaid, never the bride, that type of thing. So I'm happy to be here. This is we got a full house, Dave. What do you have?
We do.
I know you have some stuff.
I
think you have some stuff.
I do.
I think planned is not the right word for Brain Break, but you wrote them down on a napkin or something.
I was deep in my planning stage at 5 minutes to the hour, and then I started talking to Erin about my hydration flask. And got a little
blame it on me.
Oh, I'm blaming it on everybody but myself right now. That's how this works. So, no, I do have some plans, and we do have a schedule. The amazing Bree helped us craft some things for our Brain Break and re-up things, but I don't know that our plan necessarily is well thought out for 6 of us. So what my goal is today is for us to at least hit a couple of the big segments for our regular Brain Break. We'll do What You Thinking. We'll play a little game. We'll interact with some people, give some stuff away, because that's what we do during Brain Break all the time, and then just have a little fun. Is that fair?
Sounds awesome.
Cool. So let's start off with what you thinking. So the what you thinking segment is normally a segment where
You have to say it like that.
what you thinking? Yeah. So that's how it's going to be every week now. So be ready. What you thinking?
I'm good.
Okay. Is a segment where we can talk about books we're reading, stuff we're watching, stuff you're just, as Arsenio Hall used to say, things that make you go, But I want to I'm going to frame it. We're not going to say what you think and then talk about the other amazing segments that we've all been tuned into all day today, because we have a segment later on today where we're doing that, and I don't want you stealing my thunder. So I'm curious.
Fair.
When you think about the world right now, what's happening in your world, like what's going on in your world, in my world right now, I'm thinking about my 16-year-old who got his first job and has been rocking it this week, working at a place in Orange Beach with the Spring Breakers, a place called Adventure Island, where, right, it's pretty sweet, putt-putt and go-karts and laser tag. And he came back from his first day with his middle finger all swollen because he had to start about 150 go-karts that day. I was like, that's it, kid. So my mind is completely obsessed with my 16-year-old actually out there working right now. So, Amanda, what you thinking?
Am I thinking? That's my question.
Like, I have no idea.
Same.
No, what's going on in your world right now?
I think with me, what I'm thinking is that we need to stop. We need to stop having snow days and flood days and ice days, because I cannot get into a consistent routine to save my life. So that is what I'm thinking, is that the weather needs to warm up.
Just saying. What am I thinking? I'm thinking.
Oh, Dave.
Yeah. I think when we're done here, I'm going to go play a little frisbee outside and maybe take this outside and work on my tan and, those sorts of things. So I would agree with that. It probably does need to stop snowing up there. Where do you live again? What state do you live in, Amanda?
The best state in the world, the heart of the country, Ohio.
It's that flyover state. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, Brad Hughes, what you thinking?
I'm thinking frisbee, but not here in Ontario right now. I'm thinking snow golf. I think that Jeff and I are due for a round of snow golf later on.
We had a nice one this morning.
Yeah, I was just taking an opportunity to kind of loosen up before 12-hour live. Hit the links this morning. Pretty treacherous, frozen out there. Made the mistake of using white golf balls. Lost every shot. My caddy didn't show up. It was a bit of a nightmare, but I'm looking forward to having Jeff Gargas join me for some winter golf, maybe with some fluorescent golf balls, so we can keep an eye on things. And I know it's a long-standing Canadian tradition and pastime that maybe isn't as well known as it should be.
And first of all, my heart is breaking right now.
I was going to say, wow.
Ouch, that truly,
cool.
reading that comment, that's harsh. But that's okay. There's some amazing people out there that could benefit from that amazing gift. It's like sticking a $100 bill in a library book and taking it back. So somebody will appreciate that. Brad, I do want to caution you. I have played golf with Jeff Gargas in the summertime. It doesn't matter what color the golf ball is.
I was just going to say, or if there's any snow, we're not going to find it anyway. Yeah.
We come up with whatever excuses you want. Snow, ice, it's long gone. So
yeah, and Dave, Jeff and I play golf the same way. You might have heard of like a best ball tournament. For Jeff and me, it's like worst ball. It's like, how far away from the pin can we drive it? And let's just walk towards the pin and put it down again and see how we go from there.
See, it's interesting. So when he and I went to go play, I totaled up my score and I was like 95. And I go to him and I said, where are you? He said, I'm a +2. I said, you're +2. And he was counting the number of golf balls he was coming back with in the positive. I think he lost 12, but he found 14 or something like that by going through the weeds in the pond. And so he was +2 and whatever, just different strokes, different folks.
Fun fact, Dave, all golf balls in Canada by federal law are maple scented.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fascinating. Are you allowed to sweep the green as you're putting?
Indeed. Indeed. There's a hybrid curling golf. It's really taking off. It's a mixed doubles golf curling, and especially in the winter, you do need to sweep the greens to, so that the maple scented ball can make its way to the pin, especially with those snow-covered greens. It really is an incredible sport. And an option, you can wear snowshoes while you do it too.
Amazing. That's epic. True story. I actually got kicked off of a golf course once when I was 17 years old from golfing in cleats. I thought the cleats would help.
Yeah.
They did until I got in the green, and that didn't end well. So note to self: snowshoes good, cleats bad.
Fair
Hey,
enough.
Aaron Stack, what you thinking?
I mean, I'm right there with Amanda. I'm in the Midwest too. And recently I've been thinking, why do I live here? Because it's cold.
Right?
And I don't know if any of you have seen the show Bluey. It's a kids show on Disney Plus. If you don't have a kid who's like maybe under the age of 10, BreAnn, okay, BreAnn's
Oh, Amanda knows it too. Okay.
yeah, okay. It's cartoon dogs, but they live in Australia. And I found myself jealous recently of these cartoon dogs who live in a warm climate. And now I want to live in the Southern Hemisphere currently. Yeah.
So if anybody's watching, I feel like Erin just gave us a cry for help. She is now jealous of cartoon dogs. So
It's true.
Erin, if you could just share with people your contact information so people can reach out and show you some love, or just flood her with some of those green hearts to let her know that
Yes,
we're
I
here
need it.
for her.
We should definitely flood with some green hearts. Like
Yeah.
that just should
Operators
happen.
are standing by. Call now.
I'd appreciate it. I just need some warmth. I need it to get over 40 degrees. That's what I need.
Is it seriously that cold right now? Like I can't even fathom.
Yeah, it's like 32 out.
Oh man,
And that's warm. Like I've said,
This is-
it's kind of warm
27
out
right
today,
now.
and it's 32.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's so last night I went and watched the sunset, and was wearing shorts and some flip flops, and got a little chilled because it was like 68 when the sun was going down, and like
Oh, no.
oh my gosh, yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. It could have been the bushwhacker I was sipping that did it to me, but either way, it was interesting. Yeah. Hey,
Sounds rough.
hey, Bree, what you thinking?
I am thinking about talking about CrossFit because Jeff says you don't really do CrossFit unless you talk about CrossFit all the time. So there's a thing called the CrossFit Games that are going on right now. And so I really stepped out of my comfort zone and actually tried it this year. And so there's like a scaled option and then there's an RX option. And I did the scaled option, but it really challenged me, like just to do something that was completely like I didn't get judged or anything for it, but I was like, hey, I probably could have had like my friends judge it. But what you had to do was do wall walks. So you have to like lay on the floor and walk your legs up the wall. So you had to do those. And then you had to do, it was like a dumbbell exercise where you have to do it a certain way. Like you can't hold onto your leg. You have to pull it above your head from the ground. And then you had to do box, jump, step overs. Thanks, Marie. And so it was cool just to do something that was like outside of my comfort zone, but it's also, it's something that I do with my husband and something that we do together. And so it's kind of a nice like bonding time. But before CrossFit, I really didn't have anything that I did that wasn't directly related to education as a hobby. So that's interesting, So it's kind of cool to have something that's not. Now I still connect with lots of educators and go with educators, but kind of just use it as a teacher discussion free zone.
That's awesome.
Bree, is that the thing? It's like a worldwide event that's going on where it's all.
Yeah.
My oldest brother Paul is big into CrossFit. He was actually sharing this morning. He's like up really, really high in his division, like in the world, and there's like millions of people. So he sent me a bunch of videos, all the stuff you were just describing. I'm like, oh yeah, I have videos of my brother doing that this morning, which is hilarious for me.
I feel like
that's really cool, Dave. This is getting me going, and I hope it's okay because Bree, like something cool you mentioned about like how that's something that's not directly connected to your job, and I think that's so important because too often we get like this blur of where our identity as a person becomes our title. And sometimes that's not necessarily a horrible thing because we love what we do and we're passionate about it. I know that's true for you, but I think it's really important to have those things where we can go like, this is a me thing. And it doesn't matter what my title is or what my role is or whatever. This is a me thing. And I love that it's a thing that you and your husband both do together. That's really cool that you have that partnership there. So it's been so fun. You're always, there's a group of Teach Better family members that you motivate every day because like you're hitting every day and we're all like, I'm not going to post today because I didn't do anything and Bree's doing CrossFit again. I know Dave knows what I'm talking about.
I feel like, right, 100%. Bree is out there, what I just heard, climbing walls, playing Spider-Man, And
Right.
Jeff, you're letting the dog out. And what happened to you this
Oh,
week? What you
gosh.
thinking, Jeff?
Really, you want me to go there?
I want you to go there. Yes,
I'm thinking. I'm thinking.
A cool dichotomy here.
I'm thinking this segment has been extremely painful, and I'm trying really hard not to show it, but it hurts really bad when I laugh, because Thursday night, late night, I went to let my dog out the front porch, and I didn't realize that it had been sleeting, and it was like our porch and the stairs were a sheet of ice, and I'm talking like Home Alone, left my feet and went down my back, and it was bad. It's not as bad as it could have been, but like I'm having a little trouble walking around and a hard time. I'm moving pretty good right now, but my neck is really sore, and it really hurts when I laugh or cough or anything. So this has been really painful, but I'm still loving it. But yeah, so I'm thinking, holy cow, I'm old, because I feel like it wouldn't have hurt as bad as if I was younger. And also,
change my shirt.
I'm also thinking, if I was in Florida with Dave, this wouldn't have happened. So yes, thank you to whoever decided they needed to put up old man. That was probably Ray. Nope, it was Katie. Nope, it was Ray. Sorry, well, I can sit in the background. They're like back and forth. I don't know. So
Bree is here. Erin is here. So I'm confused. Like, how did that happen? Who put that up there? Hands up in the air, everybody.
So I can't lift my right arm is not too bad. My left arm I can't really lift above here because I must have landed a little bit that way. But I think I have some bruised ribs in my back, and I think I didn't hit my neck. I think it's whiplash, and thankfully I didn't hit my head or neck hard. But whew. And worst of all, like that happens, and I come crawling back in the house because they knocked the wind out of me, so I couldn't speak, and I'm like yelling for Amy, and she's like, "What's going on? What can I do?" I'm like, "Go get the dog," because I let go of the dog. Like, that was my biggest worry. Is I'm like, I let the dog go, and she's like, "He was just sitting out there." Yeah, I'm like, he's probably looking at me like, "What are you doing, dude? Like, I gotta go." But anyway, so that's what I've been thinking. It's been a painful, 36 hours, but we should. Yes, you may have to. I don't know if I'm going to survive. So Dave, I'm thinking tomorrow is a rest day. That was a long way of saying that. Okay. I'm super happy to be here with all of you. I will laugh and be in pain for the five of you any day.
I'm feeling for you. I really am. But now I'm super intrigued by the question that Ray just posted there. So replacing Jeff, we talking like replacing Jeff on Brain Break or like replacing Jeff in life?
It's a good question. In life?
Yeah, I've got. What do we want?
Like on the team in life, or like in life? In life,
insert Jeff here. Like you wouldn't even miss a beat. Like if we took you out and plopped Jim Carrey into your life, I wouldn't miss a beat, right? Like nobody would even notice.
Seems like a waste of talent for
Matthew McConaughey. If we put Matthew McConaughey in your seat, nobody would even notice.
All right. That might be okay.
Brad Pitt. I don't know.
Brad Pitt might be just a little too pretty to replace me.
Well,
I like how I say that as if Matthew McConaughey is also not too pretty to replace me, but you know what I'm saying.
On that, because now you're going to get me laughing here. You guys okay if we play a little game, have a little fun, give some stuff away, all those sorts of things?
Yeah.
What are we doing first, Dave?
Okay, so we're going to have a little fun. First of all, I'm looking at 5 amazing people, and then there's myself here. We all know how to access the private chat feature in StreamYard, right? Because I'm going to be sending you some private chat messages in just a second. Oh. This is a game where we're not competing against ourselves, but the 1,642 people that are watching right now, they're going to be competing with each other because they're going to be trying to win some prizes as we play our little game. It's an interactive game. It's the phone of friends. It's Family Feud. It's Jeopardy. All those things where you're always screaming the answer at the top of your lungs, just wishing you could play the game. Now you can. So people are going to have the opportunity to throw their guesses out there into the comments wherever they're watching. Again, share this with as many people as you want and as many people as you can, because the more people that play, the better off this will be. And they're going to be trying to guess the answers when you guys are helping them try to solve some things. Okay? It's pretty simple. It's a pretty simple game. You guys trying to help the people at home win some stuff. Do you know what they're winning right now, Jeff? Or should I share it?
You can share.
Gotcha.
I think I know, but
we got quite a few things here. So I'll just announce the first thing. The first thing that people are going to try to win, $25 gift card to the swag store. Okay? That's a lot of Team Jeff shirts or I don't know what else you could buy. I mean, what else is there? That's a lot of Team Jeff shirts.
That's all we have. That's all it's actually. If you go to teachbetterswag.com, the only thing there is just multiple different versions of Team Jeff shirts. That's all it is.
That's it. So that's what you're going to be trying to get is a $25 gift card to the swag store, that's a pretty legit price. All right. In order to do this, though, I need one of you 5 to volunteer to go first. And you don't even know what you're doing yet. So it's always dangerous to go first. But once you go first, you know what's to come, and then everybody else is going to get forced to go. So I need somebody to volunteer and say, I'm in, knowing full well that all of you are going to get called on sometime. I tend to be nicer to the first person.
Bree stepping up.
Bree is stepping up. Okay, Bree. Well, we're going to test you here. In the private chat, I am putting the title to a song.
Uh-oh.
Your responsibility, Bree Fennell, is going to be to hum said song so that people can guess.
Oh man, I just got real nervous.
So, let me give the clues, and before I hit enter, I want people to be able to process what some of these songs are. So the songs either are directly related to education, or there's a powerful theme or message behind it that you could apply somewhat loosely to education, right? So Bree, you can look in the private chat, and everybody else can look and be like, "Ha, glad you, not me." And we're humming. We're not saying the title. We're not singing along. If you don't know it, make something up. That's totally fine. That's what I would be doing. And what we'll do is, Bree, you'll be humming along when I say go. We're all gonna laugh. We'll point. We'll make fun of you. We'll do all those empowering things to make you feel good about yourself. And everybody else is gonna be flooding the comments, trying to. Oh, look at you! You're so good.
I was like, "What is she doing?"
So
now
good.
I know what she's
Everybody
doing.
else is gonna be flooding the comments, trying to come up with the name of the song. First person to get it wins the $25 gift card. And you are good at this already. I am so impressed. Okay, so Bree is in character.
We did not
right
plan
now.
this. Just
No,
so you
No,
know,
this is
I had no
Spring
idea.
break. No, we didn't plan this. Not at all. So Bree is totally in character right now. Bree, are you ready?
ready.
Find
Oh,
yourself
yeah.
here. Find yourself. You ready?
Ready.
Floor is yours. Go.
Ready.
Oh my God, you are killing Jeff Hughes. I am having flashbacks to last weekend. Oh, bring that Detroit. I love it. All right, wait, take a pause for a second, because there are people guessing "Let It Go" right now, and yes, you are. You're letting it go.
She could do this.
You're definitely letting it go, but I don't think that's a cloak, right? I don't think you're trying to hide. I think that you're
not
trying
it's
to
not-
dig deep. You're channeling your inner Detroit. You're channeling your Super Bowl halftime here.
I can't, Dave. I can't see. But do you have spaghetti on that? Is it spaghetti like from your mom? Like your mom's spaghetti on there somewhere? No,
Oh, mom's spaghetti. Look at
is
you.
there a stain on there like his vomit maybe?
Yeah.
Hold on. This is kind of crazy. I feel like you're sending messages to your friends here, Bree, because there is no way, had you not communicated and sent a text to somebody, that people would have guessed.
I don't know, Dave, you led with find yourself. I don't know if you meant to do that or not, but I thought that was brilliant. You're like, all right, find yourself.
Yeah, you like that?
I'm
Yeah.
like,
Yes, that was it. That was the meanest, baddest M&M I think I have ever seen.
so what did Marie just win?
$25 to spend on Team Jeff swag. Or any swag. If you can find something else there, go ahead. There might be something on the clearance rack. I don't know. Bree, that was awesome.
Great, Bree.
You guys didn't expect that from me.
She didn't.
You probably didn't even think I knew that song.
She didn't blink. She just went after it.
No, that was impressive. That was impressive. And I'm
I'm also
hoping that
nervous
people
now.
know how to go back and like screen grab that and somehow send that to you so that you can.
That's
replay
actually
that.
going to be our new that and the what you thinking is going to be our new brain break theme music. Like that's we're just going to splice those together. I'm
It's all
working
good.
on it.
All
It's gonna be
good.
Great.
All good. So now we see how to play, right? And I did say Detroit halftime. Yeah,
That's true.
It could have been Smokey Robinson though. I mean, I don't know. If
That's
it
true. It could have been.
could have been, but it wasn't. Bree, that was epic. Well played. Well played. All right, so we kind of see how this game works now, right? Everybody's ready. All right, who's next?
Oop, I saw Erin Stack's hand go up. Look, she just went like this. She went
It's
like
like
this.
an
Like
auction.
me.
I was trying to
Like
point towards
this.
Brad.
No,
Just
it's
pointed the wrong
auction.
way.
She totally went like this. I
We
saw
play
it.
auction rules. If you move, you're in. So
Okay, I'm
who's
in.
first? Who's first? Who's going to? Aaron
I
Stack is in.
didn't see Brad's hand at all. I saw only Erin's hand go up.
Okay.
I'll do
So
it.
I am typing it for you right now. I hope I can spell correctly here.
No, I thought you said these were education-related songs.
Erin is
the lyrics for Lose Yourself.
Erin
and
is
M and M. I mean, those are 3 alphabet letters. Just very small.
Okay, bit of
small
a stretch.
part of the alphabet. But M
Erin
and
is
M.
questioning her life decisions at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Erin, it is now in our private chat here. Okay, so this one, I've got faith in you here. I think you can do this. You're gonna be just fine. I'm not worried about that. You ready?
Yes.
All right, let me get over to the comments so I can say, oh, I didn't even tell people what they're trying to win right now. I'm going to drag this out so that you can start to get nervous. So this time, people are going for, a Teach Better and TDI book bundle? Are you kidding me? Like, if you are a Ray Hughart fan, this is it. So a Teach Better TDI book bundle. That's pretty sweet. All right, I'm happy. Erin, are you ready?
I don't know because I think I'm thinking of one song when I see this title and I don't know if it's the right song.
Well, you know
I'm
what?
gonna start humming.
Stay on both. Let's see what happens. Just
Are you sure?
I
Erin.
definitely want you to make a fool of yourself. So yeah,
Erin, it really doesn't matter.
Okay.
Like, this is completely irrelevant from anything in anyone's life. So it's really good. It's fine. Dave's games aren't important.
what?
However, like, your job may or may not depend on how you do this.
That's
So,
true. We are looking
check it
for
however
the
you
Jeff
want.
Gargas
No
replacement.
pressure.
Great. This is up for interpretation then. And if someone guesses what I'm actually humming, which I think is a different song, then I can tell them if they're right.
Okay, done.
Okay.
Let's do this. No, keep going. You're this is
We got no guesses.
That was great, though. Well, there's a
People know
slight
how brain
delay.
break
There's a
works.
slight delay.
People are doing this the right way. If they guess right away, then you stop. So we've trained people to drag it out to add to the humiliation a little bit. But you have to keep going. So, but I will point out that looks like every single person was getting this. That's epic.
Yeah, that was spot on.
Thank
That
you.
was-
Okay.
What
It
song
was
did
a
you
great song,
think that
then.
was?
Let's hear the other one. Let's hear the other version. It
What
was
song
I Will
did you-
Survive, Gloria Gaynor, but that was
What
awesome.
did you think that was?
Okay. Well, I wasn't sure of that verse, and I was thinking of the. Then I was thinking the chorus. Ha 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 ha, staying alive, which is a different song.
Staying Alive is a little bit different than I Will
So
Survive. Yeah.
I started with the verse, which I think was actually the right verse. So
No,
I
yeah,
got
you
it.
were, you
I
were
got
good.
it.
Yeah, you were good.
I would like to hear the Staying Alive version, though, if you have got that.
I
in
think
your...
you just got a little bit of it. I think we're good.
Okay. All right.
Does that count as my turn?
No, it does not. Nice try. And so, for people that are wondering, like, where this comes from, this is a version of humdingers from the game Cranium. If you've ever played Cranium, one of the things you have to do is you have to hum songs and get people to guess. You can also do this in a lot of cool fashions in your classroom, which we'll talk about later on how you can get incorporate this into your classroom. But that was good. I Will Survive. So, who was the winner of that? I have no
Brittany
idea.
Hodges was the winner.
Brittany Hodges.
By the way, if
Awesome.
you're a winner, make sure you email Katie, Katie, at teachbetter.com to get your prize. You can literally email it with like the 12-hour live winner in the subject and just put like, I wonder in brain break. I don't know. Tell her what you want. She knows. She's keeping perfect notes. But
she's like the IRS.
But
You
she
have
doesn't
to
have.
give her something to
It's
prove
kind of
what
like
she already knows.
taxes. Like she knows you won, and she knows that you know that you won. But like if you don't tell her that you know, then she can't tell you how to pay what you're supposed to pay. And if you don't email her, you can go to jail.
And if you email her and tell her the wrong prize,
You can go to jail as well.
she comes and locks you up. Wow.
This is a little crazy. So
Okay. So I've got the next one in queue here, and
Okay.
I'm got just a couple of options here. I'm gonna do a totally bad thing. Amanda, I see your message. I got you. Okay. The rest of you, who's volunteering here? Who's moving? I see Brad nodding his head. You're in. Brad Hughes, you're in. Okay. So Brad Hughes, there might in Canada, it might some of these words might be pronounced differently. So if you need to do any kind of conversion translation from Canadian to American, so that some of us can play along and understand, feel free. Put your own twist on it, however you need to. I'm not quite sure what the conversion rate looks like in notes and meters and
I'll just add a bunch of extra E's and vowels and accents, Dave. All good.
Gotcha. Okay. So it is now in the private chat. It's the end of the year for a lot of people here. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel. So I think this one is pretty appropriate right now. Brad Hughes, are you ready? Do you have this one sitting there?
I'm ready, Dave. I'm ready to go.
So let me tell people what they're playing for right now. Hum in a Canadian accent. Good luck. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Be super polite when you hum. Yeah, that was my Canadian humming. This time, people are going to win a copy of Aspire to Lead by Joshua _ Stamper. By Joshua Stamper. Aspire to Lead is on the hook here. So this is a big one. Brad, are you ready?
Ready. Let's do it.
He's adjusting the mic and stuff.
Testing. Are we good?
We're good.
Right, Brad? Tell you what, nobody guess. I don't want a single person to guess right now because we have to do that all over again.
I'm going to note that if you know my background, there's something right here that should have Brad's name on there.
My gosh, I love.
We're going to need the second. We're going to need the second verse.
And you did not just jump right in with the.
No, he started with He started with the intro.
That is epic.
He started with the musical intro of it,
and then you did the lean in and everything. I feel like if you had some hair, you would have been flopping it. That was good. The theme song to Muppet.
Hey, how about we do wrong guesses only real quick?
Wrong guesses only.
Wrong guesses only. Final countdown.
Oh my goodness. This is awesome.
Mission accomplished, Ray.
Okay, I'm gonna do it one more time.
Wrong guesses only. Wrong guesses only.
Do it. Can you give it to us one more time, Brad? Just for the people that might be tuning in now, they just got
the chorus. Just the chorus.
Are you serious?
Encore.
Was it Everything I Do It For You by Bryan Adams? Isn't that the Canadian national anthem?
That's the one.
That's the one, right? Yeah.
Wow, we did have a winner there, but I kind of want you to. Can you just give us the chorus one more time? Do you mind?
It's hard to get.
Yeah. Take my hand. Make it, I swear. Yeah. There you go. We are.
It goes into the guitar solo, like.
Oh, Brad, that's so good. And for the record, people, we are more than halfway there in our 12 hours today. Right? We are halfway there.
We are.
Did you plan that?
You like that? We are truly living on a prayer, Brad.
No, at this point, yes.
And in Canada, they're known as Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi.
Bon
Jovi. Okay. Is it Jean? Is it still Jean?
I'm not able to comment at this time.
Oh my gosh.
It sounded like Brad had a kazoo.
It does sound.
He really
does have a
kazoo personality. Yeah.
Oh,
well,
man.
yeah. A couple of things. One is I had a great orthodontist, but he was on a budget. So whenever I hum, there's this resonance that I can't get rid of. So it's like having a kazoo in my mouth all the time.
I'd like Andrew to clarify: is your favorite band Bon Jovi your favorite band, or Brad your favorite?
Brad and the 12-hour live crew. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the new
Cynthia-
band.
Yes, we should be
crying
banned
right now.
BANNED, I think.
Oh, that's awesome. And
Emily, this is what happens when you leave for a little bit and come back. You
Welcome
just don't
back
know
to the
what's
new
going
link.
on. Because
Apparently, we did have a winner there. Ethan Olson.
Was Ethan the winner?
Congratulations.
Okay.
Ethan, email Katie at Teach Better and get yourself a copy of Aspire to Lead. How about we pass out one more Aspire to Lead book? Are we good with that?
Let's do another Aspire to Lead book. Yeah.
All right,
So-
Jeff Gargas. It's
I really wish you
your
wouldn't have
turn.
made me go after Brad. Like, it's
I know.
not going to be as good.
That's true. That's true. But we all expect that. So I don't know
Well,
if that helps.
well, I know. I could have.
We don't, none of us expect much from you.
We
Jeff.
could have ended on a higher note had we let me go first and
All
then
right.
let Brad take us out.
So I've got two more on my list right now, Jeff. So you get to pick a 1 or 2, and that's going to help me decide which one you get.
2.
Oh, you should have gone with 1. Okay.
I want to go with either one.
Oh, bummer. I think
Happens if I don't know the song.
Oh, what song don't you know?
I don't know a lot of songs. People
It's not my
overestimate
Tim McGraw, so you're good. You know this one.
me. That's a plus.
Okay.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Glad
That's
that's not
almost
mine.
as much fun as listening to you hum, just watching your reaction when you're like, I have to do
I'm
that.
trying to think.
All right, so this is for another Aspire.
We have 2 copy. Okay, so this is another copy of Aspire.
Joshua double underscore is.
Well, I
super
guess it's
different, so
2 underscores, 2 underscores, 2
2 underscores.
That makes sense.
Double
That
like
makes sense.
awesome in
Right.
2 books. Yeah.
Hmm.
So the first person to comment on this one again. Let's wait. Let's humiliate Jeff for a little bit. So if you know it right away, don't guess right away. Sandbag. I'll give you the wink when we're ready, or when you think he's paid his price, his price for everything he's ever done to us. Then you can let him off the hook. So we might be here for a while. Jeff Gargas, are you ready for this?
Sure.
Oh, so am I. All right, whenever you're ready.
Wow, jeez, I gotta figure out how to do it. I don't know how to do this.
Spider. No, that's not what it
That's
is.
what it sounds like.
No.
Wow. Okay, so let me give some clues to people because you are humiliating yourself here. So we're gonna date. This is going back to my freshman year of college here. People were moving into their dorms. They had their windows up. They were blaring this on their boom boxes, because it is the song of 1995, the summer of '95. This song was everything. And Jeff, I think you epitomized this. I mean,
I think you got to do the chorus. You got to do the hook.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he was.
I was doing it up there, but like I want to be like completely honest. Like, it hurts to hum. Is that bad?
You can sing it if you'd rather sing it, Jeff.
No.
I'll let you sing it.
I'm going to give a couple hints though, because some people might be confused, like because they might be hearing a song by Weird Al Yankovic, but like I was doing the version that is not his version.
I don't
But he
think
did
anybody
do
heard
a
a song,
version of
actually, Jeff.
this.
I don't think anybody heard a song.
He did do a version. It was actually the first time he actually had some beef from the original artist with it.
Yeah.
And if you watch behind the scenes, VH1 behind the scenes with Weird Al, they do talk about this.
VH1 behind the scenes. You're old. You just made yourself seem older than me right now talking VH1 behind the
Just
scenes. Okay.
Listen, like only
When I saw this on pop-up video, like, okay.
pop-up video.
All right, Jeff. I think you're cool. You got this. Ready?
Someone have it?
No. Come on now.
Flight of Bumblebee.
Flight of the Bumblebee.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, because I picture that in 1995 dorm rooms, everybody moving and playing Flight of the Bumblebee.
Boombox. Rocket Flight of the Bumblebee.
All right. I'm ready. All right.
What are you ready for?
I'm ready for this. My mind, it's a little dangerous up there, but I'm ready for this.
Are you gonna do it again?
I'm ready. I'm ready for you.
I don't know what you're ready for.
I'm just giving you I'm giving people some clues while you do this all over again.
Oh no, I'm not doing it all over.
Number one.
That's where
one.
that's where the misconception is. You think I'm gonna do it again? I'm not.
Oh,
Like you were waiting for me to do it again, and I was waiting for you to do it because I thought you were gonna do it better.
no,
Because you like to talk a lot of smack, but not back it up.
No. When you talk a lot of smack and you don't ever have to prove it, it's a whole lot easier. See?
Yeah, maybe you treat it like a punk. You know, that's unheard of, Dave.
Okay. Anybody else want to go? Anybody think they can do this one?
I think I could give it a try.
Even my mama.
Oh,
thinks
Erin
my mind
Stack,
is
thank you. Boom.
Erin Stack.
Okay,
is doing-
I'll
she
just
wants-
try it because I feel like
She's gonna do the chorus.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna do the chorus because that's really all I
Okay,
know.
that's
Yeah,
good.
And I really only know the Weird Al version, so that's what's gonna
Do
be
the
my
Weird Al
chorus.
version. That's a good version. That's spot on too.
That's what I got.
That was good.
If you don't get it from
Thank
that,
you.
I don't know what to do for you. Mine,
That was good.
totally understand not getting it from me, but that was spot on.
So yeah, so combine what Erin just did with your quick Google search of songs from 1995 that have anything to do with education or movies about education, like
Or Weird Al. That's a good hint.
Or
Yeah.
minds, or things that are dangerous.
yeah, Dangerous Minds was. I haven't seen Dangerous Minds in a while. Michelle Pfeiffer.
No, but
was
I saw a
epic in that
movie.
though.
I saw a movie recently with Michelle Pfeiffer in it.
Batman.
Fantastic.
Was she in that at all? No,
She was in one. She was in Batman.
Yeah.
One of the Batman. She was Catwoman.
She was Catwoman. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
She was Catwoman, and she was in Dangerous Minds. I don't
She's
know
been
what
in
else.
a lot of other stuff too.
Look at that.
She's been in a lot of stuff.
Look at that.
That
Gangster's Paradise. Yes, Gangster Paradise was the song
was it?
when I was moving into
What
college.
year was it? What year did it come out?
95.
Yeah, Coolio. Then he went on to do. He had some other stuff too. So he recently the Gangster's Paradise like blew up and went super viral on TikTok.
Okay. Oh
Two-
yeah,
there's-
he's with that couple, right?
There's a couple of the husband and wife who he says some stupid insult to his wife and then walks away to Gangster's Paradise while she throws something in slow-mo.
Yeah.
And then they did one. I don't know if you saw him, but like Coolio shows up at their house and serves them the divorce papers. It's hilarious. Seeing him come back.
I love it. Anytime you can bring divorce into TikTok, I'm laughing.
But if you can bring Coolio into things, like that's pretty cool.
That's awesome. And Ray, I think we now know the new order for 12 Hour Live. Next time, let's end with Brain Break, and it'll just be that slow death, and we'll be good. So as opposed to just having to like rip the chain, we'll just gradually lose people for an hour. And it looks like Marie won that one as well. And people backstage are saying Marie can win this one too because she is so stinking amazing. So
she got the gift card and wow.
Yeah.
So she could buy some Aspire swag with that gift card. Because
Look
there's
at
some
that.
exclusive Aspire
at
swag
that.
on the site as well. So
that's
which
awesome.
you can get your 50% off any swag too, by the way.
So
right now.
Huh?
Oh.
Like, did you know you go over to teachbetterswag.com and get 50% off today?
You're talking to me right now. I can do that.
Oh yeah, I mean you can use doesn't know if it's you. You can use 12-hour swag as the code and get it too if you want. You can get yourself another hashtag Team Jeff shirt.
No, you're sold out. I bought it. They're sold out.
The only one.
Yeah, that's it.
You could also get the hoodie that was featured at the beginning of the segment.
The M&M hoodie is available.
Which hoodie? Oh, was that a Teach Better hoodie?
The M&M hoodie.
Oh, a Teach Better hoodie.
Can we get some Teach Better branded kazoos in there?
Oh my gosh, Joshua _Stamper, get him on it. Someone ping him. Find us
so good.
kazoos.
So good. So I saw Ray commenting down there about the next segment being better people. First of all, that hurts my heart. And Ray, I had a bright orange shirt I was going to be wearing from my next segment that is now going back in the closet.
To be clear, I'm in the next segment, so I think she means a better person.
Well,
like
we're talking about Sheldon, honestly.
Yes.
Sheldon is better people.
No.
Look at this. Look at this.
I just meant that it would be better, people. Like, not like the people here. I mean, there's at least 3 people I.
You're welcome. I haven't done that in a long
think
time.
that's what you meant.
Wow, I just got some flashbacks to Teach Better talk epicness. So
you guys have no idea how good I feel right now that she laughed and I didn't get a mean face down the bottom. Like I could have went really the wrong way. I get what you're saying. You're saying, hey, there's better. It's going to be better,
folks.
People. Like, hey, folks, it's going to be better. You know, that's not what she meant. But
she
there
was
lots
kind of offended by that, though.
Bree, if I'm you and Erin and Brad, I'd be really offended by that.
Yep.
You guys should probably talk to Ray.
I know. Let's make Ray an ambassador and bring her on Brain Break, and we know what happens then.
That is true.
I just say I've been texting with Katie behind the scenes, and we've decided Brain Break next time will be everybody except for Jeff and Dave. We already.
That's a good idea.
Oh,
That's a really good idea.
Okay. Okay,
Then
Dave
and
I can win some stuff then. I'm
Dave,
in.
next 12-hour live, I'm coming down to Florida and we'll just go drinking.
Done.
The
Done.
entire 12 hours will be a brain break.
What do you think I've been doing so far?
That's... oh,
Again,
man.
my water, I'm at 11 a.m., but I'm at capacity for fluids. Just saying.
Oh, man. I'm really hurting right now. You guys are
Oh, good.
killing me.
So, Jeff, what is next? You said that you are hanging out next.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. Sheldon Eakins is coming on next. I just saw him pop up backstage too. And we are going to talk about supporting student trauma and how you can support students that are dealing with trauma, large and small. So we're going to chat a lot. And if you don't know Sheldon, you should. He's like a veteran of 12 Hour Live. He's been on several with us. It's been a while though. And he's someone that I turn to a lot when I just need advice in general. So I'm excited to have him on. We're gonna spend about 30 minutes talking about trauma. He's got some. We're gonna talk through some different things you can keep in mind and takeaways and get tactical with it. So, and then Dave, after that, we still have a few hours left.
Yeah, I'm excited about the one when you guys are done as well. With,
what's that?
Ray and Lori McEwen. I don't know if anybody
that's gonna be
familiar
good.
with Lori McEwen. She is one of my favorite people on the planet. I think she's from Rhode Island, and I think everybody in Rhode Island knows who she is. She is just
because Rhode Island's really small, so they all know each other.
Well, and she's just that good too. She's pretty cool. So, and then we got Katie on later on too, right? With Hedreich Nichols.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh.
Come on now.
How did Katie get to hang out with Hedreich? Like that's
because she's in charge today.
That's a good point.
I don't know.
She won a contest in the second hour of 12 Hour Live. That's how she swung that.
Is that how that works?
Oh, that's awesome. And then Ray is back with Alexia Perkins. And Brad, you get to come back again later on as well with Marcus. I mean, so many amazing things.
We still have 4 hours left.
Right. This is good stuff, people. Good stuff. And since it's so cold and miserable wherever you guys are, or you just live in Ohio and there's nothing to do, you may as well just hang out and watch for the next 4 hours and have some fun, right?
Yeah, something like that.
That's awesome.
We lost our other Ohio folks. We had you all outnumbered now when we lost her. So I don't know what Dave was pulling on, like kicking Amanda. It was kind of rude.
Well, I felt the power imbalance.
and you had to make a move.
I had to. We did it in a respectful way. Where first I just started playing with her bandwidth a little bit, so it was restricted. And then she felt the need to send the letter of, "I'm sorry, I can't stick around."
You do one of those things where you make her think it was her versus
I learned that in high school actually when I was going to prom. There was this girl that went to prom with me, and she wanted to make sure I didn't ask her out again. So she made it feel like it was my idea that we never went out again. And I was like, I'm bringing that back someday.
Hey, Dave.
There we go.
None of us are believing you right now. Like the fact that you think we're going to believe that someone went out with you in high school is a little weird. Like, nice try, buddy.
You made that up.
Nice try. There she is. I-O, Amanda. I-O.
I thought she was just saying, "Oh."
Well, she might be saying, "Oh." That might be what it is. So,
yeah.
Anyway. I just happy to be able to hang out with all y'all. I don't know why anybody's still watching, but if you are still watching, share this stream, please. It gets better, people.
So I'm gonna can we go back?
People.
Can we kind of go full circle real quick? We started with introductions, what you're thinking, the humming thing. I'm dying right now to know, Erin Stack, your first experience with one of our 12-hour lives. What you thinking right now? Erin Stack, what you thinking?
I'm thinking that was a lot of fun, and Brad is very gifted hummer, not so much Jeff, is what I'm thinking.
Pretty accurate.
Are you thinking it was worth the sitter and the trip up to school for this hour? I can only imagine you're saying yes. But
it was a brain break for me, for sure.
So you're saying you don't feel like you're smarter right now?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Wow.
I feel more relaxed, though, so that's good.
Okay.
That's what we're trying to do, right, Dave?
That's it. Sometimes you can just have fun, people. Sometimes you can just relax. And this is a lesson for all of us in life, in our classrooms, at school, day to day. Find some time to just unwind, relax, and laugh. Laughter is the best medicine. So whatever you're going through right now, find something just to laugh about. Even if it's going back and replaying Bria's Eminem, or Jeff doing whatever he did, or Brad humming, Erin coming to the rescue and saving everybody with her epic Gangsta Paradise. I mean, whatever it is, find something to laugh about today. Find something to laugh about tomorrow. If all those fails, just laugh at Jeff and enjoy life.
That's what I'm here for.
Right? Awesome. On that, I think we're gonna get the hook here in just a second if I don't shut up. So you guys are absolutely incredible. Thanks for hanging out for an hour and making my day and my life better. I'm gonna go start hitting my gallon of water, and then I'll be back later on. Jeff, have fun.
Hey everyone, as an educator, are you looking for a little inspiration, knowledge, and wisdom? Regardless of where you are in your educational journey, the Teach Better Podcast Network has you covered. With countless inspirational podcasts, you are guaranteed to find an episode specifically for your needs. Make sure you go to teachbetter.com/podcast, select your podcast, subscribe, and learn from your favorite shows.
All right, welcome back to 12 Hour Live. We are 8 hours into this thing right now, and I am super excited to be back on screen again with our good friend, Dr. Sheldon Eakins. Sir, how are you feeling right now? I know you came into the back stage toward the end of that nonsense, but I don't know how much else you've watched. How are you feeling right now, man?
I'm feeling, listen, Jeff, it's always a pleasure to get with you, man. So I'm always honored. Anytime I get an opportunity to chat with you live or behind the scenes is always a good experience. So I'm feeling good. I'm really pumped up and excited for this.
I'm excited. I'm excited to have you here. I'm going to have you introduce yourself, how I would introduce you, and then I'm going to have you introduce yourself. So I'm going to kind of read sort of some of the bullet points, highlights. And so if you don't know Sheldon, Sheldon is the founder of the Leading Equity Center, also the host of the Leading Equity Center podcast. 11 plus years in education. He's been a teacher. He's been a principal. He's been director of special education. You've got like a whole bunch of different degrees. I know you got a degree in social sciences, in educational leadership, and your PhD is in K-12 education. LeadingEquityCenter.com is the place to go for the Leading Equity Center that you started. I would also then refer to you as a friend, as a mentor, as a partner, and honestly, just as a super cool dude, like if I'm being completely honest. So that's how I would introduce you. But if someone walked up and was like, who's this guy? Or asked you like, hey, what do you do? Or what are you into? Or whatever. How would you introduce yourself, Sheldon?
First of all, I definitely do consider you a friend as well. We got to meet in person. It's just always interesting with COVID and everything else and locations and geographics, all that. It's always good to be able to have an opportunity one day for us to just sit down and just talk face to face. I can't wait for that. When people ask me, who am I? What do I do? I'm a father. I have 2 kids and they are, they mean everything to me. I'm one of those dads, they're everything to me. I'm also an educator as well. I am really passionate about making sure that, our kids, our students are getting their individual needs met. And I think at the end of the day, that is probably the most important piece when it comes to the educational sides outside of my personal life. And that's the thing. I am an avid collector of Jordan retros. Just a side note, if you will. It's ridiculous how many Jordans I have. I
did not know that about you.
I'm one of those. I remember watching Jordan play. There were shoes that I wanted, and I never got a chance to get them as a child. And so, as an adult, I just started collecting, and it's kind of embarrassing the amount of shoes that I have. I am a subscriber of you can never have too many shoes. I live and die by that quote, and I'm sticking to it.
Now, when you collect those, and we're going to touch on this really quick because I'm going to dive in because I want to get in your head. But with the Jordans, are you collect them? Do you keep them or do you wear them?
I wear them.
You wear them too.
I wear them.
You just get more and more and more.
I don't like some folks will keep them in boxes and, you know, think about resale value and all that. I will put on some Jordans. I mean, it's snowing outside, so I won't wear them if it's raining or if it's snowing, stuff like that. But outside of that, I'm usually rocking some J's.
I love it. I didn't know that about. That's cool. I love learning something new about something every time you get on.
Every time there's going to be a new story.
Every time. Yeah, you're right. That's for sure. So I want to get in. We're talking this session. This segment is about supporting students with trauma, and I know you're someone who I think people so often typically connect you to immediately to equity, right? Talking equity, equality, things of that nature. And I know through that lens and through so many other lenses, people turn to you all the time to come to advice when they're struggling with something, when they're challenged. I know I have many times before as well. And so I know that's been happening. You and I've talked. I know that's continued to happen, especially with everything with COVID going on, with a lot of the social injustice that's been going on in our world, just that's been heightened over the last couple of years. What are some of the challenges right now that educators are reaching out to you regarding the things that have been going on over the last 18 to 24 months? And then how are you helping them, or what kind of advice are you giving them? What's the most common things you see that are coming into you and that are going out from you to these educators? Let's start there.
You know, let's start there. I like that. It's interesting. I get a slew of questions, but they all kind of center around the same thing. Okay. How do I talk or address challenges that I'm experiencing in education, whether if it's race related, whether if it's equity related, whatever it might be? How do I address these things? What should I say? What are some things I could discuss or bring up in a manner that's not going to necessarily tarnish my professional relationship with a colleague, a supervisor, a peer, things like that? How do I address these things? And I try to provide talking points in a lot of situations. And I think that has been very helpful. So whatever the case may be, that's probably the most questions that I get is, what do I say? Because I recognize, you know, we have some challenges here. You know, our students are dealing with, you know, the pandemic. We're dealing with, you know, you hear the words learning loss a lot. You hear trauma a lot. You hear social emotional learning a lot. You hear a lot of these things, especially pertaining to what's going on with our pandemic. And it's just like, I just want to be able to speak up. I want to be able to say something, but I'm struggling with that. So I would say, Jeff, that's probably number one question that comes across my purview.
And how so answering that question, how do I do that, right? What do I say, Sheldon? What do I say to these kids or stakeholders or colleagues? Like, what do I say to them when they're dealing with, when we're talking about learning loss, we're talking about the trauma that we've all gone through, or that they may have individually gone through, that, you know, through the pandemic and everything that's going on. What do I say? How do I find the words, right? I think is the key, right? Like I think I know what I'm thinking, but how do I find the right words, Sheldon, and make sure I'm saying it the right way?
For me, it starts with empathy. We live our lives the way, you know, we tend to hang around people that share a lot of similar views, values, and beliefs that we have, where we grew up, what schools we went to, our social circles, our family structure, what that looks like, tends to shape the way we view the world. And so what happens sometimes is when we see conflicting views, things that maybe we didn't notice or things we just haven't had as far as lived experiences. And so we're like, oh, I want to approach someone, but I don't necessarily want to offend them. And I've learned, me personally, I've learned, like, just depending on where you are. So if you're in the United States and if you're in the Midwest, if you're in the South, there are certain cultural norms, such as, you know, trying to be nice. And so the idea of calling someone out in a way that's, I want to bring this to your attention. However, I'm just not sure how to do it. So I say start with the empathy first and consider, okay, for example, if I have a colleague that comes up to me and says, hey, Sheldon, listen, I'm really having a hard time. I really feel like I'm being mistreated. I really feel like I'm not getting the opportunities that I should get. I don't really know what to do about it. The first thing that I normally will say in response to that is, thank you for sharing this. You know, thank you for being vulnerable. Thank you for opening up to me. I appreciate you. I value your coming to me for advice. And I love that we have that type of relationship. How would you like for me to proceed? Because I don't want to create these assumptions. Oh, they're coming to me because they want me to come save them or they want me to take over. No, sometimes folks just need to vent. Sometimes they just need to open up, and they may not have someone close to them that they feel comfortable with to share their feelings, their concerns. And I always start off with, how would you like for me to proceed? Sometimes they'll say, you know what, thank you for that. You know, I just wanted to talk to you. I just wanted to chat. Sometimes they'll say, you know what, I need to help. I need some help with a game plan as far as what I should say. So I say, okay, in those situations, well, let's talk about that. One of the things about, if we're bringing up something to someone's attention and we say, you know what, I witnessed, you know, the way you were talking to that student, I felt like maybe there was a different approach that we probably could have taken that might have made that student feel a little bit better with how that communication went down. And I say, well, let's come up with a game plan. How could we maybe approach that student later on and say, hey, listen, I don't think our last communication went well, or talk to your principal, your supervisor, whoever it is, your colleague, and say, you know, our last conversation probably wasn't the best. I wanted to come to you and see if we can kind of revisit this conversation. There's several ways to do that. You might want to start off with your own story first. And you know what? We talked before and I had some time to process our conversation, and it kind of reminded me of a similar situation and where I made a mistake or where I did something that was similar to what we talked about. And so now you're opening up a conversation where you start off being a little bit vulnerable first.
Mm-hmm.
And I think sometimes in those type of situations that might lessen someone's defensiveness. When we get called out, especially if we get called out and we had the best intentions, we didn't mean it that way. And so someone's approaching us and sometimes we naturally start to get defensive, and rather than getting defensive, which can lead that conversation to a whole nother direction, and that doesn't necessarily help out in your relationship. So sometimes just having that clear understanding, like, listen, I've done some things too. Here's what happened to me, and I didn't want that to tarnish our relationship. However, the experience that I had or what I saw you say or heard you say, or the student came up to me and mentioned something that happened to them, and I just kind of want to break that down if possible. I think that's a helpful way. Another approach would be to say, hey, what you just said, I just kind of need a little bit more understanding. Could you explain to me how you came about that decision, or what brought you to say that? What was your kind of your thought process when you said what you said? And I think those type of things are helpful because, again, that helps open up those conversations. So you're not accusing people, you're not calling them out in a sense where they feel like they need to be defensive. However, you're giving them an opportunity to open up the air. I believe in positive discourse. I think that it's okay for us to have differences of opinions. And again, that's just based off of how we view the world. So if we start opening up conversations where it's like, okay, this is where I'm coming from, this is where you're coming from, doesn't necessarily mean that we have to agree at the end of the day and kumbaya and hug and all that, but at least we're going to be respectful to each other and at least try to have an empathetic approach and understand where each other is coming from.
Yeah, I love that. And that being vulnerable and or leading with the just asking for a little more is such a good way to like bring down the defense so the conversation can actually happen. And I love, you mentioned so that the positive discourse can happen regardless of where we're trying to get to and whether we end up agreeing or not. The conversation can happen now. So I want to turn into more specifically to students.
Mm-hmm.
And when we're thinking about this idea of being trauma informed and the practice that we can use there, what are some things that we here on screen and everyone watching can sort of keep in mind and remember when we are trying to be trauma informed when working with our students and or our colleagues too in our world right now?
It's still touching on empathy. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, we don't know exactly what's happening in our kids' households, right? We don't know, right? And even if they open up or if they don't open up and share with us, hey, I got kids that come up to me sometimes and tell me that they're homeless. I have kids that come up to me and tell me that their families are splitting apart, or someone's lost a job, or this student has to take on more responsibilities because of the pandemic. I have to work now, or I have to try to support the family, or I had to take care of my younger sibling or niece or nephew, those kind of things. That's the reality of a lot of our students. And they don't always share that with us. Depending on what type of relationship you have with your kids, they may or may not open up. So I always say, even if a student hasn't shared exactly what their situation is at home, we have to go with some sort of a understanding that, you know what, just because a student doesn't turn in their homework, or just because a student doesn't log in or doesn't connect on Zoom or Google Meets, or, you know, they're turning things late, doesn't mean that they don't care. I've heard a lot of teachers sometimes will say, oh, this student is, you know, they don't care about their education. They could care less. They want to, you know, they would rather do these other things. But again, we don't know the whole story. And I think if we're trying to be trauma informed and we think about what we are doing or dealing with as adults in our own lives, because sometimes we forget, well, I'm an adult and, you know, I should be able to handle these things, or so our students should be able to do the same thing. But it's a 12-year-old versus a 30-year-old or 40-year-old. Like, those are just different experiences, different mindsets. And I think we just have to keep that in mind. Some of the language that we're utilizing and the care that we're taking, I think, is really important. I have seen some students who have become very frustrated. They may have missed a week of school because of COVID. So they're out, and then they come back a week later and they're like overwhelmed with the amount of work that they've missed, the instructional time that they've missed. And let's say they weren't strong in a certain subject and they missed a week of school, that can cause them to get behind. Are we going to punish a student because they missed a week of school and put them in remedial classes and now they're not in the classes with their friends anymore? Or are we going to make them work through their lunch or make them work through their recess time to get caught up because they were sick due to a pandemic? So those little things that sometimes we don't think about because we're so honed in and so focused on the academic side and forget, yeah, they're humans too. And we want to make sure that they aren't feeling overwhelmed or feeling like, man, I got sick, I lost a week of school, or this happened, my dad got sick, or whoever got sick, and I got behind. And now on top of all of that and trying to get back and acclimated into the school environment, I'm stuck with all this homework, all these assignments, all this worksheets and all these things. Is that I always say to a teacher, you know, is it really that important that they give you exactly every single thing that you have signed, or should they get a little bit more time, or can we condense some things? And again, thinking about the human piece and how this mentally may take a toll on them as they're dealing with home stuff and then trying to deal with school stuff.
And so that leads me, it was interesting. You went there and you mentioned that the academics were so focused on academics. The other day when we spoke, we talked about this, and you said this phrase of like, we have to go beyond the academics. Mm-hmm. And so I'm hearing a teacher right now, possibly watching, listening, and going, okay, I agree with 100%. You were so spot on, Dr. Eakins. But what about when my district's like yelling at me that I gotta get tested, or when my principal's, you know, drilling down on me because he or she's getting yelled at? How do I not focus so much on the academics when some people, maybe depending on what I'm at, are telling me I should be focused on academics because of learning loss and because of state tests and all this stuff? How do we find that? I'm going to use the word balance, for lack of maybe a better word. How do I find that balance to make sure that I can still, because I believe it, I want to look beyond academics, but I'm being told I have to look at them too. How do we fight that and still be focused on being trauma informed and being there for our students?
Yeah, you know, and that's the reality, unfortunately, is so the pressures with accountability on our end as educators. And sadly, I see a lot of teachers walking away from the profession of education because they feel too restricted with the creative process and the classroom leadership that they have. You know, they're told to you have to do this many assessments, you have to do this many tests, you have to do this many quizzes. And if we don't have the leadership that understands from the top down all the way down, it doesn't understand, yes, I get it, you have standards, you have those state tests and those, there are some requirements. But I feel like if there's a way that we can have that communication with our supervisors, or whether you're at the district level or you're at the school level, but if we can have those kind of conversations, just say, hey, listen, I have a couple students, for whatever reason, they got behind. I know that they're doing their best. I know that they're giving their all. Is there something that we can work out with this student? Can we work something out with the guardians? Can we work something out? And I think having those conversations, if we do not communicate that to our supervisors, if we do not communicate those who are, as I saw a comment that came in about, sometimes we are called in as messengers. We're told this is what we need to do. But if we do not have that communication or that line of communication with our superiors, then ultimately who gets impacted negatively is the student, right? Yes, we're stressed as teachers, but if we can start to engage in those kind of conversations, say, hey, we have some students. I remember when I was working at my school, and this is like right when the pandemic happened. So school shut down. We're right back to starting the next school year. And we had kids, we're midway through the school year, and we had a lot of students that hadn't even logged in, and we hadn't been able to get in touch with them. And the question was, do we just fail all our kids that haven't gotten to where we want them to be or where they're supposed to be according to what our standards say? Or are we going to be able to have opportunities to give them a little bit more time or provide them with some other opportunities where we can make ourselves more available for maybe some one-on-one time with our students, or some more, honed in, personalized experiences and opportunities. So I think we need to have those conversations.
So opening up that line of communication is huge. And I'm gonna keep restricting it, make it harder for you. So what if I have that conversation and I don't get the response I need? And my gut's telling me, okay, well, we have to focus on what we can control, right? We have to do that.
Right.
So let's say that we're in a situation, even if we're restricted down to a very little bit. Can you give us just a couple of takeaways of like and you touched on some of them too, like what are some of the things that we maybe can do with our students, just in our classroom level, at the classroom level, at our control level, with our students to help us better understand and support them when they've gone through trauma, whether it's the pandemic that we're all going through, maybe they've lost a loved one, maybe they're dealing with some of the divisiveness that's happened in our world and in our country. What are some of the conversations maybe that we can have with our students, the things that we can do for our students in our four walls that we do have control over?
Yeah, and let me add to my initial comments, when you're having those conversations with your supervisor, because you initially said, well, what if I did talk to my supervisor and things still aren't going the way I want them to go? I always, if you can, have some options, right? Say, I have a couple kids that are struggling in such and such, or they're behind. I know they're doing their best, but they have some home situations that are causing them to get a little, get further back. Here are some suggestions. Maybe option A could we do something like maybe give them an extra week on this project, or I had just been really thinking about this, or I've been talking to the student. We came up with 3 different strategies that could get them back on pace, that can get them back where they need to be, and presenting that as far as part of that communication. So it's one thing to say, yes, I got kids that are behind, they need more time, they need some help. Can we be more flexible? But also, what does that flexibility look like? So
you're arriving with solutions already thought
you're
up.
coming with some solutions. So that way, hopefully your conversation will go well. Now, again, I'm blanketing my response as an overarching thing. Obviously, different situations are going to have different conversations, but I say if you can present some options to your supervisor, I think that will go a lot further. When you are in your classroom within those four walls, having that one-on-one time with your students, and especially communicating that with guardians. Sometimes our parents, sometimes our grandparents, whoever your child is their care providers, they don't know that their students are behind. They don't know that they missed a test, or they need to make up such and such, right? So having that communication, not only with your students, but also with their guardians, I think is important. I know we have a lot of work, and some of us have caseloads of 100 kids and things like that. So I know it sounds, I'm coming to you with the understanding that, yes, this sounds really nice, and yeah, great. However, there's a lot of challenges that you don't know about, Dr. Eakins, that you haven't addressed. So I think that communicating with your parents, guardians, and also students, if you can, and just trying to work out some sort of a plan. I know sometimes we think about, oh, this child is 2 grades behind in reading, or they're behind in math, and so we're like, we need to get them there. But rather than focusing so much from a deficit mindset, but think about, okay, what talents, where are they at right now and consider those as assets, and how we can build from there, to me is the better approach than to focus so much on getting kids caught up.
I love them. We're getting some good comments about this being timely and impacting people watching right now. I do want to make sure I can't believe we're almost already out of time, Sheldon.
Wow.
We really need to reserve more time for you and me because like I want to talk more.
Goes by fast.
I know it goes by fast, and I really want to talk more about your Jordans. That's a whole other conversation. I'm gonna have to hit you up afterwards. I do want to make sure that we mention our giveaway, and then I want to make sure that people know how to connect with you and follow you. So we have 3 giveaways that I want to mention. These are all ones you can go over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways to win these, and that's 12-1-2. So teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. 3 books that are up there. Live Seashells by the amazing Jillian Du Bois. She's one of my favorite in the world. The Balance in the EDU Life by Erin Kiger. I actually wrote a little bit in that book, so I can attest that it's a decent book. Maybe not my spot, but the rest of it's really good. And then Beyond the Classroom by Tim Stevenson. And if you don't know Tim, that's a great book, and Tim's love for science and space and stuff, and how you can use these concepts that he's seen work in his classrooms go beyond the classroom. So 3 great books there. Use the giveaway form over at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways to get in the running for those and all the other awesome prizes that are going and be given away today. So shout out to everyone who donated prizes, including our sponsors. We really appreciate that. Sheldon, I mentioned earlier, Leading Equity Center, so leadingequitycenter.com. Obviously, that's a spot people can go. 2 questions for you. 1, where can people connect with you? All the different ways that they can connect with you. And 2, I want to give you a minute here. Also, like anything going on with Leading Equity Center that maybe we should be aware of that we're not aware of yet. So 2-part question for you.
Yeah. I would say the best way to connect with me is through the website, leadingequitycenter.com. I'm also on social, but all my social links are on there as well. As far as the work that I do a lot of training on, again, I provide a lot of the language on addressing a lot of things that might impact your educational career. Again, some folks will say, who am I to speak up? Who am I to address these issues? I'm just a paraprofessional, or I'm a brand new teacher, or I'm a teacher candidate who's doing my student teaching right now. And I just don't feel like I'm at the place to where I can really provide an impact in my educational school, my setting, the community that I'm serving. So I do a lot of support in that work, helping folks with the language, and then also a lot of self-awareness and providing a lot of terminology, again, to be able to feel more confident when we're advocating on behalf of others or on our own behalf. And I think that if you're looking for some online courses, or if you're looking for podcasts, I'm well over 200 episodes right now, and anything related to equity, we probably touched on or it's in the works to be touched on as well. So those would be the best ways to connect with me.
I highly encourage everyone to sign up for your email list as well, which is the Weekend Voice. Is that what it's called?
The Weekend Voice.
That's what it comes in at. Yeah. But there's always a lot of great information in there, and you pull from the podcast a lot as well. And the podcast is super informative. We have like 2 minutes left, so everyone's going to go over and get into the giveaways, and they're going to go visit your website. But in 2 minutes or less, you got to do it in 2 minutes or less because we got to get to our next segment. Actually, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. How many pairs of Jordans do you have? I didn't actually ask. Like, can you give us a range?
So, okay, here's the thing. So Jordan 1s, I have probably about 20 of them, and then they're my favorites. And so I like Jordan 1s, and all kind of colors. And then outside of that, Jordan 3s are my second favorite. So I probably have another 4 of those, and then I have Jordans in between. So probably all together, maybe about 40.
I was gonna say, I was thinking we're getting around 40. Wow, that is a lot of Jordans, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a great way to. I love that. That's how we're gonna end it. So I'm gonna get pictures of all your Jordan collection at some point. But we are ready to get into our next segment here as our 12-hour live continues. Dr. Eakins, my friend, my brother, thank you so much for taking more time with us and hanging out with us and sharing your expertise. Next up, Ray is coming on with Lori McEwen. This is going to be a great conversation around prioritizing goals right now. So stick with us. Keep sharing the stream. Keep commenting. Let me see more of those green hearts. Our 12-hour live continues right now.
are back for 12-hour live. Holy smokes, we have been live for a long time, friends, and we have Lori with us. Lori, I am so thrilled that we now get an hour conversation to talk about goals, talk about things that you're passionate about, and we have some live giveaways, which you know is going to be a ball.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to be here, and thanks to you for having me and you guys for being on this long, and you're still going. So good for you.
You know, I told you we met, it was last week we met, and I was like, Lori, it's going to be so nice having you on. We're like kind of towards the end, but I say towards the end a little hopeful. We're still plenty of time left. But I was like, I need the Lori energy. I need your passion. I know that you have so much insight to share. This is going to be a great hour to kind of like refuel people, get some comments going. I can already sense the green hearts are going to be great. I just can't wait.
All right. Well, I hope I live up to it. I'm certainly very excited to be here. So thanks.
It's going to be wonderful. For everyone here, welcome to the 12-hour. If you are just tuning in, if you've been with us since 8 a.m. Eastern, then power to you. We appreciate you. We'd love to see some green hearts starting our segment off to celebrate the fact that we are getting into another hour-long segment. We're focusing on goals. Those green hearts are not only going to give us that boost to energy, but also re-energize our bodies to make sure that we are not only consuming, but being active participants in this learning experience. Lori, I know I've personally interviewed you before. I really love learning from you. But in case we have new family members to our Teach Better team that haven't been exposed to the work that you do and what you do every day to support educators, would you mind kind of giving us that simple overview? What do you do in education? Tell us a little about yourself.
Sure, I'll try. So, as you know, Ray, I've been in the field for a long time, but so we won't go through the 30-year journey. But I would say it's mostly been punctuated by this abiding passion for deep and joyful learning, what I call deep and joyful learning. And so I've had the opportunity in my career to lead the development of some small mastery-based high schools. And so now I work with folks trying to, thanks, Dave. I work with folks who are trying to do that same thing for their students, right? Trying to personalize learning, get more student-centered, often working towards a mastery approach. And so I've taken what I've done as a district leader and a school leader, and now I get to work with great people around the country who are just looking to have somebody facilitate and help them think and help them get to the next step that we're all capable of.
I knew that our network was going to love your energy and your insight, but now you're dropping the ball. You're telling the secret. You're also a mastery learning guru, a personalized learning guru, which you know as a Teach Better team, we are such an advocate for. The more people working towards solutions for this area in education is something I'm a huge advocate for. So I want to encourage everyone in our Teach Better community right now listening live. We're currently streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. It's time to share this feed and put that note as you like share your post or retweet. Put a note and being like, we're talking about mastery learning. We're talking about personalized learning with Lori. And we're going to get started in discussing how our goals can become priorities in our day-to-day life. So I am so stoked to have you, Lori. And I know that our network here is going to really connect with the content that I know you're most passionate about. Can you tell me a little bit about why this became a space that you began to focus on?
Mastery?
Yeah, sure.
You know, I wish I could remember the origin of it. You know, I don't. I worked with students. You know, one of my first roles was in a Title I school as a middle school English teacher. And I just worked so hard to get my kids to do well. But it was not a working smarter. It was a working harder. And I found also when I was about 23, I galvanized our school to move to heterogeneous grouping. Right. So I had to go to the school committee. The superintendent said, okay, fine, go to the school committee. I'm probably really minimizing what we all did. But we became a middle school that had heterogeneous grouping. And so to do that, we really had to differentiate for our students. This was before we knew about power standards. This was before Massachusetts even had like state standards and a curriculum to follow. but it was all about making sure that all of our kids could do as well as any of the rest of our kids. And we had, as you might imagine, kids from one area of town in the upper level groups and kids from another part of town in other groups. And it just, that issue of inequity just gnawed at me.
Sure.
And so I just really went on this journey around how do we make sure that all students are learning at deep levels, learning rigorous content, learning deeply, but learning at their own pace. So one thing led to another. Started following, learning more about differentiation and grouping students, and again trying to make sure that in a heterogeneous setting, all of my students were getting what they needed. Pre-technology, right? I taught on a green chalkboard that had dents in it, right? So, and had an overhead projector, but that I think was it. This seeing kids who were able to really contribute in such meaningful ways and were thirsting to grow and learn if they're approached the right way, I guess. And so, worked on things, piloted inclusion with another teacher. And it was just one of those, growing my circle of influence at each place. And as I'll talk about in goals, I'll give this away now. It's so important to know your why, right? And to develop your own theory of action around why you do what you do, right? So that has helped me make some career decisions. If I do this, will it lead to deep and joyful learning for all students, or will it get in the way of that? And so, when you're setting goals too, as we started to talk about, when we're setting goals, we have to think about if they are mission aligned goals, and that's our mission based on what we know is best. So anyway, that's a little bit of how I got into it.
No, and Lori, I really appreciate you giving us this background, because I think our entire segment here is going to be kind of this back and forth discussion around your expertise, the work that you do, and how that connects to goals, not only in your personal life, but how you work with administrators, support staff, educators, and full district teams to be able to set goals for themselves. I know when we originally, hopped on a Zoom call to prepare for this segment, we discussed wanting to offer action steps to our community, which I know we're going to be able to do. Yeah. But I think it's so important to be able to say, hey, we don't need to be experts in goal setting to know how to work towards our goals. We allow each other in our personal lives and our professional lives to set goals all the time. And any tips and tricks that we can provide in this segment is really our goal. So I really appreciate you providing that background. Before we get into your tips and tricks for goal setting, because I really am so eager to hear some of your suggestions that we can take and actually put in place in our lives as soon as tomorrow. I would love to better understand, you work in a very, very wonderful space, something that I'm very passionate about, mastery learning. You get to work with educators from around the world. And I can only imagine that there are misconceptions or misunderstandings or a lack of definition to some of the words that you share and utilize frequently in this space. And I find it so interesting that mastery learning is still viewed as a progressive classroom goal, because it was actually developed in like 1980, and yet we are still in 2022 describing it as this progressive classroom idea. But we don't necessarily need to get into that. I just think it's so interesting. You've used a few different terms already that I want to make sure our community understands. So are there any buzzwords that you'd love to kind of lean into and help us define?
Yeah. And so first of all, I'm going to tell you that mastery learning is older than me, right? Which is, we're getting up there. So I was born in 69, and Benjamin Bloom was talking about mastery learning in 68. So, in the course of 68 to early 70s, he developed this mastery learning framework, really, which was built on proof that students could learn with variations in our instruction and time. So we can reduce variations in student learning, which is what I was trying to do with that mix of students I had with such inequities. We can reduce that if we change our instructional approaches, right? How we differentiate, how we use assessment, and if we allow them more time, self-pacing. And I just did a series of workshops on this where we laughed about, Benjamin Bloom was talking about doing this without technology. which we have, and without people like Chad Ostrowski, who helped us with the grid method, which really helped operationalize this for people. So a couple of things that Dave, please don't talk about how much younger you are than me. I think a couple of buzzwords that we might talk about, and I've been bringing this up lately and have written about it a little bit. This idea that standards-based grading and mastery learning are not mutually inclusive. So one of the things that we see, so in mastery learning, we set a goal, right? We have to align our curriculum, and that means that we have proficiency or power standards or essential standards, and we define what it means to be proficient on any of those. And we say, hey kids, all of you can get here. We guarantee it because we're the adults and that's our job. My job is to make you learn. My job is not to put opportunities for you to learn. My job is not to, I do create a welcoming atmosphere, but it is so that you can learn, right? Because I know that you all can. And so what I've seen is some folks sort of talking about standards-based grading as the same as mastery learning. Often they go together and they go together well. Sure. But I've seen in elementary, you'll see a lot of elementary schools, for example, that have standards-based report cards. And yet students, say you're on a 1 through 4 scale, we see students getting a 2 all along and then moving on to the next grade level. Well, if they haven't reached proficiency, we're not in a mastery framework, we're in a standards framework. So I think that's important. One other misconception or one other maybe level of confusion is the way we talk about competency-based learning and mastery learning, right? And I think competency-based learning is great. Often folks are talking about those portrait of a graduate competencies, communication, collaboration, those transferable skills. And I think we should measure those. And I think we should build all students towards mastery. But what I worry about sometimes is folks talk about their portrait of a graduate competencies instead of talking about the black box of what happens in the classroom, instead of talking about instruction, instead of talking about the skills and content for that area of focus. We can build all those competencies in there, but we really have to change our approach to instruction, our own personal level of accountability for students mastering specific content and skills that are defined in the curriculum. So those are a couple of things these are all good things, but they're not the same.
I think it's good to be able to define those things because our goal for this segment is to transition our conversation into goal setting. But as we continue to discuss all hour long, knowing your background, knowing how all these things not only kind of like built you up to who you are now, right? And the work that you're doing, but also directly connects to discussing then how you set goals for yourself. I mean, you got into education. You obviously found a passion in this space. I love being able to confirm understanding in this space because it's a space that I feel very passionately about. I want our community to connect with you and continue to learn about these ideas. How did you go from valuing this idea to setting goals to maybe reaching something that you wanted to achieve, whether it be personal or professionally? How did goals play a role in your life?
Well, so the first part, and it's interesting because I can talk about some other sort of personal goals, but when I first talked about knowing your why and creating a personal theory of action. So when I came into education in, actually, when I graduated from high school in 1987, Dave Schmittou, my ambition in my high school yearbook, and it's it'll live on forever, was to become a school superintendent.
Wow, that's specific.
Yeah. So at 17, that's what I was going to do. I was going to, and I wanted that because I'm a first generation college kid, right? I hadn't, in my understanding, you could only be things. You could only be a nurse or a doctor or, an accountant or a teacher or, there were these nouns, these titles.
What about the astronaut? Okay, you could go be an astronaut.
Right. I could go be an astronaut, right? It'd be very specific things. And I went on a path and I'm glad I did. And so my path was to get the degree, to do well in college. I did very well, to teach, and then to start on an administrative path. So I was taking courses to become a school administrator at 23.
Sure.
I'm not sure how smart that is, but so my thinking was that was how I was going to get to a place of equity. So I was very committed to social justice. That's why I chose Boston College as an undergrad, even though as a poor kid, I couldn't really afford it. And lots of scholarships and lots of loans helped me through. But I believed in this social justice mission. I believed in education as a form of social justice and a pathway towards social justice. And I understood that a superintendent had power. In my small little district, I remember I could see my superintendent in our building. And I was like, well, that's the person who controls everything and has the power. And so I was going on that path. And things kept tugging at me to say, that's not your seat. That's not your place. And so I had to do a lot of soul searching around what is it? What is my why and what is important to me? And so the year that I turned 50, my mom, who was younger, a young person, she was 19 when she had me. She died, unfortunately, of cancer. And so I had this sort of midlife reckoning with what matters. And what matters to me is that all students learn deeply and joyfully. And I have no doubt that had my path taken me to a superintendency, in all of the roles that I had as an assistant superintendent, chief academic officer, director of academics, I believe I did a lot of work to make that happen. But I found that there were other routes. I didn't know this thing called consultant. I didn't know, about being an adjunct professor. And I didn't know all of those things. I remember my dissertation advisor, the wonderful, wonderful Andy Hargreaves, has talked to me about living this portfolio life and finding ways to achieve your goals through things that aren't necessarily titles. But that goes back to our why.
Yeah, no, I think this is a perfect reminder to kind of scale this for any type of educator that might be listening, because we have administrators listening, superintendents listening, classroom teachers, coaches, support staff listening, and our Teach Better community. I think all of them, Lori, everybody has had a goal that as they got closer and closer and closer to possibly reaching it, realize that may not have been the right goal for them to be working towards.
Right.
And that gut check, that reflection, we referred to it earlier in another segment as that audit of, is this actually going to achieve what my goals are, what my vision, my why is very important. And there's no shame at, no matter where you are in the process, to then saying, my why is not aligned with what I'm working towards. I need to reevaluate.
I love that point about alignment. So I've recently, one of my goals is to write a book, right, which I think has been a goal out there for a long time. So I'm in this writing group, which is, I'll tell you, another part of it is like find your community, right, when you have a goal. But I'm in this writing group, and it's actually for academic women. But one of the first things that we do is write our own mission statement, right? What is and for a lot of my colleagues in the group, they are full-time academics, full-time professors. I'm an adjunct professor, but came into the group that way. And so my mission isn't about necessarily a research agenda in that field, but it is a different type of research, and it is a different type of taking this consulting and curating it and putting ideas forth to folks, particularly around mastery, around deep and joyful learning. And so that then forces me to say no to some things that are not aligned to my goals. And I think that is why I put that as the first big takeaway. Go write your mission statement. You might write it as a theory of action. If I, Lori McEwen, as a consultant, as a blogger, as an adjunct professor, do X, then students will learn deeply and joyfully. If I can't get it there, then it's not a good, whatever that action was that I was about to slip in.
Yeah.
It's not aligned, and I either have to not do it or find a way to make it align.
Sure.
Right.
Well, and that's a great activity for our network. Whether you're choosing to do it right now during our hour-long discussion here on 12 Hour Live as we're streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, or you choose to do this maybe as an activity, you throw it on your to-do list, like, I'm going to work on this tomorrow during my morning cup of coffee on a Sunday morning before the kids wake up. Writing your mission statement, you're really looking at those two parts and you're ensuring that they're linked. And as you do that, reflecting on your why is going to allow that activity to really help foster if you're headed in the right direction, or if you have some roadblocks in the way that you need to kind of overcome before you keep working forward. I think that's a wonderful reminder for everybody.
Yeah. And it helps you to not be in just about the title or the thing, right? So even, if you're running, is it that you want to run a marathon, or is your mission related to your health? Because then if you don't get to the marathon because that distance is too long and you switch to sprint triathlons because you need to mix it up, you've reached that health goal. You'll still get the medal at the end. I think it's fine to let your goals evolve, I think, as you were saying earlier, and that your panelists talked about earlier.
It's so powerful. And it's important to be able to look at our goals, given permission to change, because there's been a number of us, I know, I can only assume a majority of us, but there's a good chunk of us who have said, I'm going to work towards a goal. They reach the goal. And you don't actually get that satisfaction that you thought you were going to get, right? You're like, right. I did everything on the list, Lori. I made a checklist. I checked them all off. And at the end, why am I not satisfied? Why am I not happy? Why did I not achieve what I thought I would achieve? And I think you've hit the nail on the head. The first step is ensuring that all those steps are actually aligned to what you're trying to accomplish. So right. Very, very powerful first action step.
Thank you.
When we're thinking about goals, I'm sure there's a number of other suggestions you have. I would love to challenge our network here. If you're finding yourself currently working towards a goal, I'd love to see some green hearts. Green hearts in our community means that you agree with something, you're supporting it. It's kind of like clapping. That's kind of a part of our 12-hour live. If you yourself are reflecting during this segment and saying, yeah, I'm working towards a goal or two, I'd love you to start getting invested in this conversation. Throw in some green hearts. I'm sure that every single educator has their own goals. Lori, would you mind sharing a goal that you're personally working towards? Maybe it's a little personal.
Yeah. So I've gotten back into running.
Ooh,
so that's one of them. I used to be a runner. Well, I used to move. Whether the people who were watching thought that that's what I was doing, but I was definitely putting one foot in front of the other and loved to race. And I let that go. And as a result, I'm not thrilled with how I feel right now. Sure. So I just signed up for a 10-miler.
Woo.
And so that's one of the things that I've done. And I was going to say my second piece of advice would be around finding a community or finding some way to make your goal public.
Ooh, tell me more. Yes. Right?
So, I need to get in shape. I want to run. So I've registered for a 10-mile race. I'm in it. There will be people around me. I'm also, as I told you, working on writing. And so I joined a writing community and I've let them know we share our thoughts and our goals. And so they know what my next step is and where I am in that goal. And I will tell you, if you're afraid of sharing your goal, I know there are some folks who talk about goal setting who say, keep it private, don't tell everybody. There's all kinds of thoughts on this. John Acuff talks, and who's great if you, on habits and goal setting. So some think, no, don't do it. But what I have found is the combining of making it public with a fun and supportive community makes such a difference. And so, when I'm working with these women and I set my goal is often very different. We're all doing different things. So there are, professors in the sciences, and they've got these long projects. And so people are writing about their grant proposals. They're writing about a book. They're writing about a co-authored chapter. It doesn't matter. I might say I wanted to publish a blog post, and they're all just saying, "This is great. Can we read it? And let me see your website." And so now I'm engaging with these folks on another level making new friends, getting critical feedback from folks. And it's absolutely, Dave is absolutely right. And I think that fear of failure has been one of my greatest fears forever, because like probably a lot of teachers, I was a successful little kiddo. I was a successful student. I was a successful teacher and administrator. And so then anything that is stretching me, where I'm, worried that people are going to say, well, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I thought she was kind of a smart cookie, but how could she write that down? Putting it out and having people, even when they give critical feedback, knowing it comes from a place of, we're sharing each other's joys and failures.
Right.
And
I think that was kind of a really important takeaway as you were sharing, was it's not just to share your goal. I mean, do that. That's fine. But to share your goal in a supportive, accountability driven, solution focused community, which is not necessarily the same as sharing your goal, because you can share your goal to a community that may not have those characteristics, and you may not get the same support and fuel to continue forward. So as Dave notes, the concern of fear of failure, it feels very different when failing with a group of people that have already committed to be your advocate, to be your crutch when you need it, to be your cheerleader, than it does to share to maybe a general public audience that you don't necessarily know what the response may or may be. Does that make sense?
Right. And there are all kinds of things, whether it is, a group united around weight loss, or a group, on running or writing, or trying to change a negative habit, finding a like-minded community, and that can be an online community. It can be a face-to-face community, but people, and they don't have to have your exact same goal.
No. Yeah.
Right. But they have, it's in that area, and they can speak to it, and give you, again, that mix of critical feedback and support. So for me, I would say that if you're serious about a goal, so if you're a teacher and you're looking to do mastery learning and you're looking to change up grading, right? Find a PLN, go to Twitter, go to Teach Better, find a group of folks where you can say, I've tried this out in my classroom. I think it flopped miserably, or I think it might, or what do you think about this unit plan or this playlist that I'm putting together? And be open to not just receiving, but also giving feedback, because in that community, we all know as teachers how much we've learned when we've taught, when we've helped, when we've facilitated. So as we're giving and sharing and critiquing and helping, we're learning on our own. So it's just, John Acuff says, when I help others win, I win myself, I win. So
I think you were able to give so much insight. I want to emphasize again something you just shared, which was actually finding a community that can speak to what your goals are. I actually have never thought of it that way, but that is to a T what I feel makes a great community. I love when people share their goals with me, like, so much. I'm so blessed that I get emails on occasion or direct messages. I mean, Lori, I can only imagine with the work you do that people share successes with you. It's so exciting. But when someone shares like a workout goal with me, I am a cheerleader, but I am a blind cheerleader. I don't know what that means to be successful.
Right.
I don't really know anything about it, but holy moly, am I going to be cheering and hoot and hollering even when you don't necessarily meet the elements of the game that you want to meet, because I just don't know. Whereas if you shared your goal with Dave Schmittou's in the comments, BreAnn Fennell's in the comments, Chef Gargas has been active on the show, Chad Ostrowski, these are all people within our same Teach Better community that are massive workout losers. Literally is what I like. I mean, literally, they are super athletic. They run, they have goals, they hold each other accountable. So that is a better community to share those goals. It doesn't mean that other people can't celebrate you or be an advocate for you, but I love these strategies of identifying your why, the challenge, the activity that you provided people, of writing that mission statement to ensure that what your goal is aligns to that why, and then really fostering a community of people that can speak to your goals and be supportive throughout that time. I think you are building quite a perfect concoction of solutions here. I love it.
Well,
go ahead.
I was just going to say that I also do a lot of work supporting districts and large organizations. So when you think about, we can think about our personal goals and move them up to the organizational side. And it's the same thing as we're working. I do a lot of, I support districts with strategic planning. And when we do that, we get really tight on mission and why and rationale statements for our major goals and objectives. And then we make sure there's a group of folks who can work on it and get excited and share. And I can bring into these districts places that have done the same so that they can go learn from others. And so our personal goal setting and our professional and even organizational goal setting aren't all that different necessarily.
No, they're exceptionally tied. Lori, these are such good suggestions. I know we're going to keep answering. We have a few questions in the comments. I'm so excited to get to this. Laura, if you don't mind, I want to take a moment to do a giveaway. And I want to do it because it's so timely with what we're talking about, because the organization that is sponsoring this segment is Education Blueprint, which all started with a goal. So if you don't mind, I'd love to celebrate them. They are such good people over at Education Blueprint. They are a nonprofit that we love supporting here on the Teach Better team. They are members of the Teach Better community that came together and while working on a doctorate program, began to see a gap in education. They had been kind of all across the world looking at education, and they saw that in certain countries, there is a collaborative space for teachers to share resources, all free resources, just to always be sharing and curating new information, new ways to reach our students. So as they were coming together back in the US, they were like, we need to figure out how to better do that with our US teachers, with our North American teachers. So they have started a nonprofit. They're relatively new. We love celebrating them, but they are committed to creating a completely free space to share resources. And shout out to them. They even have a spot specially selected to filter out our grids. So if you are a mastery learning educator, you can also steal from other teachers and see their grid. So Education Blueprint does incredible stuff. They're actually doing a giveaway. So I want to have you all put your cursors in the chat feature, because we're going to be celebrating doing a giveaway right this moment. They have an entire 3 swag bags that they're giving away. This swag bag has so much stuff in it. And to be honest, I need to text Kelly, who's a part of Education Blueprint, because I want one and I don't know why I didn't get one anytime soon. But I want to give a shout out to this swag bag. So it's one Education Blueprint tote bag. It has Post-its, it has Education Blueprint pens, and it also has a $5 Dunkin' Donuts gift card. And let me tell you, after today, y'all need some coffee. It's been a long day. So, Lori, we still have an entire next half an hour to talk about goal setting. We're going to stay right here. But for our friends in the comments, I'd love to just give away. We need the first to comment, which is why I want you to get your cursor ready. First to comment will win this incredible swag bag. I want to know one way you're going to prioritize your goals starting Monday. Just want one idea. And Lori has given you 2 action steps with each activity. So we could cheat, but that's going to be a great opportunity. Again, we want to know one way you're going to begin to prioritize your goal setting starting Monday. We'll announce that winner here in a minute. Lori, as we have discussed goals, we've obviously gone through the why, creating that mission statement. I love the activity. I'm going to need to do that tomorrow. And then we're also looking at fostering that community. Can you speak to a little bit? You've shared such wonderful examples of the communities that you've built. Can I ask a dumb question of how you find them? If I'm new to social media, if I'm new to connecting with educators outside of my physical community, is there a secret sauce to making friends?
It is, I don't know, again, I'll show my age here, but there used to be this shampoo commercial for Fabergé, which was you tell 2 friends and they'll tell 2 friends and so on and so on and so on. Yeah. And so it is, when I first got on Twitter, and I got on, fairly early. So it was neat because everybody was sort of jumping on that was how to, meet people. But it was getting into Twitter chats. And so starting to follow people and then thanking them for the follow and reaching out to them directly and asking them a question. And so many people I've met, there's a guy named Matt Townsley, for example, does a lot of work on mastery learning, and just reached out and I called him. I just got his information from his university website. I called him. I said, hi, I follow you on Twitter and I have this question for you. So it's I think about like, once you know your why, it can embolden you. And nothing gets in your way of that why. So you you ask, you talk to people, you reach out, you call, you just pick up the phone. I was talking to a woman last week. She's a principal of a high school that is really getting involved with mastery learning. She did the same thing. She said, saw this person, called this person, reached out to that person, found out another school was sort of involved, asked how they first got involved, found those two people, and just so on and so forth. But it comes from that why. It comes from, I'm so passionate and excited about this that I want to share something with all of you, right? And I want to ask you to share with me. So, I think that's it. You get your enthusiasm up there.
It's interesting. I think reaching out to some could sound very intimidating. Like, nowadays picking up the phone is like the scariest thing ever. Like people,
my children tell me that, right?
I mean, truly, actually, I love talking on the phone. Texting, I find extremely annoying. But either way, I love picking up the phone. But now that you have a really well-crafted why, I feel like that already gets you a foot in the door to making that phone call. Because you can call and simply begin by explaining who you are and explaining your why. Now you already have the beginning of your conversation like mapped out for you, which kind of is like a warm up. Do you know what I mean?
Right. And here's the other thing. There were so many people. There are so many people who I have just looked up to as just, gods of this field. Right. And I have found that the most famous folks, the most learned professors, those who have written the best, peer-reviewed articles and books and presented. I've been fortunate to have dinners with them or, grab a coffee or a drink if we're at a conference. Almost all of them have been extremely accessible. Yeah. They want to talk about their work. I mean, Jay McTighe. Bumped into Jay at a conference and ended up, I skipped part of, whatever session I was going to go to. He invited me to sit. We had our oatmeal and our coffee and stayed in touch that way. And I'm not trying to name drop, just to point out that people want to talk. People who share your why and your passion want to talk about it. There are going to be a few who are busy or have their own things going on or are shy or whatever. And it's not going to become a lifelong connection. But for most, it is. And so for anybody, especially if we've got like younger teachers out there who say, I just want to learn more, but I can't ask that person or that person. Yes, you can. And if they say no, so what? And I would also say, there's also, is there anything that you can give or share? Not everybody just wants to have someone take, but lots of people are just open to a 15, 20, 30-minute conversation. You say, I'm just trying to start this in my classroom. The incredible Catlin Tucker, right? She'll talk to anybody, anytime. There are just such great people. And you think, well, they've got a gajillion followers or whatever. They want to talk and they want to share and they want to see other people grow because they know what that means for our students.
The worst thing they're going to do, truly worst case situation, is they either don't respond to your message, which no harm, no foul, or they respond and they tell you how important they are and they don't have time. And then that will be the one you'll reach out to 10 others and you'll get 10 responses to yes. So I love that emphasis, Lori. That's such a good reminder. As we get into kind of our continued discussion of goal setting, action steps, and obviously taking your questions in the chat. If any of you have questions that you want us to address, I'm sorry they've been going so quick. We are going to do our best to answer those. But if we have not answered your question, you can post it again. That way we don't miss it. I do want to give a shout out to our Education Blueprint winners. This incredible swag bag of all the fancy schmancy stuff with Education Blueprint nonprofit doing incredible work. You guys can find out more information on educationblueprint.org, or better yet, if you head to our giveaways page, which we've been sharing out like crazy, teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. It has an easy click right there to go connect with Education Blueprint, which is one of our sponsors today. we are excited to celebrate Bobby French, Cheryl Ann, and Megan B as our 3 winners. Remember, if you win anything during 12-Hour Live with us, you simply need to email Katie Miglin. Her email is simply Katie, Kitie, at teachbetter.com. And you can claim your prize. They'll connect you. So congratulations, Bobby, Cheryl, and Megan B. We're thrilled to have you win this exciting swag bag. Lori, as we kind of continue our dialogue here, do you have strategies or another activity that you think would be helpful for an educator that says, all right, Lori, I'm in. I got my why down, mission statements written. I'm going to connect with my group. I'm going to start hunting for them. You know, is there like the next step? Is it really just like go get started?
Well, it is go get started. I mean, I would say write it down, right? If you're going to get started, write it down. Have a place where you are reviewing that goal or goals on a weekly basis. And then, so my third action step would be, or takeaway, and I could have done like 10, but I did 3, is to celebrate all of your wins. So celebrate even small wins, right? Especially now when I think everything feels so overwhelming, right? Or, you know, we're all in various stages of life, right? And so, you know, you think you're going to be running and you set up this grand goal of, you know, running 5 miles 3 times a week or whatever, and the baby didn't sleep, or you've got aging parents who were sick, or there was a snowstorm.
I was going to say a snowstorm is all we've lived.
Right? Right. And so, you know, I used to faithfully work out every single day, leave my house at 4:15 in the morning to get to a gym at 5 before I went to work as an assistant principal. And this was my late 20s, early 30s. And I lived about 45 minutes away. So I got up every single morning. And Friday, there was a teacher who started joining me. So she and I were sometimes the only person at this small gym at 5 a.m. We called Fridays our better than nothing days, right? So we would get there dragging. I mean, you know, on your 5th day, getting up at 4 a.m., especially if we'd had to be at an event the night before or something, dragging. But we were there and we did something, right? And so it was our better than nothing. And we celebrated. We were excited about that, doing something. Yeah. And so I think especially now, snowstorms, pandemic, you know, I'm working with district leaders who are subbing in classrooms, right? And we're working on these big, ambitious goals. And we've scaled some back because we said we still want to meet it, but it's no longer a 6-month goal. It's a 12 or an 18-month goal. But what did we do? What did we stay true to? And what are we excited about? And you've got to find a way, whether that's a high-fiving within your community or planning for treats for yourself along the way. If, you know, once I do a little bit of running, I go get myself a running tool, you know, a running, you know, treat, a jacket, or, you know, whatever it might be. So I think those kinds of things, that celebrating those small wins after you've written it down so you can check on a weekly basis, how much did I get done? And it's taken me a long time to get there, to celebrating small wins. I always thought I had to celebrate the very end.
Yeah. No, celebrating small goals is essential. I think that's such an important reminder for anybody looking to prioritize goals and figure out how to really hone in, focus, and stay on track. Those small wins are what allow the alarm clock at 4 a.m. to be slightly more manageable than the day before. I think a great challenge to our community, since our comments have been going crazy the last few moments here in our discussion, I'd love to hear about how people celebrate those small wins. Like you gave examples, high fives, or, you know, like giving yourself a little treat when you meet a certain goal or expectation. That's really wonderful. I think there's so many ways to celebrate. And I think for our last 15 minutes here, before we transition into our next segment, it could be really valuable for us to share a ton of different ideas on how to celebrate. That way you don't just have 2 things you're looking forward to, and after a while, they don't feel as special. Right. But really thinking through all the ways to literally celebrate. For me, Lori, I have a joke that nothing is celebrated until you do a cheers to it. So you can have a big accomplishment, small accomplishment, doesn't matter, but nothing is celebrated until you've like clinked glasses. And it can be water glasses.
Sure.
I know Andrea, who's a member of our Teach Better team, cheers with her son. They have milk glasses, they cheers. But that is such a fun little like moment of celebration. I'd love to hear other people's moments of celebration. Do you have other ideas, Lori?
Well, I mean, I think so. Cheersing is a huge one, right? For a long time, I was going out to dinner, but then I was finding lots of things to celebrate. And
every night, honey, we have to go to dinner because I picked up my shoes from the floor and put them on the rack, and so we need to go out.
And we live somewhere where I've got restaurants just up and down the street, and they're beautiful and they're on the water. So I was finding lots of things to celebrate for a long time. I think something else, another way to celebrate is to share it. And one of the things that we do, and this may be especially women, we tend to be overly modest, or, afraid to publicize what we've done because is somebody going to say, well, that wasn't enough. If you've got perfectionist syndrome, it is, oh, that's all you wrote? Didn't you want to write this much? That's all the weight you lost. Didn't you want to lose this? That's all the distance you ran. Shouldn't you be doing more? But I think to be able to say, I ran half a mile today and I'm stoked about it. Or I walked 3 blocks today because that was the best I could do. And I'm excited about it. And I'm sharing it out loud and I'm proud of myself. I keep a list of affirmations, and right on my bathroom mirror, right? And I say them out loud. And it's interesting to me that I say them morning and night. And at night, I'm actually able to like pump my fist because a lot of those things have come true because I've done something aligned to those mantras, those beliefs, those affirmations. And I just like smile at myself in the mirror and say, good for you, kid, right? So there's that.
I am I don't think that I've ever talked about this publicly, but Lori, we'll just talk about this weird topic. I am such a fan of taking expo markers on bathroom mirrors.
Yes.
Do you have it written on a piece of paper or did you physically write it on the mirror?
No, I have mine on a piece of paper that is in a pocket protector.
Okay.
Up on my right.
But seriously, like for those teachers out there, expo markers work everywhere. We use them on desks, we use them on whiteboards all the time. Like they're great on mirrors. Write yourself those affirmations on the mirror itself. I know we do it like in our school buildings sometimes. You see those great pictures of like the girls' restroom that has like the doodles everywhere. You're beautiful. Did you know you can do that at home on your own mirror too?
Yes. Yeah.
Love it. So fun.
So I think I think you have to do whatever starts making you feel better. Right. So if the clink of the glass makes you excited, if drawing a little heart around your face makes you excited, and for me and my husband, we do go out regularly every Friday night and it's, they're sharing what was great in your week kind of thing. So, there are so many ways that we can celebrate, even if we're just celebrating on our own. Another thing I like to do is just go buy myself a hardcover, like a book that, to read a novel. And so like, if I've done all the things I want to do, reading novels is sort of my guilty pleasure. So either buying a book or walking up the block to the library and getting myself a book so that I can decompress and not feel any guilt about it.
Oh, I love that. So powerful today, Lori. I have a few things that I want to finish up, but with our crew here, I want to thank everybody for challenging themselves to be active. Our chat was crazy with green hearts, ideas, and so many different comments on prioritizing our goals to get ready for the now. There were so many good strategies you shared, Lori. I do want to ask, obviously you are a guru in so many different spaces. I know that we're not even talking about an area that necessarily you do professional development on all the time. You're actually a go-to with mastery learning, personalized learning, strategic planning, and I want to make sure that people stay connected to you. Would you mind sharing a little bit about how people can go connect with you after this segment so they can not only obviously add you to their cheerleading pack for a goal they might have, but also make sure they learn about education topics outside of that as well?
Absolutely. So My website is LoriMcEwen.com, so it makes it really easy to find me. My email is Lori@LoriMcEwen.com. On Twitter, I'm at Lori McEwen. Those are probably the best, and also Lori McEwen on LinkedIn. And those are probably the best ways to find me and where I'm most active, LinkedIn and Twitter, very much.
Perfect. No, that's so helpful. As we kind of wrap up our time today, we have a lot more in store for 12 hours. So, Laura, I am going to throw a question at you, and I'm going to have you wait just a moment before you answer, because I'm going to preview what's coming next for 12 hour. Okay. But the last final thing that I want to make sure we leave our crew with here today is really ensuring that they have a takeaway. Like if they didn't hear any of our segment, but they're tuning in now, what do you want to make sure they take away from our hour-long discussion? As you think on that, I do want to give a shout out to the things coming up next on 12 Hour Live, because we still have a long ways to go, which, to be honest, Lori, now I feel really pumped about. I really, really enjoyed discussing what we've done over the past hour. I kind of got my second win. So for those of you that are still here live with us, do not forget to share this feed, whether you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We want to make sure that we're not only easy to find for educators that know we're doing our 12-hour live, but also we want to be easily accessible to people who might be looking for their community, their family, to support them in their goals. And we would love to continue to welcome new faces into our Teach Better crew right here. So as you share this feed, maybe share a major takeaway, maybe a quote from Lori during this segment, share that to social media and encourage your teacher friends and colleagues to come join the dialogue here as we continue staying live for 12 stinking hours. We're really enjoying it. Coming up next here in just a moment, we are going to get into a discussion about phones. We're discussing if you can't beat them, join them. We're going to start talking about technology and cell phones in the classroom. This is with two of my favorite people, Katie Miglin and Hedreich Nichols, are going to be live. Really, anytime those two are live, shenanigans are going to happen, and it's going to be fun. They'll also have a lot of giveaways for you to be able to discuss. From there, we're going to get into a conversation that's all sponsored by SumDog. That is with Alexia Perkins, where we're going to dive into balancing expectations and learning gaps, which is a very, very needed conversation, something we've been able to touch on many, many times during the show so far. And then as we go through, we'll get into some leadership segments. So shout out to our administrators. That'll be coming up next. And then the moderator crew from all 12 hours are coming live. We have Jeff, Chad, Dave, Brad, Katie. They're all coming live to kind of set the tone for the last half an hour of us all together live. So make sure that you tune into the segments that really draw you in, and make sure you keep commenting to win those prizes. Lori, as we wrap up our time here, let's focus back. We have 8 minutes. What's the major takeaways? If they're just tuning in now, what do we want them to know about goal setting?
Well, the very first, the most important, like we said, is to know your why and write that out in your own personal mission statement. Make sure that everything that you're creating is aligned. Everything that you're doing is aligned. So important. Then find your community, have fun, find people who support you and move forward, and make sure, third, that you are celebrating all your wins, small, big, in between. And all of that in alignment with your goals, you'll get to great places.
So many good things there. Do you mind, when we were at the very beginning of our conversation, you challenged us with that mission statement. And I think as we were kind of developing our understanding of what this segment was going to be about, people tuning in that didn't know we had all these tips and tricks planned, they were thinking about a mission statement. Schools have mission statements. Yeah. Our Teach Better community has a mission statement. How do you recommend crafting that? You gave us kind of an equation at the very beginning. I'd love for our community to get that again so they can get working on that tomorrow.
Yeah, it's relatively simple. It's kind of like setting up a theory of action, an if-then statement. So if I, Lori McEwen, do X, right? Mm-hmm. So it's or I do X so that the following will happen. So I support districts and educators to think about mastery learning and grow in their approach to mastery learning so that all students will learn deeply and joyfully. So if you come to me with something that is outside that, I may have to say no, because I need it to be aligned to what matters most to me. And that is all students learning deeply and joyfully. So it's, I do this so that, right?
Yeah. And I think that that's really powerful. We've had a lot of people that have been live with us the whole time, reflecting on their goals, reflecting on their why. If you're willing to type out your if mission statement. We would love to see it, to really look at how those are crafted. Lori, if I'm right, I'm really hearing that the if and the next section is kind of the action you're looking to take, right? Whether it be a big step, a small step, whatever that is. And then the then component is kind of where you place your why. It's kind of like a fill in the blank. We're doing a Mad Libs here.
Yeah. If I do this, if I do X, then Y will happen, right?
No, that's so powerful and a really good action step for us. I know we've been able to share so many goals here on the show so far. I cannot wait to see how those are coming. I know that we still have about 5 minutes altogether before we transition into cell phones in the classroom, which makes me so nervous. Lori, can I get your initial thoughts? We've been live for not quite 12 hours yet, but we're in the end here. Us talking about cell phones in the classroom. Any thoughts on the use of technology in schools, kind of prediction on where this direction and where this conversation is going to go? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. So, it's like, I'm almost in, I used to think, but now I think, because I used to think that we should definitely allow them. Right. And I hear teachers though saying it's just too much, because even with our best protocols, we can't make it work. And I've seen the impact on all of us just looking at these things 24/7. And I know that we can't multitask. So I think what I would say about it is, can we find any compromises, right? Kids put them in a bucket when they come in, knowing that there's going to be a point at which they'll be used for education, or a point at which they can use them. I think to limit them all day long in a school, I don't think it makes sense. But I also know that we're seeing, kids are using them, some productively and some not. And we have an obligation to teach students digital literacy, digital responsibility, understanding their footprint, understanding how their words matter. The problem is not really the device.
Right.
The problem is how it's being used.
It's interesting, Lori. I mean, I don't know how next conversation is going to necessarily go either. It's with two educators that I very, very much respect and admire. I think you've really hit the nail on the head that discussing like the extremes of this conversation are really challenging. It's not necessarily one or the other, but finding that balance in the middle and finding ways to be creative to teach our students how to be successful in this space. I know Hedreich Nichols is Miss Tech Coach. She is my go-to when I'm looking for fun, engaging ideas. She also is such an expert in so many other spaces as well. I think she's going to have a lot of different goofy one-liners. That's what I'm predicting. And I'm also excited for her to actually give us those action steps, because to me, I'm all for trying anything in my classroom, once or twice to see what it's like for my students. But I want to know that I have an end result that I can kind of work towards. I think they're going to give us a lot of action steps, which will be really nice here.
Yeah, I'm excited. And it all comes down to our engaging lessons, right? How do we engage kids in that deep and joyful learning? So they're having so much fun that they can't be bothered with the tool. But I do hear from folks that maybe we have to put the tool aside first to get them to the joyful place.
Well, I guess we'll find out in our next segment. We are going to welcome on Katie Miglin and Hedreich Nichols onto our 12-hour live show. Again, they're transitioning into a topic around, if you can't beat them, join them, how to use phones in the classroom. I'm so excited for their tips and tricks. Lori, thank you again for joining me. It was always so fun to chat with you, and I can't wait for the next time we get to discuss another topic.
Same from me. Thanks so much for having me, Ray, and kudos to all of you, and thanks to Education Blueprint for having me on as well.
So fun. Love Education Blueprint. For everyone else, stay right here, but don't forget to use your cell phone to share the feed, because we have a note for our ambassadors, and then we'll be right back.
Hey, ambassadors. I just wanted to take a minute to give you a huge shout out. I know that I tell you all the time how amazing you are, but it's because it's true. Not only are you incredible educators, but you are such amazing human beings. I love the support that you always are giving each other, whether it's in our Boxer group, in our Facebook group, through our email threads. Thank you for being an amazing support system to Megan and I, and to each other, and most importantly, to your students and to your families. You are amazing.
Hey, hey, hey! Happy Saturday. Welcome back. Hedreich, can you believe that they let us go live together?
You know what? I can, but I just want you to know they're watching us. There's this little text thing that I got from Jeff Gargas. It's on Instagram. I just posted it. He said, I see you selfieing over there. Ha ha ha, busted. Yeah, I can see everyone when they're backstage. I'm sneaky like that. So we're being watched. Just want you to know that, so we got to keep it right there.
Yes. I mean, I'm just pretty impressed that I was able to trick them into letting me go live with you, because when your name came up as someone that we need to have for this segment, I was like, oh, I think I could use a lot of what she has to say in the classroom. You should let me interview her. So they totally fell for it. So yeah, even if we're being watched, we can be, professional.
Hey, yo, Gargas.
Okay. I don't know. I think Ray is also maybe a little jealous. So we'll see. Oh, yes. She's giving us feedback. She is. Well, welcome back. We have been live all day, literally all day. I think the sun is officially starting to go down. I think it came up for a brief period of time. I'm not 100% sure, but it has been such an awesome day. Lots of love being dropped in the comments, of course. Hedreich, welcome to your kind of small portion of this day. I know you've been with us for, other 12 hours. I know you've been a part of the Teach Better family forever, but if someone has somehow missed you and they're like, who is this wonderful delight on the screen? Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh, yes. The short version is Hedreich Nichols, author, educator, and host of Small Bites. The long version is EdTech coach for my, I say this very seriously, teacher serving my district as EdTech curriculum specialist, and author of 6 books, one for teachers called Finding Your Blind Spots, available on Amazon or wherever you get fine books, and also 5 that are a part of a Racial Justice in America series designed by Calissa Wing. It's really neat. They're all about Bronzeville in Chicago and Black Centers of Wealth and Harlem Renaissance and just all different kinds of wonderful things that we might not know and that we're not necessarily getting a chance to hear about in our school system. So it's they're great additions to any class library.
Oh, that sounds super interesting.
I'm excited about them.
Yes, I would be too. Well, okay, so I think in your introduction, somewhere you mentioned that you are a digital coach for your district. Can you tell us a little bit about what that job kind of looks like?
Well, I am actually still figuring out that role. Most people, they get together, they have community, a committee, they have meetings, and they do some kind of a one-to-one rollout. Well, we had the pandemic era rollout where it's like make it rain Chromebooks and devices.
Mhm.
And it was just about getting people socially distanced through the car line and shoving computers in car windows. And so I am the EdTech curriculum instruction specialist who gets to go back and kind of put fingers in everybody's pies and see what's missing, what we still need to do. What does our AUP look like? Is it still from 1996? How do we update that? What does it look like to actually implement tech on a daily basis? Because, as I taught tech. So for me, my class was already paperless, no big switch. My kids were already used to being in that environment, but my friends who taught, kindergarten, 2nd grade, they were freaking out because what do you mean my kid has to now join me on a Zoom and what am I supposed to do? So it's about, now that we have those tools, helping teachers integrate them in a way that does make sense to their day and also in a way that makes sense to where we are educationally right now. And I'm going to leave that. That's a big statement. I'm just going to leave that like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, because you kind of said really 2 things. It's not just we threw these devices at students, at families and said, good luck. It's now you're kind of going back and saying, oh, wait, that device actually can be super helpful. That wasn't just a pandemic device, which I think is what, the original, like you said, the car lines, the just get kids connected in a virtual way. But now you're kind of going back and you're saying, let's use this in a positive way to figure out what is relevant to what we're doing. How can we use this to leverage our current teaching practices? And it's so cool that you already had the history of tech, in your background. So now you just kind of get to pivot and, use what we just this, past couple years and kind of get people off the ground with the digital aspects. I think that's so cool.
And I like it because, a lot of what I do, once you get to CMO, you have to do observations and walkthroughs and stuff like that. And a lot of that ends up being kind of like, oh, here, let me restring your cables, or, those kind of hands-on things. And I'm really excited to be able to serve our campus in that way.
Yeah, that is so cool. And I'm excited. I get to spend just 30 minutes with you, which I know is going to go so fast, to talk about phones in the classroom. This was a segment I want you to know that I pushed for, because as a 7th grade teacher, the number one thing I say all day is put your phones away. And so I'm excited to be able to walk out of this. I know. I'm excited to walk out of this segment and feel like I don't have to tell them to put away, because they're going to be able to use it for something constructive for our class. And I think there's so many people, we all notice that the last 2 years, kids had their phone right by them. I mean, mine's literally sitting right here. And I think we have to be able to see that they have it. So we might as well embrace it. And how can we embrace it in a good way? So let's dive in, because I know you and I have talked. We've got a ton of things that we can kind of go off of. But where do you want to start? What do you think is the first thing if someone's thinking, all right, let's do this. Let's dive in. Let's talk about phones. What do you want to do?
I'm hearing what you say all the time. I have to say over and over and over, put your phones away. I'm going to go old school for a minute. You give me about 45 seconds. Okay. Why are you telling children over and over the same thing? Teachers, there is a problem if you have to say something more than once, possibly twice. It's not baseball. It's not 3 strikes. It's not, okay, I'm going to count 1. All right, little Johnny, put it up. 1. I'm counting a 2. I'm going to get to 3. Okay, 2.5. Stop. Just stop. Okay, so there. I'm done fussing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for putting me in my place. Got it.
No, but that's a real thing. We don't set strong boundaries at the beginning. And really, I had a lot of tech, and I always wanted to use tech. I mean, there are so many tools. We're a Chromebook district, and there's a lot of stuff you can do with a Chromebook, but there's a whole lot of stuff you can do with these, and they all come to middle school with them. And so it's a great way to, if I can get Flipgrid here, and they can have something, it's not baseball, but seriously, folks, and they're doing one thing here. They got their Google Doc open here, and then they can do something else with this. I don't work with one screen. And we have them busted down to one screen, and that's awful. But I was literally, when I stand up, I'll go, okay, guys, Chromebooks are 45. And that means their Chromebook screens went to a 45-degree angle. That was one of the beginning protocols that at the beginning of the year, and they knew whatever my thing was, if you hear my voice, clap with me. If you hear my voice, by the time I finished whatever that little thing was, Chromebooks were at 45, and they were looking at me. It's just kind of like it's kind of like kindergarten and stuff. We have those auditory signals. Some teachers use bells. Some teachers use little, visual things on the board, on the projector screen. And like adults, for example, when we know that this particular county always has a police officer on the so-and-so, it trains us to slow down.
That's true.
So we set those same kind of parameters. And usually at the beginning of the year, I end up with somebody's phone in the office because they don't believe me. And, the handbook says I take it up once, I keep it for the day. I take it up twice, I take it to the office, and your mom has to pay $15. That's what the handbook says. And so it's not an optional rule for me. Whatever the school, if they change that, then I will go by that. And so I explain that we use our phones a lot. But in order to do that, we have to actually stick with what your mama signed and what you signed. So you will not see it for the rest of the day. And I know you don't want that. And you certainly don't want your mom to have to get out of car line, park, and come in and pay $15 that she might not have. You're going to get it. And we've had kids whose parents were like, not my problem. And they were just without their phones for a long time. So between good parents and that, it just really started out. They know that phones go down, face down. Okay. We're all distracted. When I have to work, I either leave my phone in another room, I cut it off, or I put it face down so it doesn't light up when I get some kind of a notification. And it's important to teach our kids that, because we do have our phones permanently connected to us. And if they don't learn it now, they will think that it's really okay to be talking. I'm talking to Katie, and yeah, I'm also kind of like,
Yes.
You know, that's what they do in restaurants. My son and I still, when we are at the table, we have dinner together. Like, really, we sit at the table and have dinner together, and our phones are not at the table. So if you set those parameters and you set the expectation, they'll rise to it. And after the first one or two people, I'll get to that one too. The first one or two people, they lose their phone. Boy, by lunch, everybody knows.
Everyone's talking.
Everybody knows, Don, don't pull your phone out. You're going to lose your phone. Say, guys, and I say, you signed the handbook. This is what your parents signed off on. This is what you signed as well. And we just keep it right there. And after that, you know, they're all over campus taking videos and doing their flip grids and all kinds of stuff, because it's their second screen. And it will so much.
I think that's so interesting, because yes, you say set parameters, but there was something you said, I want to make sure we reiterate. You taught them and you continued to teach and practice. And so that it was no longer a repeated, you know, I'm feeling the frustration of I have to repeat it. In your perspective, it's I repeated it at the beginning when I was teaching it, but now we're however many months in and it's a learned behavior. It's a habit. They know when they hear your, you know, little tune, their computers get 45 angle, their phones are down, and they're ready to be engaged. And I think that is so important. I think that's sometimes what we lose is that it's not just you taught it one time, you repeated it and you practiced and practiced and practiced until then there was no question. They knew exactly what the expectation was.
And it was embedded. Like, that was one very super important thing. No, we're not drinking and eating in the class, because especially when I was before pandemic, we had one class set for every class, and that's just gross when you got taki dust all over the.
Oh my gosh, the red fingers are the
barf. So it was don't eat and drink in here, because this is a computer lab and you don't have liquid around cables. It was make sure that you do the phone down thing, the computer down thing, and it was to be kind and encouraging. And there were a couple of other little things, but those were the main things. And they knew that, after that, we're good. We got room, we got fun, we got, we have the parameters set, and we got a lot of room inside them.
So you've got, I'm trying to imagine, I've taught what the expectations are. I'm just trying to think, how can I embrace this idea of a phone? So I've taught it. I feel like we've got this routine down, and you are spot on in that not many adults function on one screen anymore. So why are we expecting the kids, and I don't know about your students' Chromebooks, but our students' Chromebooks are they're little. So, right. And the camera isn't that great usually. And so now we're kind of transitioning. What do you do with the technology? What are you finding is like the most successful? I know you mentioned Flipgrid, you've mentioned a couple things, but when you think of like your go-tos for using that phone and those double screens, what do you think of?
I do so much with video feedback. So it's as far as embedding sound, video in Google Slides. They can use their phones so much better than trying to have all your kids, because a lot of times we don't have a lot of space. I was lucky that I was off the courtyard. So, and I live in Texas, so the weather's nice a lot. So I could kind of like branch out, or I was on the fine arts hall. So, we could kind of branch out, but if you're on the math hall, you can't say just go work in the hall.
No, because there's 20 other kids out there.
Yeah. But right. Oh my God. But if you're talking like that, it's a whole lot easier to get decent sound than it is to try to get into your, so it's much more practical. So I do a lot of embedded video and sound things, a lot of Flipgrid things. Canva is not super phone mobile friendly, but it's gotten a lot better. And in a pinch, you really can, if you need to type on a document, you can edit something together as a team on your phone. You can edit slides on a phone. You can collaborate on a phone. If you are in a hybrid situation, you can Zoom with the people on a phone. I always had about 20 to 25 minute work time, silent independent work time. And the kids got super savvy. And I was like, this is good. This is okay. They would actually, if they had a question they just had to answer, they would chat to one another or they would chat to me. So that's something that if you have a platform that's open, I used Discord for a while at the beginning of the pandemic with my kids because a lot of kids are on Discord. So, there's so many things that you can do with the phone that you don't necessarily think about doing with your Chrome because the kids may not have it. Kids also, my homework is always on a platform where they can do it on their phone because a lot of times I couldn't do my homework because we had to go to my brother's game. Well, how come you didn't get mama's phone? You know how to log in on mom's phone. So it really expands a lot of differences. But like I said, main things, Google Classroom, Google Slides, Google Docs. I don't care for Word's mobile interfaces as much as I like Google's, but it's personal preference. I'm sure that they're fine as well. Canvas, phone. Hughart is my favorite video editing tool. It's really super simple. WeVideo is great for Chromebooks, but Hughart is a very robust free tool that you can do voiceovers, you can edit things together. It's actually easier than the TikTok interface. And TikTok, seriously. So I now, no offense TikTok, but I now upload from Hughart. I mostly edit in Hughart and then upload.
Now, was that just, I'm like writing this down. Hughart, literally the two words put together.
Mm-hmm.
And is it free?
Yeah.
This is, I'm
Title One, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
There we go. That's what it looks like. And the little icon is this little orange thing that you can see over my QR code.
Oh yeah, okay, cool.
So that's my favorite little tool. And those are things that kids, they can put together because they're used to TikTok and Reels. Yeah. They can really put together a great academic video using a phone. Whereas, 5 years ago, kids didn't have they weren't that technically savvy.
Right. Well, and I feel like just in the last year, they were thrown into it. And we, just like we were, that was all they were experiencing. That's all they had. And so they really kind of had to figure it out. And it is interesting as we're kind of getting into stuff, it's funny when I say to kids, do this or make this video. And I don't totally know how they're going to get from my idea to the end result, but they always have a program. They always have a platform. They've always got it figured out. And they're teaching me things, which I think is so cool.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I just did a seminar with Kentucky educators a couple of days ago. And that's what we talked about. We spoon feed our kids. Yeah. They are so much smarter than us. I tell my kids, Alex, hey, I tell my kids, I have to know a lot of things. I cannot be an expert in all the things. So I ask every year, hey, what tool are you using? What are y'all using? Oh, I don't use TikTok. Look, Miss Nichols here. See, this is what I use. And it's like, okay, great. And I always say, don't download anything on your phone unless you have that kind of permission from mom and dad, et cetera, et cetera. I go. That's one of the things we're updating with our AUP. Right. But they know a whole lot of tools, and it's okay for them to demonstrate and stand up and show us how to use those things. And then I have them also make a video to show us how to do it that I then upload to our LMS so that all the kids can have access to it. So yeah, use your students. They are such wonderful resources.
That's amazing. It's great that I'm with you now. But this morning I was live with Kimberly Carthens, and she talked about giving the kids the autonomy. So it's so great that both my segments, both of you are basically saying, let go of the control, let them figure it out. They're going to end up being rock stars, which I think is so awesome.
And rewrite your standards. I was talking about how when I read standards, most of us, even if you've taught the same content for a couple of years, okay, you know what it's meaning. But the first time you read a standard, it's like, wait, what?
It is.
It's like, who wrote this? You know what I mean? Somebody who obviously didn't know that I do not have time, 5 minutes to unpack one standard to figure out what you meant and how you meant it. If y'all are listening, I do mean it offensively. Come on, y'all, do better. Anyway, when we have that, rewrite it for your kids. Hey guys, this is what we need to do. How do you want to learn this? Oh, I can make a video. Great. Oh, super. I can make a Prezi. Okay, great. Super. I can make a Flipgrid. Okay, super. I can make a book creator book. Okay, super.
Oh my gosh.
Go for it. And
That's so cool.
I get to be the no teacher in those 2 or 3 things, and then after that, I get to be the yes teacher. You know,
Yeah, that's true.
that
That's
is
so
cool
true.
thing.
Wow, I cannot believe I just looked at the time. We only have like 11 minutes left, which is so crazy. I do want to just take a quick pause just because I'm really bad at forgetting and I don't want Ray to yell at me. But I do want to highlight some of our giveaways we've got. I know all day we've been kind of sharing out the link of the teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. But some of the things that we are giving away during this segment I'm super excited about. We've got a ton of Classroom Q Pro accounts, we've got 10 of those to give away. We have a $25 gift card to BGE's Tabletop Games, which you've never heard of them. They are a company. I actually went and kind of looked at them, and there's a ton of games out there that I incorporate in my classroom that are like things that I've played with my family, would never have thought to incorporate in a classroom, like tons of cool stuff. And then we've got Happy Teacher Handbook and so many more things. So if you haven't checked out the giveaway website, please make sure you do that. Put your name on the list so that we can get you some good giveaways. Just there, because there's so much. We could talk about that forever too. But all right, so here's my number one question that when we're talking about all things tech, primarily though phones, this is what I struggle with. You give them the opportunity to use their phone and they leave, or they're, it's an off task, unstructured moment, and you see them on all the things, TikTok, texting, they're doing all the things you don't want them to do. How do you find that balance where it's educational and they're creating those super cool videos like you talked about, but there's that, that's that balance. How do you address that?
Strong timeline. Same way I address it with myself. It's like, I have 30 minutes to get this done. Do I really have time to be on TikTok? And I saw you on TikTok. You know that's not what you're supposed to be doing. And I am still grading your paper in 15 minutes. This is still due in 15 minutes. And usually I put up like my LMS. I keep it up so that as people turn in, it pops up. And it showed, like, for example, we use Schoology, and Schoology shows you the top half, the kids who've turned it in, and the bottom half, the kids who have not yet turned it in. And so, hey, I see. Thank you so much, Jaren, Kelly, Susie, Lucy. Wonderful, amazing work. Okay, I still need work from Jorge, Amanda, Selena. And it's there. It's visual. It's up on the board. The assignment is up on the board, and so is who's turned it in and who hasn't turned it in. And that's kind of neat. And those who turn it in, then I'm okay. You can't film in my class because everybody doesn't want you don't have permission for anyone here to film. And we also make sure, again, an AUP update thing. But yeah, they can then go on a TikTok, or they can maybe go on, I've had kids, okay, y'all did so good, great, awesome work, go get in the corner, let's film a TikTok. And that's okay. But everybody else is then, wait, I got it. Because at the end of the day, or at the end of whatever the assignment period is, I'm going to send information home and say, hey, parents, these students have not gotten so-and-so and so done. Please have them completed. The late turn-in date is on Monday. And, honestly, I accept late work and that kind of thing. But, I act like I don't.
Right. So when you're saying, you kind of just set the expectation of the work is still due. And if you're going to make the choice to be on X, Y, and Z, you're losing class time. But what I'm hearing you say, and I think it's an interesting, and maybe, could be even questioned, is the idea that like a student has to kind of learn their time management skills. Now, do you find that there are certain groups maybe that you have to teach them a little bit? Because I'm thinking, there are some kids who they can learn. I have 5 extra minutes in class. I can get on TikTok or whatever. And then the next class I can rein it back in and get back on task. But I know that some of my students, the second they open one of those social media platforms, they are gone, and they have, they're completely disengaged and they lose track of their time. So do you feel like you've had to kind of teach them over the years of like how to manage that and kind of be responsible with it? Or is it kind of just a learned behavior?
Usually I work with, again, the power of student control. I usually work with groups. So every pod has a 5 kid pod, and every pod has a manager. And
Okay.
you would be surprised at how little I have to say at all. Because, boy, get off TikTok. We're supposed to be finished with this, and you're supposed to, you haven't.
So then you don't have to do anything.
No.
You're
And
amazing.
shout out to Jarrell White. He was a teacher who he was my dean, and I reported to him. He taught tech for many years before going into admin. And when the first time he told me about that plan, I thought, oh my God, kids can't do that. That's just not gonna work. And I said, like, why not try it? Let's just try it. Oh my God, revolutionized my life. I had so much less to do after school. This is the teak. How do you want to show learning? Great. Hey, look it up online. Look, tea.k12. Blah, blah, blah. That's where all the standards are. Check the site out. You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
And so I don't have to say a lot, because they know that Susie is going to be a whole lot harder on them than I am, because Susie wants to get a good grade. And the captains are usually those kids who are very competitive, and they do not want to look kind of like, don't embarrass me in public kind of a thing.
Right.
They got it in hand.
Wow, you've kind of rocked my world. I mean, I've given them a little bit of that, but I think I need to let go even more and kind of put more in their hands, which is something I think we hear all the time, and it's the hearing it and then putting it into practice is where, sometimes there's the disconnect, but that's powerful. Now, one thing we only have about 4-ish minutes, but one thing I want you to share, because you and I talked about it when we met a couple weeks ago. And I think this is something that most teachers could do, no matter if they're feeling super comfortable with phones or not, is QR codes. You have can you give us kind of a 2-minute talk about QR codes and how do you incorporate them in the classroom?
All right. Anything that they do research in, anything I'm going to do a gallery walk, anything that you can do a QR code for every kind of assignment. If it's, if you share a Word document, a Google Doc, a slide, a Prezi, some kind of a research thing that they pull from the internet, anything that they do, they create themselves or that they pull together, you can make a QR code out of it. And it's simple. You take whatever the link in the bar is, and you go to, my favorite is the QR reader.
Okay.
No, the QR generator. Sorry, the QR generator.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they go to that one, you put the URL in, and then you copy. They just switched it so you don't click on the actual QR code. There's a little copy, a little circle with the little 2 thingies, copy above it. And you click on that, and then you put that wherever. You could actually have kids read QRs phone to phone. That's my business card.
Okay.
And you can also print out different QR codes and put them all over the room and do your gallery walk that way. And then kids use their phones and they look at stuff. I always ask for feedback. That's how I teach them to do their own feedback loops, 2 stars and a wish or something similar. I did a Black History Month contest one time. I did all my month doors in QR codes. Kids could actually go by and they could tell me about whoever it was, because it's just a QR code. So they don't know anything. It's like, oh, let me look. Oh, Miss Nichols, yeah, you had, Eleanor Kohler. She was like the first Hispanic astronaut. Yeah, like that. Yeah. And it's really neat because they have a reason to pull out their phones. Now, I will say this. You have to talk to your team. Because if teachers in the building are struggling with the no phones thing, and you got a bunch of kids standing in front of your door with their phones out when they're not supposed to have their phones out in the hall, you have to manage it in the way that is most appropriate for your school building.
Oh my gosh!
No throwing, no backstabbing teachers, other teachers.
Right. Wow, this was jam-packed, and I hope that people are able to take away I know I took away some awesome things just to be able to quickly incorporate those phones in a beneficial way where they're actually learning and it's something they already have on them. And I feel like just some of the few things you said about dual screens and their Chromebooks, I just think have been such a good reminder for us. So thank you, Hedreich, for joining us. I am so excited to keep this kind of momentum going. We have a Some Dog sponsored segment with Ray and Alexia Perkins, which I don't know if you've connected with her, but oh man, she brings all the energy. She was on a daily drop-in and I was like, man, I am ready to start my day, because she was just so ready to go. So I'm excited we had you, and then we're jumping into her. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for letting me trick Ray and Jeff into this, and have a great night. And the rest of you, stay tuned for the next segment.
I have loved it. Hey everyone, welcome back to 12 Hour Live. I am here with Alexia Perkins, and I just need to complain right off the bat, friends. It is Saturday, February 26th. We've been live forever. This is 12 Hour Live. Alexia, did you know they only gave us a half an hour to talk?
I know. I said, listen, I've been telling everybody we need at least a good hour. I don't know who's behind this, who I need to speak to, but I'm like, this is so much.
Honestly, I want you to know that I have been looking at the schedule. Katie Miglin, Jeff Gargas, all the members of the Teach Better team, they busted their butt to get this going. Our sponsors made it all possible. But hold up, we only get a half an hour. I'm sorry, we'll be going overtime.
Yes, it's going to take us a half an hour to catch up and see how everything's going, to get the momentum going. You know, it's like we have a thing now, and this is a heavy topic. It is a heavy and relevant topic, and I'm so excited to talk about it because I just feel like every educator they're gonna get enlightened from this topic, and that's why I wanted to make sure I brought my A game. I've been preparing and taking notes and talking to every educator that I know, because truthfully, this is a topic that's hitting education hard right now, and so every teacher is feeling it. It really is. So I'm excited to dive in, but I'm like, it's so heavy, and we only have 30 minutes. Like,
yeah, I would like to start a petition in the chat. If you are live with us, we need you to just type your first name or your nickname to say that you'll sign the petition that Alexia and I are going
yes.
over time. So
yes.
For your names, I'll be counting them up. How many do you think we need? Like 1 million signatures?
1 million. I would say minimum. Minimum is 1 million. Okay. Yeah, minimum is 1 million.
As we get ready for that. That'll be good. Yeah. I do want to give a shout out. Some Dog sponsoring this segment. We'll get into some incredible giveaways for them.
Yes.
And if people aren't connected to you, will you please introduce yourself so people get to know you?
I would love to. This just makes me humbled every time, because I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to introduce myself. Never in a million years I thought I had to do that. So my name is Alexia Perkins. I am a second grade teacher, which is the best grade. You know, I have to say that's my tagline. Every time I introduce myself, that's my tagline. I'm a second grade teacher here in Virginia. I call my students my perky pupils, and I love them. It's a play on my last name, and so I pondered that name for a while. I am passionate about education. I'm dedicated. I come from a long list of educators. My aunt was an educator. My cousin was an educator. And I just have a family full of educators. My dream was, I've always dreamed to be an educator. It was solidified in 5th grade. With my 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Bryant, who I'm still in contact with now. Hopefully she's watching. I sent her the link last night or the night before, and so hopefully she's watching. But honestly, that's when my dream was solidified, and I could not see myself doing anything else but being in education. And so I'm on Instagram. I am social, so my Instagram handle is right down here. Perks of an Educator. And that's where I kind of use the bulk of my time. I am on Facebook and Twitter. However, Instagram is like where I am, you know, when you get a screen report at the end of the week and it tells you, you know, you've been on the phone for 91 hours. And I'm like, what? That's all from Instagram. So anyhow, I think that's me. This is my third year in teaching. I am a late bloomer to the game, so I'm not the young 21 out of college. And I kind of took the long way to get there, but here I am. So this is my third year. And it just keeps getting better. Like I just every day is more exciting and I get fulfilled and I just love it. I really do. I could talk about it for hours. So you probably have to stop me. Just do like a little finger or something like this. We need to move
I'm not
on.
stopping you because friends, you can feel this energy. This happens every single time I talk to you. Every single time you're live with our community, people just DM me after and they're like, she is amazing. I'm like, I know your passion oozes out. Guys, this is the moment where you like flood with green hearts because that's our way to snap and show love and appreciation. So I want to fill our comments with green hearts as we get started because this energy is infectious. Alexia, I know you have a lot planned. Here's our plan. Because we got half an hour that we're going to use it. A million signatures. Heather said she's starting a spreadsheet for our petition. So I'm like,
yes, Heather.
Exactly. So we have a little giveaway that we are going to mention like halfway through. So stick with us as we get started. I know you've prepared some tips and tricks, but for those of you who are tuning in and you may not even know what this segment's about, this important topic we have to discuss is all about balancing expectations and learning gaps. So when we invited you to talk about this, what were your initial thoughts?
I said, wow. Well, my first initial thought was in shock that you guys asked me to come speak. And then I said, wow, because like I said, this topic is such a heavy hitter. It's so relevant to every educator. This topic has to resonate with every educator across the nation, truthfully, because that is I don't want to say the struggle, but that is kind of what we're doing this year, trying to balance those expectations and close those learning gaps, which the learning gaps kind of got bigger when the pandemic hit. And although we did virtual teaching, it's nothing like being in the classroom, right? There's nothing like sitting at a desk and having face-to-face with your teacher every single day. I personally was one of the ones like, we need to be in school, open the doors, these kids need it, you know? And I know everyone had different views, but I truthfully believe, and now we're seeing it, right? We're back into the building where, the standards haven't changed, which is why this conversation is relevant. I remember I was having a conversation with my dad one day at the beginning of the year, and I'm just like, I guess I must have had a heavy look on my face. And he says, what's going on? Like, I'm like, work, oh my gosh, it's just this year is insane. And he says, well, what could make it better? And no one ever asked me that. And in that moment, the first thing that came to my brain is if the district would change the curriculum. That's the first thing that came to my brain, because that's what the challenge comes in, is that the curriculum is still the same, even though the kids aren't, right? The kids haven't been in school for a year and a half. We were out for a year and a half, but when I say out, like virtually, right? And so the curriculum didn't change. The standards are still here. But on the flip side of that, I love a good challenge. And so I kind of love like working towards the standards, but it is challenging. So when I first heard about the topic, I'm like, whoa, all right, I got to come with my A game, because this is, it's one that is very pertinent to today.
Absolutely. And I think I love that about 12-Hour Live. We've tried to find this balance between moments where we can giggle. I don't know if you caught Brain Break, but let's just say there was a lot of laughter on some humming situation that we got going on. But we've also been able to touch on some really hard-hitting topics, and they've blended together beautifully. I'm excited that we get to tackle this one together for the next 20 minutes, because it's not like it's important, but it does go into everything we've discussed and the boost of energy as we close out 12-Hour Live. We still have about like an hour and a half left after our segment. Exactly what I needed. So brought this topic to you. I know I told you, I really want to make sure we provide our community action steps. What can we do, rather than just talking about the learning gaps, rather than just saying this is a problem, maybe we should all just quit. What can we actually do?
That's an option.
Yeah, right? That would not be a good idea.
Yes. I do have 3 action steps. I want to say, and not to take up time, I reached out when this question came to me, because the magnitude of it, because it's so important. I reached out to about 8 to 10. I'm not going to name everybody because I'll miss somebody, but 8 to 10 of my trusted educator friends that are just walking wealths of knowledge, right? And so I reached out to them and I'm like, hey, I'm doing this podcast. This is the question. And so many people got back to me, but so many people were like, I need to think about that, right? Because it's one of those topics that's just not a surface level topic. Like this is one that you really have to dig into and think about. And, you know, every educator has pushed and shift themselves to make sure we're meeting the needs of our students. And so my 3 action steps are probably ones that you are doing and don't even realize, or some that you're not doing and that are easy to do, because the thing about it is we didn't have time before, right? We don't have, 7 hours goes by like this in class, and so, or in a day. And so what I have written down is something that you can utilize now. I always like to have big takeaways, like something I could use now, something I could take home with me now and, kind of implement. And so the 3 action steps that I have are that something that you can take now, something that you're probably even using, but you can kind of spin it to make it your own, best meet your students. Whatever your demographics are, you can best meet your students.
All right, so we are going to overwhelm people with really, really beautiful ideas coming up here. So please make sure as you are live with us, you are sharing this stream. Take little tidbits, whether you pull an action step as you quote the stream, as you share it on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, or maybe you grab like an idea that you really like, a question you have, and share it out. We're here to be active participants and not just consumers in this conversation. So Alexia, hit us with the first one. What are we talking here? We're trying to solve all the world's problems in 30 minutes. We got it.
We got it. Oh, come on, Ray. We got this. There's nothing. What? So the first one, and this is one that I do, but this is also one that a lot of my educator friends gave to me, is about spiraling that review, spiraling what you already have, kind of integrating it into everything. And so because you teach something, at the beginning of the year in August or September, whenever you start, it doesn't just stop there, right? You kind of have to keep, mastering or pulling it in. But what I suggest and what I have been doing, I'm sure a lot of educators have been doing, is I'm a 2nd grade teacher. So I've been pulling from 1st grade and kindergarten standards. If you're in middle school, kind of pulling from those standards before, and the same with high school, whatever grade you are, but just kind of spiraling it into your instruction. What does that mean? So every single day that you're with your students, don't just, once you're finished teaching a topic, move on to the next, integrate it into your next thing. Every single day, I do mine with morning work. And I'm in 2nd grade, and a lot of people aren't a big fan of morning work, but I'm like, these kids got to learn. You know what I mean? They have to learn, whether it's morning work, whether it's a quick write, they're centers. So that I do a lot of centers, and even with whatever grade level you're on, however you teach, however the students independently learn, make sure you're kind of spiraling that review by sticking what they have already learned in there, right? Don't just focus on what you're learning now. Bring everything back in. And so it's refreshing them. They're keeping it. And if they missed it last year, if they missed it while they were virtual, then it's, it may be new to them, but for us, it's like we're spiraling in, but they could be grasping a new skill. Never take a moment for granted. Never take a moment for granted, whether you can integrate it into, like I said, their morning work or their independent time for any grade level is where you're going to get your biggest bang for your buck. Where you can kind of teach it, but that's where they kind of take the information and fly on their own, right? And then once you grade, sorry, go ahead.
No,
brewing, girl.
I love this, and I really appreciate this. Is such a good reminder to me. I think 90% of teachers are like, yeah, I already do that, but I appreciate the reminder. I'm gonna make sure I put that into my work next week. But I will tell you, gosh, that's a good reminder for me. Sometimes I, as a middle school math teacher, forget that spiraling is so important, because our content builds on itself. Whereas reading or writing, those are the people that spiral their work. And so now we're looking here and saying, we don't care what you teach. We don't care what subject or grade level. You can always find ways to pull in topics, these interdisciplinary units, these ability to bring in these ideas. And it's just a reminder to students, or a full interdisciplinary circle around. These are good things that we have the power as teachers to take on. I love that.
Absolutely. And it's the term, when you were saying that, what popped in my head is use it or lose it, right? Because some students do have already mastered it, right? The bulk of them have not, especially when for us, like just bringing in the last grade level, stuff that they missed, right? Stuff that teachers had to hit quick because we didn't have time. We had to move on. So perhaps you got it, perhaps you didn't. We got to move on, right? And so for us this year as educators, we could just pull it back in every single day. It doesn't have to be long. It could be a center. It could be a quick check. It could be if you're virtual, you could do a digital assignment. It could be their homework. Just bring it in. It could be, all right, boys and girls, pop quiz, whatever this is on, and nothing that stresses out the students, but something that gets them thinking and that they're utilizing it.
Well, and I love that focus. I mean, we're talking here about learning gaps, and a lot of this is really focused on, I love this, not stressing students out, but bringing it to the forefront of their minds.
Yes,
how can we keep
absolutely.
it relevant? Use it or lose it. Man, you are speaking my language.
Oh,
we have 2 more big suggestions. I want to
Yes.
get to the second, and then I think we're going to pause for a giveaway, because I think our crew is eager for a giveaway by our
Yes, I love a good giveaway. I wish I could win. I'm like, giveaway. Okay,
there's so many today. I can't even keep up. We're giving away over 100 giveaways today. Isn't that insane?
That's amazing.
12
I
hours.
was honestly slightly jealous. I was like, oh, I wish I wasn't presenting. I want to be a part of the giveaways. I want to win something.
How about this? We'll get you signed up for all the others. Some dog, because
Okay.
on this segment, you may not be able to win, but I get it. I get it.
Yes. All right, the next one, progress tracking and progress monitoring, right? So what that means is collecting data on every single thing you do. Now, is it going to be a little more time consuming? Perhaps. Is it just a quick check where you write down they got it or they didn't do it? Perhaps. However, if you initially assess your students, right? See where they are. That's your baseline. That is like that's your lesson plan. This is where I need to start with this kid, this kid, this kid. This is where I need to meet them, right? And if you're progress monitoring everything, you can kind of see the growth or the decline, or if they're stagnant, right? And so that comes in kind of bridging that gap, because we're trying to close the gap, right? That's the intention, is to close the gap. But if we are not tracking their progress, how do we know? How do we know if they're getting it? How do we know if they're retaining it? And it's something that we should do anyway, but I think we have to be more intentional about the progress monitoring and how we're tracking that data. I think it's important, even the small things, like, can they, I'm a second grade teacher, so my brain is like, can they put a capital? Do they know pronoun? Can they double, but for any grade level, just kind of doing a quick check. Your binder could just be something that you check off. Have your standard. I'm a very big on standards. I look up my standards all the time. So I'm looking at my standards and, checking this. And that's as easy as, hey, Johnny, what is such and such and such? It's this, or, oh, I don't know. All right. So checker X. So I need to hit Johnny with this, or I need to hit this group with this, or this is something that I need to reinforce. Also, our district does it. I don't know if every district does it. Pre-assessments, right? Pre-assessments is something I learned in college, didn't necessarily implement, but there's power in pre-assessments, right? I love when I give a kids a pre-assessment. They're like, we don't know this. Oh, I know. That's the point. Like, just do it. Let's see, right? And those pre-assessments here's what it can do. It shows you what you know, right? Shows you what they know. So maybe you can skip that first standard because they have mastered it. And now you can spiral, bring something else in. You can kind of hone in, where they really need that instruction, instead of, it kind of helps you with your time too.
Well, and that's what I was saying. These two go together so well. One is spiraling content in that is valuable and important for your students to keep at the forefront of their minds.
Right.
The other is to understand when and if you need to review something, which gives you like the gift of time, right?
Yes.
Back if they don't need it taught. And the other is progress monitoring can look different at every grade level. Progress monitoring at the elementary level may be slightly more guided. Progress monitoring at an upper elementary, middle school, high school level. We talk about this all the time on the Teach Better team. That's something that you can give to the ownership of the students to help them progress monitor themselves as well. Yes. So we have a lot of strategies. If you are looking to progress monitor, there's so many tools and resources out there to spend a little bit more time. I know, but like with intentionality. You know what I mean?
Yes. That is it. Intentionality. We have to be, to me, that's the word of the year. We don't have, as before we had more flexible time, right? We got to get we have curriculum and these kids have learning gaps, balancing expectations and learning gaps. You see how I did that? But we have to get these kids where they need to be. So time is of the essence. It really is. We don't have a second to waste. And so it's just, making it fun too, like not to burn we do a lot of work as teachers, right? And my brain is always working like every day. I leave every day like, did I do right by my kids? Did they take something home? You know, I'm always thinking about, okay, what can I do differently? And being flexible too. I think if it's not working, you got to be okay with changing it, scrapping it, throwing it out the window, and making sure you're meeting their needs, right? You have to be okay with that because, you know, especially with the nature of our students right now, without being in school for a year, you have to think. That's, you know, fine motor, that's writing, that's day-to-day, you know, math practices, that's day-to-day science practices, reading practices, literacy are big too, literacy and math. How many kids do you think were really reading every single day that they were doing with us in school? How many kids do you think were practicing that algebra or that calculus or those math facts or whatever every single day like they would with us in school, right? The world was at uproar. No one knew what to do. Parents didn't know what to do. Teachers didn't know what to do. So the students, they were like the collateral damage. If you think about it, we were trying to figure out life. So education kind of took the back seat to a lot of things. You know, if you think about families of multiples and things like that. So the things that I don't want to say take for granted, but like the things we teach every single day, those are things that these babies didn't get, whether they're middle school, high school, elementary school. Those are things that they did not get. They couldn't go up to their teacher and ask a question. They couldn't talk to their peers and say, hey, I don't understand this. Can you help me on the upper level? Can you help me dive into this a little bit more? They didn't go to study groups. They weren't pulled for remediation. They had mom and dad or themselves if they were upper, you know, middle school and high school, and they had to figure it out. You know, the teacher was on the screen, and I learn better in the classroom. I know everyone's different. I personally learn better in the classroom. You're right there with your teacher. You know, lessons can go awry. You know, you're teaching is one thing, then this idea comes into your head, or a student says something and you build upon that. So like I said, I'm a firm believer of being in the building. And then you have support staff. We have support staff in our school. We have paraeducators. I was a paraeducator before I became a teacher. It's the best job I've ever had in my life. But you have that support staff. So, you know, Miss Such and Such, Johnny is kind of wavering here. Can you pull him? Right? We didn't have that virtually. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that it's utilizing that time. And that wasn't even a third point, but I'm going to slide that one in there. Utilizing your time to your best ability, whether that's reaching out for support to families. My parents this year, I have sent so many, hey, new thing we're doing. Hey, we're trying this now. Hey, this is what's going on. Hey, we're doing, you know, because you see where your kids are and you just have to change things. You really have to change things. And so I think kind of utilizing your time to the best of your ability for your students. They are the center. They are the focus. They are why we are doing this. And nothing else, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You may be stressed at the end of the day, but
well, sure.
Yeah,
sure. But doing the good work, which is what I love. Alexia, I do want to highlight, we have so much that we could build on this topic. I have multiple things I want to get to, including your last tip and trick, because people are eating up your suggestions in the comments. Love when Alexia Perkins can join anything Teach Better related. I already also have a text thread coming through of looking for me to have you commit to coming to the conference live so you can't say no. So there's a lot going on. I know. First and foremost, though, I do want to give a shout out to Some Dog. For those of you who are not familiar, we love Some Dog. We are such an advocate for the work being done there. It's a company based out of Scotland, and we actually have some Teach Better family members that now work for that team, and we love celebrating the good work being done. Thank you to Some Dog for their sponsorship for this segment. Some Dog graciously contributed 3 K-8 math subscriptions. So this is something that you can go submit to win over on our giveaway website, which is at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaway, 12-hour giveaway. And that is going to be where you can sign up to win one of the Some Dog class accounts. We love being able to gift that to all of you. And thanks to Some Dog, we can make it happen. We have only a few more minutes with us. So here's my plan. I need you to commit live in front of the whole world that you are coming to the Teach Better conference somehow.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. When is it? I don't even care. I'm there. Sign me up. You heard it here.
I will tell you, it's October 14th and 15th. We are figuring out how to make sure you are there because we have our whole community that's going to be dying to hear you
I'm
share
excited.
your insight. So
yes,
we'll have to submit a session that our proposals open on March 1st, coming up here soon. So we're very excited.
yay! Look at Megan. Look at all those green hearts.
Megan Wells is the beginner, the starter, the queen of the main heart of the green heart. She started that. So she's awesome.
Love her. Look at her. My heart is just bursting. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of love. I love it.
If you guys want to learn more about the Teach Better Conference, you can head over to teachbetterconference.com for that information, including, obviously, that proposals open March 1st. We also shared a lot about the conference and a few spoilers earlier on the show when I was live with Jeff. Alexia, I know that we only have a few more minutes. I'm going to try to squeeze in 2 goals. I want to be able to give our network ways that they can connect with you, because there's no way that this was enough. And then I also want to hear that third tip and trick about working towards bettering these learning gaps.
Those gaps. Yes,
all
absolutely.
you, girl. Which you want to go
with? Do you want me to go with the third one?
Yeah.
I'm like ready. I'm like, I got to talk fast. Okay. So this one is kind of big. You may think that you're already doing it, and it's something that could help, is that small group instruction, but catering it to district level standards, right? So when you're in small group, you're teaching, what the curriculum says, or catering to the students. This group is here, this group is here. I have started utilizing that time to teach my main focuses, what I'm teaching in reading, what I'm teaching in math, what I'm teaching in science overall. So once you get into small group, you're kind of tailoring to, their reading level or their this or that. I'm bringing in everything at that table, whether it takes, it does take some time, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. You could speak for the middle school and high school level, but for elementary, it's kind of just making sure that time is yielded to closing those gaps. Like, this is what I need you to know. And it may not necessarily be on their level. So it's kind of, think of it like extending that whole group learning time, extending that whole group learning time and putting it into your small group to kind of, really cater, hone in and cater to what the students are learning. I wrote some notes down. I'm sorry. I wrote some notes down here, but it's basically so that students can understand the higher level information or thought-provoking information that's being taught, whole group and the small group. So you can kind of make sure that they're getting it, because you teach it whole group and we think we have the gift of time and then we move on, right? And these kids, they're just not, they're not getting it. So making sure that you are kind of filtering it in at your small group table, which is where you have the most intimate time, where you get the most bang for your buck. And so I would say, I don't know for middle and high school, I don't know if you guys do like groups or teacher-based groups, but that would be, where you could implement that into
all these things have gone together beautifully. We've discussed the value of finding time by better understanding our students, pre-assessment, progress monitoring. Those strategies, while time consuming to some extent, actually free up your ability to do better strong groups, to do better time to really personalize your conversations with students. Those are all really valuable steps.
Right. And celebrating the small victories. That is something that's important to me, because I think some students already feel the shift more than we do, right? They feel that they're behind. And so if they are grasping something, or they latch onto something, or they retain something, celebrating it. I am so proud, because then what does that do for them? Oh my gosh, I got it. All right, I can do this, right? And then they're now motivated to kind of take the next step, and they're motivated because they're like, some may already feel defeated. Some may already know it's a struggle for them. Like, our expectations are here, even though you've missed 1.5 years of school, you need to be here, Johnny, come on. Right. And so, just kind of, you know what, you did an amazing job on that. You really grasped that. And then that goes for any level, middle school, high school, elementary, they like that feedback from their teachers. And we have to be intentional by that, because time goes on and you don't think about it. But that's been something I've challenged myself to do this year. You know what? And it may be all over the place, but I'm going to find that one thing that you did and say, you know what? That's an amazing job. Yeah. You did great. You mastered that. Aren't you proud of yourself? Just kind of building your students up and
Well,
just celebrating those times.
I love that as a final reminder, because I not only want to celebrate you, like
So
Dylan was half an hour, but I want to celebrate our community because they're about to connect with you if they haven't connected with you yet. And that makes me so happy because I'm a better educator because I've connected with you. And I'm so excited for our Teach Better family members to take on that journey. So please go connect with Alexia over on Instagram. She's doing good things, and we can't wait to continue to celebrate all that you're doing, Alexia. It's always so good to talk to you.
Thank you. You as well. That really means a lot to me. I'm so excited about being here. I told everybody in my life, so hopefully all 32 people in my life are on today.
I'm sure they are. And don't forget, this is also saved in Teach Better Academy. So even if you're jumping in now, if you've missed any part, you can catch these saved after the fact on the platforms they streamed, or even in our academy, all segmented up. Alexia, we had to say goodbye here, but we do want to thank Sumdog for sponsoring this segment. It was epic, energy filled. I cannot wait to continue finding ways to bring you in to our Teach Better family. We are headed next to an administrator focus session. It's all about our leadership style. So we're kind of discussing like giving support versus holding, which is a really, really, really important topic. It is with two gentlemen that I quite admire, and I cannot wait for you guys to see all their insights next hour. And then we have one more half an hour left. So let's see you, friends. We'll be right back.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Ask me about my blog. Well, it's not exactly my blog, but it's the Teach Better blog. Every single day, there's 1 to 2 posts published that will grow your brain and touch your heart at the same time. Go check it out.
Good evening. We are heading into the 12th hour of the 12-hour live here on the Teach Better Team 12-hour live, streaming live all day long on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. You're with Brad Hughes, and I am welcoming into our space an incredible school leader. We're going to dive into leadership styles and leading with love, Dr. Marcus Belin. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Brad, what's up? How are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm energized by all the learning, Marcus, that's been taking place today. I'm fired up to be talking with you, and I'd love to start out by asking you to tell our viewers who you are, where you are, and what you do.
Well, my name is Dr. Marcus Belin. I serve as the principal of Huntley High School in Huntley, Illinois, about an hour northwest of Chicago. Student population of just about 3,000 students, so it's a little city, and it's so much fun. Also serve as the president of Illinois Principals Association as the president. So, man, I'm excited to be here, and Brad, thanks for having me on.
Really excited about our pre-chat. We got shared some ideas about digging into leadership styles, and I want to start off by saying that both of us are school leaders, and not only do we lead, but we also attempt to bring out the leadership in others. And I hope that part of our conversation can be appealing and of interest to our teacher leaders as well as our admin leaders. What do you think about that?
Man, this is the more that we can appeal to the community, and the more the people who are looking for this, to be in this role, the people who are in it currently or what have you, who've been in the game for a while, like this is it.
Outstanding. And speaking of principals, Marcus, we are giving away the book Becoming Principal, a leadership journey and the story of school community by Dr. Jeffrey Prickett, a friend of ours, a friend of the Teach Better family, as well as Inside the Principal's Office, a leadership guide to inspire reflection and growth by Charles Williams, another friend of ours, and The Magic of Growth Mindset by Dr. Eric Youngman. We've said it a few times. We're going to say it again here, Marcus. You can zip over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. That's 1-2 hour giveaways, plural, register to win. And you could be eligible to win these prizes. Incredible takeaways in these books, and I hope incredible takeaways for all of you in our conversation tonight, Marcus. And as principal and as contributor to the Illinois State Principals Association, how are you leveraging your personal and professional networks to improve your practice and therefore improve outcomes for kids?
Man, Brad, that's a great question. First off, Becoming Principal, awesome book. Dr. Jeff Prickett, we work in the same conference right down the street from me. Great dude. So, but just in the work that I do professionally and just being able to network and connect with people like that is the foundation of growth for me. If you had to ask me 10 years ago, like, hey, where are you going to be 10 years from now? Like, I don't know. But I got on Twitter back in 2006, and I think I sent my first tweet like 5 or 6 years later after getting the account. Like, I didn't know what this thing was, and I feel like I've missed 5 to 6 years of being able to connect and network with people, because that has been the foundation that has helped me learn and grow as a school leader. Leading a building of 3,000 did not come easy. It isn't easy, but just learning from people and staying connected across the world has been what pours into me and what fills my cup. So that's what I love about being able to connect, as well as being president of Illinois Principals Association and 6,000 members strong. So just being able to connect with school leaders across the entire state of Illinois and be able to get answers and resources and learn from other people whenever I need is amazing. So.
Well, when we talk about leadership styles, I know that we can't develop our leadership styles without acknowledging the people that pour into us, whether it's a professional association, whether it's your own faculty, or whether it's your personal contacts, Marcus, like your friends and family. Tell us a little bit about your family life and how the energy that you get from your family translates into better outcomes for your leadership.
Okay, so I got 3 little people at home. Mackenzie is my middle child. She's 6. She's my firecracker. Malia is my 8-year-old. She's all about life, right? Like she's excelling very quickly, very mindful about things. And then Makai is my 3-year-old, who he's smarter than me some days. And I definitely see me in him, and they keep me on my toes. They're awesome kids who keep me grounded. And I think this past few years, just being in a pandemic and seeing them grow as school-aged kids has helped me become a better leader, because I look at them and some of the struggles that they've had, and as well as some of the successes that they've had as young people living in this crazy society that we've lived in for the past couple of years. And it's challenged me to be better and to do better for kids, because what I expect of my kids going into somebody's classroom or into somebody's school building, like that's what people expect of me as a school leader. And so I need to be there to perform. I need to help my staff perform. I need to support my staff, because we're giving to young people every single day. And because the craziness has happened doesn't mean that life for them and the growing for them doesn't stop, right? And so whether it's 3,000 kids or my 3 at home, it's 24/7.
I agree with you. I think a key aspect of our role is sheltering and protecting those that we serve from distractions from their work. So as a dad, as a parent, as a partner, you're doing all you can to keep the lid on things at home and keep things positive, and sheltering them from aspects of your work, which may be distracting to your family life. And likewise, at your campus, you are serving others, and you're serving to protect others and make sure that they're focused on what's possible in their work. And I wonder if focusing on what's possible, letting people know what's possible, might just be a key aspect of your leadership style. Would you be willing to dig into that with me?
Yeah. So in moving into the role of principal, like I always tell people, like nobody gave me a folder that says, "Hey, Marcus, here's how you be a principal. Step 1, do this," right? It was you walk in day 1 and you just start learning and connecting with people. And for like the first month, I was like, man, I don't know what I'm doing, right? Like, is this for me? Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Because people are looking to me to make decisions and to move the school year forward. And I'm like, I'm new, right? Like I'm asking a bunch of questions, but that's what is awesome, because asking some questions leads to asking the right questions, right? We always tell kids like no question's a dumb question. Like it's really not, because there's questions that you ask that are going to challenge people, right? It's going to challenge people to step outside of the box of being comfortable. And that's where we want people to be, right? It's easy to be on autopilot and to continue to go, but my leadership style is a very shared leadership style, right? Like I rely on 17 administrators who work under me to be able to help run my building every day. And it's not about me. And just because I have the title on the door, this is all about we work collectively. And so I have to drive people in my vision to let them know, like, hey, this is possible, right? Just because it doesn't seem like it, like we can get there. We just have to be able to set our minds to it. And we have to just kind of break that ceiling and not let there be one. So I love doing that in meetings and asking questions like, hey, what do you think about this? And I'm like, Marcus, you're crazy. I'm like, that's right. I am. So let's go and do it.
A little bit crazy, and having a heart filled with hope and possibility for the people that we serve and the kids that we serve as well is crucial. And I think it's a crucial part of your leadership style is helping people to see what is possible, focusing on the potential, focusing on the positives, trying to steer away from the negatives and then I can't, we shouldn't, that kind of a thing. And if you had to sum up your leadership style, Marcus, in 2 or 3 words, what might that be? How might you sum it up?
2 or 3 words. Never stop grinding. And I say that because every day, no day is the same, right? And especially being in a high school, 3,000 teenage kids, like in today's society, yeah, it's nuts. And no day is the same, but the grind happens every single day. And when it's like climbing up a mountain, like you keep going, even after you feel like, man, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. You're not gonna stop in the middle of the mountain. You either got to go up or you got to go down. And if you keep grinding every day to get to the top, like once you reach the top, you'll be able to look at where you come from and say, look, we did that together. So keep grinding.
Marcus, sometimes I tell people that we lead the way that we were led. Sometimes that means that we are incorporating the way we've been led. Sometimes it means that we're rejecting things that didn't work for us well. And if you're committed to the grind, how did you come to be that way? How did sticking with the grind, just keep grinding? How has that always been part of your life journey? Has it always been part of your perspective? Tell me more about that.
Yeah, so it's crazy to say, but like I'm a 5th generation educator. My sister, my mom, my grandmother, keep going. My grandmother was 97 years old when she passed away in April of 2020. Like she left a legacy, like generational legacy, right? She was a special education teacher in Chicago public schools as well as the Archdiocese for 40 years as a special education teacher, right? And I look to all my special ed folks, like the work that you do on a day in and day out, like basis is insane. That on top of the social emotional challenges our kids have been going through, mind blowing, nuts, right? But she, growing up with her, it was always, if you're going to be an educator, you're going to be in public service, like you got to go and do, there is no, going with the motions and just kind of making it happen. And like, that's not the job that we have because kids' lives depend on the work that we do. So we would go out and people were like, hey, Miss Armour, like you taught me and you taught my kids' kid and my kids' kid, like that legacy that she left from walking out of the classroom and when she retired and the people who showed up for retirement and the people who remembered her when she was 70, 80, 90, the outpouring of her legacy was just insane. And I was like, man, I just want to be a part of that. Like I want to do that. So she told me, like, if I'm going to do it, I got to go 100% all the time. So
how does your leadership style of grinding align with your determination to kind of model the way forward on managing the energy, managing your own energy and helping your faculty to manage their own energy so they can continue not only to pour that energy into great outcomes for kids, but also protect some of that energy for their own loved ones and their own well-being?
Yeah. So I tell people to know their limits, right? And take care of themselves, right? If you can't take care of yourself and be 100% for you, then you can't be 100% for anybody else. And we talk about that whole cliche story or quote of metaphor, whatever, right? Put your oxygen mask on first and before you put somebody else's on. And I have to remember that for myself. This is my energy. I know it sounds crazy. This is my energy at 4 a.m.
Yep.
Or 4 at night, right? Like I just came from a state swim meet like just a minute ago. I've been out all day and the excitement of what I'm able to see in kids every single day, like this is fun, right? And people look to me in my building like as being a leader of my building. Like there's days that get me down. There's days that challenge me to walk out that front door and not come back. But at the end of the day, I challenge my staff to say, if you're not going to do it, then who will? Right? Because you got into education, you have a passion, you know your why. Like, man, hop into it. And sometimes we have to dig deep, but we also have to know our limits and let our kids know, like, hey, we're human. There are kids that see me walk in the hall and they're like, man, it's a stressful day. It's like, yeah, it is. But you know what? We have 100% success rate of making it through our bad days. Think about it. You know, like, we're still here. We're still moving forward. And the challenges in which we face, we made it through, right? It may not be where we wanted it to be, but look, we're successful in it, and we have stories to tell that become lived experiences.
Marcus, you've described your school of 3,000, and I imagine your faculty is over in the hundreds, maybe over 100 faculty staff members there.
319.
Oh, that's incredible. I'm going to have to call you. I think I'm going to have to call you Mayor Dr. Marcus Belin. And when you talk about managing the number of contacts and the number of complex interactions every day, it must be, kind of tempting to kind of say, okay, I'm just going to hide in my office and hope everything's okay. Just with the overwhelming number of contacts and complexity. So how do you shift the focus from the what to the why? How do you keep the focus on outcomes for kids, knowing that you're going to have to navigate so many different challenges of communication and alignment throughout the day?
So one takeaway, right? Like, educators, school leaders who are listening to this, don't think about complex issues or solutions to issues in your classroom or in your office or where people are going to find you. Secretively, right? Like, maybe somebody will find me. I don't know. But mine is my school auditorium, right? There's nothing that's happening in there all the time. And there's times where I can go in, the lights are dim, and I can sit in one of the 700 seats that are in there. Or when I really don't want to be found, I can go up to the catwalk and like sit there and just be quiet. It's a quiet space. There's no movement back and forth. And I can sit with a notepad or a sticky note or my phone or whatever. And I can just, what are my thoughts that come to mind? Because I have to remove myself from the location in which is the busiest. Sitting in my computer, I'm not going to think, because I'm going to look at those two screens and be like, oh my goodness, look at all these emails that are piling in, or the radio is going off, or my secretary's coming in like, hey, they need you. Somebody wants to meet with you. Like, everybody knows where to find me. So if I can disappear in the areas where I can take 5, 10, 15 minutes to just, 1, clear my mind, 2, think about something, or 3, I got to make a tough decision that's coming up. I need people to move out of my space. I got to go create space in which I can do that thinking. So that's the key takeaway, right? Don't, sometimes the most complex decisions can't be done in your space. Go somewhere where you can just be.
Do you find that in the hectic day-to-day that your focus or the focus of your faculty or the folks that you work with gets shifted away from best for kids to just making it through the moment? How as a school leader do you keep returning that compass back pointed to best for kids, especially when things are stressful, busy, complex, or confusing?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I can speak to it being a practitioner in the work. And I will say I had 1 year as a principal prior to the pandemic. So that was my very first year. It was my first year as a principal, first year taking over a large building. And so you can kind of scrap that one off the books because I was learning everything, right? I had nothing to compare it to. I had nothing to know. We ended the year and it was like, whoo, I made it through the year of just learning, drinking from a fire hose, and there's hot coffee coming out, right? Then you go into year 2 and you hit this pandemic and that's been the norm for me. And there are times where I found myself to be a logistical principal, right? Something's going on. Got to go put a fire out. Oh my goodness. Got to go do contact tracing. Oh my goodness. Got to go do this. And it's like, but education's still going on, right? Where are the data meetings? Well, the data we're talking about is how many COVID cases we have. You know what I mean? Like that, I found myself so stuck in the logistics of managing a building that's running. And there were times where I had to step back, and I've done this recently. I would say the past year or so, or past half a year or so, last semester, and even including this semester, as we're thinking about the next school year, I want my staff to become data literate. Well, first I have to become data literate in our own data. I have to be able to sit and focus with it. So my AP of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, she is awesome when it comes to that. and we sit and we have conversations and the radio goes, I was like, hey, we need some support here, or hey, can somebody do this? And I'm quick to grab the radio and like head out and just go be a servant leader. But then I'm like, no. Like, that's somebody's job and I trust them. They got it. Let me sit here and grapple with this. So you have to like force yourself to not be the logistical stuff, because that stuff will run you. It will run you crazy because there's always something to do, right? Like in a grocery store, hey, clean up on aisle 6, or we need people at the front to help ring out. Like, there's always something going on. But when you know you have people that you can trust and do the work, then when it comes time for the big picture stuff, to be able to move your building forward educationally and academically, like that's where you got to force yourself to remain locked in.
You can't do it alone. And it sounds like you've been on quite a journey since you inherited leadership of this big building to take intentional steps to distribute the leadership to your 17 admin colleagues. And that can't be easy all the time, because, you know, people are looking to you as the principal, as the head person, to make the decisions to step up and step in. So I'm wondering, can you call some intentional moments or some events or things that were going on that really forced you to make that shift to distribute the leadership and to really demonstrate that trust in a way that you hadn't prior to that?
So there's a struggle, right? Recently, there's been a big struggle where people are shorthanded, right? Like across the nation, whether it be in food service or transportation service, like anywhere, right? Like you go and they're short of workers. Well, that exists in a school building as well, right? And like recently, we've been short in campus security. And so it's messaging my admin team and messaging people to say, hey, we got to problem solve, and we have a very open campus, but we need support, right? And so not moving people away from their jobs that they are supposed to do every single day, but it's like, hey, we need help and support. Like, I need you to go do this, right? I need to trust that not only are you getting your job done, but you're kind of being able to provide some help. And it's asking people to do a little bit more. So you're leveraging relationships to know, like, hey, I'm going to trust you. Like, I know we need to do this. Like, I'm going to work for you, right? Like, I want people to feel like, you know what? I will run through a wall for you. I will run through a wall for my staff, right? And in return, sometimes I need them to run through the wall for me, because we owe it to kids, right? And so leading by example and just doing that, and in return, when I ask them to do something, it's never a question of like, well, but I have this, or can I do this first? It's like, all right, cool, boss, what you need us to do? And they go and do. And so people see that, and it becomes a point where you just hop in and get it done because it needs to be done. No questions asked. And at the end of the day, like I said, we work for our students. And so if we're working for them, we need to make sure that the environment in which we're providing for them is safe. We need to make sure that it's a positive learning environment. And sometimes we have to step outside of our lane to help make that happen.
We're talking with Dr. Marcus Belin, and we are on the Teach Better Team 12-hour live. Marcus, I'm just going to take a second and invite our viewers and listeners to join us in the comments. Let us know what your leadership style is. Our subject tonight is hand-holding to support. What's your leadership style? So we know there's a spectrum and maybe no ideal leadership style. So I'd love to hear from our viewers, what's your leadership style, or what leadership style allows you to be your best in your educational setting? What do you need from the leaders that serve you? What do you need to bring out your best? So as we shift conversation there, I would love to keep an eye on the comments and would love to hear from you about your leadership style, or about the leadership style that helps you to be your best. Marcus, as we were getting ready for our chat tonight, we were sharing some ideas about our expectations of the people that we serve. And you told me earlier that we don't expect perfection from those we work with. We just expect people to grow through challenges. And I do think it boils down to leveraging relationships, as you said. Would you be willing to talk a little bit more about leveraging relationships to provide both the opportunities to grow, but also the reassurance if and when things fall short?
Yeah, we're all human, right? We all walk in with the passion of being in a building and connecting with kids and growing kids. And as well as developing relationships with the people that we work with. The challenge that we have is that when we're faced with hurdles, when it's like the peaks and the valleys and we're in the valley and things get hard, we have to be able to lean on the people that are either in the office next to us, across the hall, in the classroom from us. And we also have to trust that people are going to do what they need to do. Are there people that work in education that are in it just for the motions? And they're like, hey, this is what I want to do. I've done it for so long. I'm not going to be able to go find anything else now, but it feels like they've lost their spark and their fire. Yeah, those people absolutely do exist. They exist everywhere. But our goal as leaders, as educators who do have that fire, who do have that passion, is to like go and boost other people, right? Give them a reason to say, you know what? I don't know what you're going through. You may be going through something crazy. Like, let me walk with you. Let me help support you. Let's sit, let's talk, let's connect. And that, in a sense, builds those relationships. For me, I call it political and social capital, right? It's like money, right? There, I have to go and be intentional about the relationships that I build. I'm building that social capital of like, hey, like I'm coming in, I'm checking in on you, and I'm not doing it just because I may need you down the road, but I'm intentionally being genuine about developing those relationships. Same with the political capital. Like, I got a whole bunch going on in my life, but man, sometimes it's great to be able to get out to events and go to other people's things and be connected with my staff and what's going on in their life and checking in on them. Like, I want to do that for the knowledge of knowing who I'm leading in my building. But there's going to come a time where like I'm going to have to make a decision. And I'm gonna be honest, it may piss some people off, but I know that because kids are at the forefront and they know that about my decision making, if I'm doing it for kids, like, I don't necessarily have to apologize for what I'm doing for kids, right? I'm running after it, and I just need people to trust and come alongside me. So I'm gonna have to spend some of that capital to make decisions that are best for kids. But it takes work, and it's not an easy task. But when you make it intentional and you make it a part of your daily routine every single day, where you just genuinely care about people, it becomes easier and easier as you go.
Marcus, if you walk through a typical day, and we know that there is no typical day, but if you walk through a school day on your campus in your mind for me, what are some of the moments that make the most difference to build up that social and emotional capital with your faculty and with your students?
When I talked about stepping outside of your comfort zone, if you can tell, I'm not an introverted person. Right. I'm pretty outgoing. Right. My energy level is kind of off the charts. Sometimes I tell myself to calm down. But I say hello to kids that walk past me on a regular basis. And let me tell you, talking to a teenager that walks in with their AirPods in their ear, or they just don't want to talk to you, like, you will know. Right. It's like I always tell people, like, being rejected. Like, if you want to learn how to be rejected, go talk to some high school students in the hallway, right? They walk past you like, hey, good morning. And they're looking at you like,
yeah, it's a master class in humility, isn't it? I've been there.
Yeah, like no response, no facial expression, no nothing. Like, oh, okay, well,
there's crickets.
Have a good day, right? But I am intentional about trying to make eye contact with every single kid. Like, hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you? Good morning. What's up? Hey, great to see you again. Hey, Brad, what's going on? Great game last night, right? Like, I'm trying to make as much contact as possible. And it's like 15 minutes of absolute craziness. And there's times where large groups are coming in and I can't do it. And then I start jumping like, hey, what's up? Good morning, everybody. And they're like, dude, chill. It's 7:15 in the morning. But I want kids, before they walk in and sit down in somebody's classroom and they have made it from the student parking lot all the way to the west end of the building, I want them to hear good morning from at least 3 people. And I've told my staff, like, they need to hear it. And then on their way out, hey, I'm standing outside like, hey, see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Hey, I love y'all. See you. You know, like, you got to be intentional about just making connections with kids. And that little bit will go a long way, because they know I could be doing something totally different, checking emails, being somewhere. Like, I got other things to do, but I'm taking time to just be with them. And my staff does it. Teachers do it. My administrative staff, they do it. And that goes a long way for kids.
When you think about all of the ways that you're intentional about connecting with kids and faculty, when you see faculty who are struggling to make that same connection, is it enough just to lead by example and hope they pick up the message that this intentional time is worth the investment? Or how are you able to come alongside faculty who need that extra encouragement to invest in that emotional capital so that they can later invest in the academic expectations they have of their kids?
Yeah. Well, first, the reality of this is that not everybody's going to come along for that ride, right? There are people who are very like, cool, I'm focused. Like I need to do this. Like, I'm not that person to just be out connecting. And you know what? At the end of the day, like, that's totally fine, because I also know that what the expectation is if there's good teaching going on in the classroom, right? I expect that of everybody, right? I expect anybody who's coming in to be in that building in a given day. Like, I need, while I can't say that for sure that there's 100% energy, and like, we're human. Again, we go through a whole lot in life, and life is happening to us, and we can't walk with all of our baggage that we have outside of school, drop it at the door, walk in, be everything and all things to kids, and then leave, pick up that baggage and then go. Like, that baggage comes with us. And there are days that I'm struggling. There's days that teachers are struggling. There's days that our custodians are struggling. Food service chefs are struggling. Like, we have to be able to say, you know what? I know things are challenging, but you got this. There's a reason that you are here in this seat doing what you do every single day for kids and for your colleagues, right? Take the time that you need, tap into it. And if you need some support, if you need some time, man, let me know, right? Or let your department chair know, like, let's figure this thing out together and let's carry over this hump. And then just recognizing that that's the norm, and not thinking that everybody has to be perfect every day for kids. That shows a level of vulnerability as well as authenticity within relationships.
And I just saw a comment there from Zachary about how students appreciate and know when we're being real and authentic. And I think you and I share that determination to encourage our faculty, encourage our staff members to be real with kids, to let their humanity show. If there's setbacks, if there's frustrations, let them show. If there are celebrations, if there are moments of gratitude or intimacy, let them show. Just the more we allow our faculties and ourselves to bring our full selves to what we do, the more kids and faculty have the permission to do just the same, Marcus. And this has been a fantastic conversation. We're getting up to the top of our hour, and this is a great moment for me to, first of all, welcome everyone back into the space. If you're joining us at the top of the hour, you're with the 12-hour live Teach Better team, 12 hours of professional learning. And, Marcus and Brad Hughes are here with you. They brought in the heavy hitters, the cleanup team. We're at the end of approaching the 12th hour of the 12-hour, and we're excited to be with you. And we're excited to be shouting out some wonderful prizes that have been provided for leaders, by leaders, including the book Becoming Principal by Dr. Jeff Prickett, the book Inside the Principal's Office by Charles Williams, and The Magic of Growth Mindset by Dr. Eric Young. And I want to thank all of those authors for donating these prizes for this segment. And a reminder to our viewers, there's still time. You can still head over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. That's 1-2-hour giveaways, plural. You can enter to win. Marcus, looks like there's no shortage of reading material behind you. And it looks like maybe I can see on the third row there, top shelf, you might have those 3 volumes right on your shelf there. So I hope that you have an opportunity to enter to win for our viewers, and we'll keep the conversation going with Marcus.
Let's try that again. Brad, I just had to jump in. You guys have had such good dialogue thus far. I love learning about leadership through leaders that are in the trenches, living and breathing. I know Marcus paused here for a second. I'm sure we'll get him back in just a moment. But what an incredible opportunity you've had for this past half an hour. I'm sure he'll come back here to finish out the next half an hour of discussion. But I just really appreciate that as we talk about solutions for education, we're looking at how leaders can be active in coming together to problem solve.
That's what it's all about, Ray. And we can welcome Marcus back into the space. And that's been the hallmark of our conversation so far, is leveraging the people around us and recognizing that we can't and needn't do it all on our own, Ray. So I'm glad this has been a sparkling conversation for you so far. Dr. Marcus Belin, welcome back into the space. And we've got another half an hour of great conversation ahead. How are you doing? How are you feeling as we head into our last half hour there?
I'm great. I just
Yeah.
got sucked out in technology world, but came back in. It's fine. You know, they always say
That's
if you're
what
not,
that's what it's all about. That's what life and education is all about. Is just rolling with it, recognizing there's going to be setbacks, and we can bounce back from it. Ray Hughart popped in for a second, but I mean, it really leads me to really highlight the power of team. And you said earlier, as far as finding your own leadership style, you can't be expected to do it all alone. But I wonder, Marcus, if that's a real risk, especially of new leaders. If you're inheriting a building or if you're new to leadership role, thinking you've got to be the be all and end all of that campus, that you have to know it all to be able to answer every question. And, boy, when I was a new leader, I think I used to think that. I used to think I need to be a program leader, instructional leader, social emotional leader, know everything. And then it wasn't when I realized I could leverage the capacity of my staff and faculty. No one person has to be an expert, but everyone together can achieve more. And I wonder if that allows others to rise up, to step up and step in when we recognize and honor their specialties. If you think about the faculty that you serve with, Marcus, what are some of the ways that you have learned to figure out what talents are in the building and then been intentional about lifting folks up to give them those opportunities to lead within your building?
First, I always tell staff, like, look, if you have a career goal, we have people who are in their master's program and are doing internships. I'm like, hey, knock on the door. What do you need to get done? And you make time for it. You give them the space to be able to do that. There are letting staff know, like, hey, you may or may not have done this before, and it's okay, because that's, again, allowing school, I guess, to really become a sandbox. Like everybody talks about to grow your own programs, right? And we want people to come into the pipeline. There's about 20% of my staff that were students and graduates of Huntley High School, right? And they went to school at Huntley, they left, went to college, and came back, and now they're teaching, and they're like, I don't want to go anywhere else. And so that's really all they know. But they have the ability to grow, and they've seen growth over time. And I want people to have that outlet to say, hey, I want to do this. I want to move into administration at some point. All right, cool. You got a free period. Hey, I want you to come sit in this meeting. I want you to help plan this project, help work on this program. One, there's more hands at the table and more voices and a different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And then you give people the ability to learn. Right. And I always tell people who have internships, like, I want you at the table having authentic conversations, and be an active participant in it, because that's the joy. Like, you get to help make a decision. You don't have to deal with what's on the good or the bad. Right. Like, this could be a great thing, or this could epically flop, and and you're able to see it from a side, but like, you don't have to carry that torch. Right. And so, again, making the sandbox concept a real thing within the building.
A couple of years ago, I found a leadership book, Marcus, called It's Your Ship. It's Your Ship was authored by a high-ranking U.S. Navy admiral. I'm sure he was admirable too, but he was an admiral, and he led one of the Navy's top battleships. And when I first met this book, or came to this book, I thought, it's your ship. Okay, there's a really great endorsement that you're the leader, you're in charge, you can make it what you want. And then halfway through the book, I discovered, Marcus, that it's not your ship as the leader. That's the leader's message to the crew. It's your ship. And so the story here was about how this admiral, how this battleship leader, this aircraft carrier captain leveraged the talents of his crew to infuse the whole ship with leaders. So there wasn't one leader, there were many leaders leveraging each of their relationship. And it sounds to me that that's how your campus runs too, with the needs and the number of kids and the number of faculty that you serve. When you think in your mind's eye about some of those leadership opportunities that people have stepped up, could you give us an anecdote or two about what you've seen and how people are really rising up and stepping in?
Yeah. So, a prime example, like, it just happened yesterday. Had a sick little guy at home, had to stay home with him. And I'm going to be in Washington, D.C. for a conference next week, Monday through Wednesday. So now I'm out of the building Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I'm not back until Thursday, right? Like, I'm out of the building for an extended period of time. And that's crazy to me, because I don't take days. And when people don't see me, they're like, okay, what's going on? Like, he never takes days. even to go to a conference. And so I have to rely on people to just make things happen. My team called me yesterday and said, hey, we had a situation in the cafeteria. Here's what's going on. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm not there. And I had to sit back and be like, okay, why am I stressing? Right? Like, I'm not there. I trust the people who are put in positions to do what they need to do. And they're sending me texts and they're calling me, keeping me up to date. And they're able to say, hey, we're struggling with this. Can you help us problem solve through it? Yep. Pick up the phone and we do it. And the situation actually turned out perfect, right? They did what was needed and what was expected. They helped kids work through some challenge, and that was it. And I think what the situation itself for me was, okay, Marcus, you have to be able to step out of the seat and allow someone else to drive when you can't be there, right? When a plane leaves from the United States and goes on a 14 or 18 mile journey, right? Like the pilot, the captain of that plane does not sit in that seat and be like, I just got to hold it for 14 hours and then we'll get there. Like at some point, he has to get up from that seat, go to the bathroom and allow the co-pilot or the other pilots that are sitting there to be able to take over, right? On those long flights, pilots need to go get sleep. He or she has to be able to give up that seat to say, you got this, you've had enough training. And if something were to happen to me, somebody has to be able to step in and take over. And so you have to allow people to do that. And it's been hard. It's been hard coming from a position as an assistant principal and the schools in which I've come from, where I've had a lot more control because it's a lot smaller, to being in a big building to recognize I can't do all of this by myself. Everything can't run through me. And I need to rely, and sometimes lean in on my staff to be able to say, you know what, you got this. And if we mess up, cool, we clean it up and we keep moving. Again, 100% success rate of making it through our bad days.
Sharing hope, inspiring confidence, and allowing people to step up and step in. That's what Dr. Marcus Belin's all about on his campus. And Marcus, you and I are both living, leading, and learning through a pandemic. It's a situation that no one asked for. It's a situation we continue to reckon with. And it really has exposed a lot of things that need to be addressed within our buildings and communities. But you told me before we went on air that the pandemic helped you realize the voice that you do have. Tell me about how that voice came to be discovered.
So during the pandemic, it was March 13th of 2020 when schools in Illinois completely shut down. And I was literally leading a school right here through email, through phone, and through Zoom, right? At that point, we really didn't know what Zoom was, or Google was, or Google Classroom or chat was. And I had to find my voice to help bring my school community together. And so connecting my building digitally, I did more videos and posted on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. I posted more videos for our school community than ever. That led me to believe, like, man, like people are listening, like kids are logging in, like I'm allowing this platform to exist. And somebody reached out and was like, hey, like, how else do you share stuff for educators, like, so that they can learn about you? And I started a podcast a year ago in January called Unapologetic Leadership. I'm like, man, there's a million podcasts. Nobody wants to hear from me. Like, what else do I have to say that isn't already being said in the space? And my experiences, my lived experiences, my building, the culture in which I have, my leadership style, all of that is different from everybody else, right? I'm just another voice that can add. And if I'm able to help one other person out, then why not? And so I've started my podcast. I've started doing some keynote speaking, and people have like invited me to come to places, and like that's fun. Like I love being a principal and then being able to from time to time go out and share my experiences with other people and then come back and be a principal the next day. And the pandemic helped me realize that because we had to tap in, we couldn't go to conferences. So how are we growing professionally if we can't go to a conference? We got to tap into things like what the Teach Better team is doing. This 12-hour live event, there were some amazing heavy hitters. As I was just swimming, I'm like, okay, cool, we don't have another event. It was in my ear, and I'm listening to people like Alexia, who was just on. It's amazing the stuff that's out here and what people are doing. And you just got to find that place to be able to plug in and connect. But that's somebody's voice. Somebody had to find that voice for themselves and be able to share it. So I'm gonna just join in the party.
What happens when the stress of everything, of the pandemic, the stress of community and school life, what happens when the stress really beats people down, Marcus? We talk about hand holding to, leading the way. Is there a place for hand holding when someone is really, really low? Is there a place and a role for school leaders, either themselves or to delegate responsibility to coming intimately alongside of someone who's really hurting? And what do you think the potential is there?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be real honest here. The pandemic as a school leader, back in March of 2020, I would say probably March through the rest of 2020 was very challenging. And the reason I say that was I learned a lot more, especially like contact tracing and what scared people about, getting sick and contracting the virus and so forth. People would tell me stories about like their health and some of the things they were going through. And like, there's some people with some real stories. Everybody that walks through my building, everybody has a story, but there are some people who have some real stories, health issues and concerns. And it's like, you don't see that when they walk in and they're like, excited about what they do for kids. And then they're dealing with some serious health issues. I lost an administrator this year due to breast cancer. And it was a battle that she was fighting. And she had been a part of our school community for 25 years. And it hit hard. And it was one of the hardest things for me being a principal of like, man, you've been here for 25 years. Like, I rely on you for a lot of stuff. And the personality and the relationships that you built over that time in a close-knit community, it was hard. But like, people were really struggling. They were losing family members and this and that. Like, we didn't have a bubble around Huntley High School that says, yep, the virus is happening, but life has to stop at the front door. And that was challenging because you had students who were going through social emotional challenges, right? Like, you had to not know that when the phone rings, who was going to say something that was like, man, this is heavy. Like, we got to grapple with it. But when, like I said, when we can lean in and lean on people and be vulnerable to say, hey, me over here, I'm struggling right now. We have to be able to accept that and say, all right, cool, we got you, because this is what we do. This is the culture that we have. We started the hashtag at Huntley High School called hashtag You Matter. And in my building on the wall, there's a huge mural of just vinyl wrap almost. And it says you matter. And there's a whole bunch of affirmations of you are beautiful. You belong in this world. You have a story. Shine your light. Like there's probably 20 affirmations up there that everybody's able to see. And it's huge. And I want people to see it, right? I want people to know that we love and we care about them and that they do matter. Do we get it right every single day? Absolutely not. Do I make mistakes as a leader? Absolutely. Does our team make mistakes? Do our students make mistakes? Do our parents, our community make mistakes? Yes, absolutely. But we are all in this together, and people have to know that. And when we can share a level of vulnerability where we know people got us when we need to lean in and lean on people, it makes the culture and the environment in which we work much better, because we know we got a safety net to fall in, and it's going to be a strong one to be able to help people.
There's a tremendous paradox, isn't there, Marcus? When we think about vulnerability, we, as leaders, we typically think that we have to be strong, courageous, demonstrate all of the fortitude and all of the strength, and yet vulnerability puts us at risk. So if we're exposing the things that we don't know, if we're exposing our setbacks, if we're being real with what we're not achieving yet, I guess there is real risk, but there's real reward, isn't there? And there is growing strength, is there growing community through vulnerability, and how does that work?
I'll tell you a story. Being a principal of a school of 3,000, especially in the day and age of social media, like every kid's got a phone, right? Every kid has a social media account. There are days that sometimes I feel like, man, I just made a fool of myself. I could end up on social media. You know what? As long as I'm going to be mean, as long as I'm going to end up on social media, just make sure you get the good side, okay, of my face, right? If I can't go in and be me, if I can't go, I can spend a lot of time creating myself to be what people think a principal should be. I can fit into that cookie cutter mold of what people think a principal should be. And I'm going to let you know, I am directly opposite, right? I ride a hoverboard around in my school building. I'll do a cartwheel at a pep rally. I'll fall flat on my face and get up and be like, all right, cool. Yep. The floor just got me, right? I tripped in the hallway or whatever. Like, and it's okay because people need to laugh and they want to laugh. And for some people, that helps them to be comfortable in the space. And I'm not saying go out and make a fool of yourself, but if you do, don't think, oh, I'm the principal. Like I can't do that because people will see right through it. And you spend so much time trying to be the perfect teacher, the perfect school leader, the perfect educator in whatever sense in which you serve kids, that you spend more time working to do things that are not natural to you as opposed to just doing things and being natural. And so my kids know, like, man, there's times where I have failed epically and I'm willing to be, I stood in front of my staff and I'm like, hey guys, my bad, my mistake. I failed. I learned from that because I'm very self-reflective of what I do. And I promise you, I'm not going to do that again, but I'm also learning. You can't expect me to be perfect. And if I don't want you to expect me to be perfect, I'm not going to expect you to be perfect, educator or whatever, like I said, whatever you do and serve in the capacity for students. So
we're talking with Dr. Marcus Belin, high school principal, husband, father, partner, connected educator, speaker, podcaster. He's doing all of the things, including riding a hoverboard in his building. Yeah. And Marcus, when you mentioned the hoverboard, it reminded me of principal, author, and presenter Hamish Brewer, tattooed skateboarding principal from New Zealand, proud Kiwi. And it was Hamish's book, Relentless, Marcus, that really opened my eyes, not only to feeling and demonstrating love as a leader, to lead with love, but just to name it. To name that we love, care for, and want the best for those that we serve. And you said at part of our conversation earlier that when kids walk into your building, you want them to feel and be affirmed. You prioritize personal connections. You want to make sure if no one said good morning to them before they came in, you wanted to be among the first to do that. Hamish Brewer said on his announcements, he tells his kids, if no one told you they loved you today, Mr. Brewer is telling you that he loves you. So, Marcus, I'd love to get your thoughts on leading with love. Is love a four-letter word in leadership or in the school community? Is it time that we took intentional time to tell those that we serve and lead with that we love them? What's your take on leading with love, Marcus?
Yeah, so great. Great educator, Hamish Brewer, like a good friend of mine. Like we text all the time and connect with each other when we see each other at conferences. And I actually did not meet him until I was kind of in my first year. He came to Illinois and spoke at the Illinois Principals Association conference, and his book affirmed everything to me that what I was doing was okay. I didn't know he rode skateboards and I'm riding a hoverboard. I didn't know he told his kids he loved them. And when I was doing that, because nobody gave me a folder to say, hey, here's how you be a principal. When I started doing that and I read his book, I'm like, oh, this is it. Like, right. This is okay, right? Like you can do this. And we were like one and the same. And it was September of 2018 at our homecoming pep rally. And I remember standing in front of our kids. I had only been there for like less than 45 days in front of kids as a principal. And I looked at the kids. I looked around. I was like, man, I love y'all. This energy is great. And people were like, what? Did he just say he loved us? Like, what you mean? Like, I do though. Like, I'm here educating you. I'm moving mountains to help you when you are crying in the hallway. I'm not going to walk by and be like, oh, man, they crying again. Like, I'm going to go sit next to you and say, hey, I don't know what you're going through. I don't understand what you're going through, but I'm going to sit here and I'm going to walk with you. I'm going to be with you in your trench or your peak or your valley of life. And our counselors do that. Our social workers, our teachers, our administrative assistants, our custodians, like everybody has started to pick up on this. And you hear kids in the hallway like, hey, Dr. B, I love you. I'm like, man, I love y'all too, you know, and for some people, it's a joke. Like they laugh after, like, I can't believe like this is happening, but they said it, right? And deep down inside, like, you know, it made you feel warm inside. Like you just wanted to say it. Like it's not just a joke, but you heard teachers saying it to students and students saying it to students. And I know relationships of girlfriends and boyfriends, sure, whatever. But people still hear that word because it's a word that it really matters. And if you love what you do and if it's a passion of yours, then why not express it, right? Like it doesn't have to have this touchy-feeling meaning, but it just knows that I love you, I'm going to move mountains for you, and I'm going to make it happen because I have 4 years to make this the greatest experience for you.
Dr. Marcus Belin, I just want to take a moment here to, first of all, thank you before we wrap up our conversation in just a few minutes. I also want to remind that our viewers and listeners that you have an opportunity to win a number of leadership books by great authors. And I think if this conversation has shared anything back to you, viewers and listeners, that, you know, Marcus and I and all of us are products of the people that influence us and the products of the information that we share as we try on different leadership styles, and they can be affirmed by any number of these books. And so those leadership books donated are available if you shift over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, 1-2-hour giveaways, plural. You could enter to win and you can add them to that library. That's a ginormous library you've got behind you there, Dr. Belin. And one of the books that you pull down on the shelf frequently is, well, it's one of your own creation. It's Unapologetic Leadership. I think that might be a title that's in your future, maybe as an author, but you're certainly a podcaster with that title. Tell our viewers a little bit about the podcast Unapologetic Leadership.
Yeah, so Unapologetic Leadership, like I said, started back in January of 2020. It's hard. I'm gonna be honest. It's hard to keep up with on a regular basis just because, like, I lead a school building and there's days I come home, I'm like, yeah, can't do the podcast today, right? But it's a journey that I've been on and I'm starting to continually move through. But Unapologetic Leadership really focuses, is very laid back, very real, very transparent, with the premise that if we are making decisions with kids at the forefront of our decision making, like, we shouldn't have to apologize for the decisions that we make, the school leadership choices that we have, the cultures that we have, because we have to be intentional and specific about what we do for kids. And so I bring on school leaders, I bring on teachers, I bring on people in education. I've actually brought on some people who aren't in education just to give a perspective about life and what they do. And what they do is for kids, and just to also promote other people's work, like just the platform to be there. Again, it's the voice that I have. You know, I use Anchor FM. Adam Welcome, I want to give him a huge shout out because he literally pushed me and said, Marcus, okay, by the end of the week, I need you to have the first episode out and posted. I was like, what do you mean? Like, that's in a week. I got to get a mic. I got to do all of this stuff. And I did it. And it was the best decision I've ever made. So Adam Welcome, huge shout out to you. And really forcing me to just do it. And I did it. So check it out. It's on anywhere where you can get your podcast, really. Spotify, iTunes, Apple Podcasts, Google Play or Google Podcasts. So check it out. And if you want to be on, like, connect with me.
Incredible. It's an incredible podcast. And we're all seeking to grow through what you put out. And it reminds me of a quotation that we pulled together when we were preparing for our chat. And the quotation is, you don't get stronger by doing what you can. You get stronger by doing what you thought you couldn't. Yeah. And your anecdote there just illustrates, you know, Adam Welcome believed that you could. He threw down a challenge. You said, what? Wait, no, wait. And you did it. And you strengthened yourself. You strengthened your connections. And you're a voice that people are going to be learning from. How do people stay in touch with you, Marcus? How's the best way to get in touch and stay in touch on any of your channels?
Yeah, so the easiest way, you can connect with me at drmarcusbelin.com. It's my website where, like, it'll get you directly, whether it be to an email. You can follow my social media. I have Instagram, I have Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. But just getting connected, that's one place you can go, is drmarcusbelin.com. And I'm very active on Twitter at MarcusJBeal. I think you can see it at the bottom of your screen. You can follow me on Twitter and connect. Direct message me. I don't shut my messages off. Like, man, send them. Let's connect. I want to find out what other people are doing, what are resources that I can learn from. And then just, like I said, networking is it's the web, right? And if we're not learning and growing, then we're not learning and growing for our kids, and we then will do a disservice to them and to our staff and the people that we work with. So make sure you're learning, make sure you're connecting, and that's what I want to do.
Marcus, a personal question and a professional question as we wrap up. What's the next big thing on your family calendar, and what's the next big thing on your professional calendar?
So my family calendar, I know I can say this because my wife is not listening right now, but my doorbell has been ringing off the hook because I have a bunch of her friends coming over. Her 35th birthday is on Wednesday, and I'll be coming back from DC next Wednesday. So she doesn't know. It's a huge surprise. I cleaned the house and did all of this stuff, and so I'm excited. I'm getting ready to go hang out with a bunch of my friends and her friends, and we're going to do a little surprise birthday party when she shows up here in about 30 minutes. And then my professional calendar, I'm speaking. I'm doing my first big keynote at the Missouri Association of Secondary School Principals State Conference down in Missouri. It is taking place March 29th. It is actually during my spring break, so we're kind of doing it as a family trip. We're going to Branson, Missouri to do a bunch of sightseeing and stuff, but I'm going to be in Lake of the Ozarks on March 29th to hang out with the school leaders in Missouri. I can't wait. I'm so excited about that. So yeah, that's what I got going.
Dr. Marcus Belin, what an incredible hour. Fantastic conversation. Talk about a home run finish to our 12-hour live. That was more like a grand slam, my friend. And I can't wait to stay connected with you. I wish you and your family the very best. I wish you and your campus the very best as you continue to take on the challenges, as you continue to lead with love. Dr. Marcus Belin, thanks for being with us on 12-hour live.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks, Brad.
I swear, I sit in this office all day, every day, alone. Being an administrator is hard. Being a leader is lonely. I feel like I'm on an island. I feel like sometimes there's nobody I can go to for answers and solutions or to brainstorm because I'm supposed to have all the answers. And that's why I'm so grateful for the Teach Better Teams Admin Mastermind, where we can gather together, administrators from all around the country, coming together for an hour each Tuesday, putting our heads together, being vulnerable, being transparent, and saying, I don't have a clue what I'm doing, and helping each other grow. I encourage you, sign up today. It's completely free. teachbetter.com/mastermind. Sign up, and I'll see you on Tuesday.
Well. Welcome back. Well, Brad, welcome stay because you've been on for a while. But welcome back, everyone else. And those of you that are still with us, still watching live, welcome back. Welcome, continue. Thanks for being here. We are about to wrap it up. This is like the last 30 minutes here, which means, if my math is correct, that we have been live for 11 hours and 30 minutes.
Yep.
Give or take. And wow, what a day so far.
Mm-hmm.
Ray's got popcorn. Dave's got his name on his shirt. I have his face on my shirt. Like, I don't know what. Chad's been laughing a whole bunch backstage. I don't know what. I kept looking at everyone else, see if someone was doing something funny. Only thing I could think of was just my face. I don't know. But, man, I'm excited to be here. And got these faces on the screen right now. Super excited. I would just love to see the comments just absolutely ridiculously flooded with green hearts right now. Would be a great way to finish up this live. We're gonna go around the room. I know. Here, I was thinking about this. I had this note that was like part of my thought was like I would go around the room and introduce. I'm like, well, everybody knows everybody else. I'm like, you know what? I don't know because yeah, we've all been on screen today, but we've been introducing a bunch of other people. who have done absolutely amazing. So I want to take a minute to kind of go around the faces on this screen. Just a really quick, we're going to do like really quick each one. Just where are you located, what your role on the team is, and then what are you drinking or snacking on right now, I think is important for us to touch on too. I'm going to go right over to Brad because I don't know if he's had a chance to get the drink. We were trying to get a drink to you, Brad, but like customs got in the way. It was just the whole thing. So Brad,
yeah, it's kind of a thing. I appreciate the help though, Jeff. And so my name is Brad Hughes. I'm an elementary school principal in Ontario, Canada. I'm a training and development specialist with the Teach Better team, a proud blogger and podcaster, proud member of this team, excited to be diving into a drink when we get off air. So I'm not sure what we'll be fixing up, but there'll be drinks and snacks to celebrate this amazing 12-hour live. Thanks, Jeff.
It's Hughart.
I'm eating popcorn, and if anyone wants some, let me know. I'll share. Just let me know. Here, Chad, maybe I can like here we go. Fine.
That'd been hilarious if Amelia was
got in my eye, Ray.
All right, friends,
we should have planned that. That would have been amazing.
I know, Chad. Seriously, we should have planned it next time. Next 12-hour live, if we ever do this crazy thing again. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Ray Hughart. I am the CXO and co-owner of the Teach Better team. So excited that we are at the 11.5-hour mark.
I'm going to go in order just so I remember stuff. So I'm Jeff Gargas. I'm in Northeast Ohio, a little bit south of Cleveland, COO and one of the co-founders of the team. And I have a mix of bourbon and some soda here that Dave would be very proud of because it's very strong on the bourbon side. To help with the injury, I think is working well for me right now. So, Mr. Ostrowski.
I am Chad Ostrowski. I'm the CEO of the Teach Better team and one of the co-founders. And I just finished off a bottle of water, and my wife made popcorn for the kids. So I'm probably not going to eat a bunch of it. But it's
not going to be anything left by the time you get up there.
No, not with the crazy amount of kids I have.
She had to get one of those like.
There's just like a trough, like it's a popcorn trough. They all just kind of walk up to it.
Oh, ew, David.
Ew.
You're next there, brother.
First of all, I love your shirt. That's pretty epic. I got to get one of those. It's just, I don't know. So I feel like I'm supposed to introduce myself with a bunch of initials since we had the CXO, the COO, the CEO. So I'll go like 90s hip hop, and I'm the real DLD. Is that
the DLD?
I'm the real DLD. I'm D. I don't know. Dave Schmittou, Director of Leadership Development with the team, and Katie Miglin's biggest fan. So thanks for letting me hang out with you, Katie. Nice job today.
Thanks.
Which to Katie, you're next.
Well, I have 0 initials attached to my name, but I am Katie Miglin, and I am the Community Events Coordinator for the Teach Better team.
CEC?
What?
CEC.
I think we should probably like revamp that. I want some like cooler letters, like a C. You guys already have those.
Whose job is that? Someone get on that. Whoever's job that is, get on that.
I feel like any job that we don't know, if it's not someone on the screen, it's probably Joshua Stamper. He probably does it.
Well, I was gonna say it's either going to be Joshua or possibly Katie.
Right.
That's the reality.
That's fair enough.
I'll add that to the notes.
Josh, figure out Katie's new. She's on the screen. So Josh, you're in charge. Figure out Katie's new. By the way, Josh has already created the Teach Better kazoos. So like, just know
I was just about to say the benefit if he creates those initials, you get a sweet logo to go with your position.
That's to be
like
so
Josh would make that, and it ends up on the swag store at the same time.
You want Josh on this
embroidered on polos or whatever you want.
Okay, now I'm on track. Katie, did you actually say who you are? You did.
I did. I'm Katie Miglin. I'm from Central Illinois, where Dave likes to rub in that it's always cold, and when you go outside, your face hurts. So, and I'm drinking a White Claw. I don't know that that's my
right.
I don't know. It was an impulsive decision. I was running down there in between stuff. It was not my finest work. I'm not going to lie.
But those were available for you to grab, which is a whole nother issue.
You know what, David? You take your Florida
that is an important note there. So
okay.
All right. So we got the intros done. couple other things we need to do. We have a giveaway to give away, so we're gonna do that at some point. I don't know if we're gonna do that right now or not.
Giveaway to give away.
We also have. I want to hear everybody on screen. I'm going to talk a little bit so you guys have a chance to think here. I want to go to everyone and just kind of get your favorite part of today on screen. Is Katie yawning because I'm talking? Is that what?
Oh, I'm sorry. You said that you were gonna talk, and that's a new thing. We haven't heard that before. So.
Wow.
Sorry,
like, we don't,
I told you.
Katie, I was about to say we don't need that much time, Jeff.
I don't feel like I talked that much today. But then I also want to make sure we thank all of our sponsors and people and stuff like that. So I'm going to stop talking, apparently. I'm going to go around, and you're going to each share your favorite part of today. And it can be a segment, a guest, a quote, a takeaway tool, anything. I'm sorry, yes, Miss Hughes.
I just have one. Can we do one thing before that? Can we talk about how Brad Hughes, by the end of the show, will have been live for over an hour and a half consistently? Brad, I'm sending you my love and support. If you need to yawn or take a potty break, let us know.
Can I just note that I was on for an hour and a half earlier? No one said anything to me about anything.
No one cares, Jeff.
No one cares.
Yeah, and Jeff,
just make sure everybody hears that no one cares.
To be clear, that's for me that I've been on for almost 2 hours and 10 minutes Canadian time.
That's true. I wasn't thinking the conversion.
There's an exchange.
That's my fault. I apologize, Brad. That was really
facts.
All right. So with all that said, I want to go to Katie first. Katie, as the architect behind this entire thing, the mastermind, if you will, behind this mastermind. Anyway, behind us all, you've had such an insight into all the segments and preparing everyone, both us as moderators, but also all of our guests for the segments, and then getting to see it all come to fruition and be live. What is your favorite part of today? Can you pick one? I don't know if you can, but if you could, I don't know, maybe you need to do a top 15 for you. What was the biggest thing right now sticking in your head?
Okay, so it's hard because I have to detach the planning side of it because, I am still in the classroom. So today was 12 hours of professional development, and you guys finally let me trick you into just picking a bunch of things I wanted help on. So thank you for giving me 12 hours of professional development.
She just planned her own PD.
Pretty much. But one of the things that was I had a lot of aha moments. Apparently I needed a lot of refreshing today, but one moment that has continued to stick with me even as I step away was the sub shortage segment. And I think I went in thinking it wasn't going to apply to me because I don't necessarily have a ton to do with the subs. I put in, we have an automated system and a sub magically might show up to your classroom while you're gone. But it was the whole way that you think of a sub. And I struggle with behavior and I struggle with students, being good for a sub, quote unquote. And just my whole thought process of that they're not subs, they're guest teachers. And I think that was one that was a surprise that I could take something away. And I think that moment has been sticking with me. Now, there was a ton of good stuff, obviously, hello, I sat here for 12 hours. I got a lot more out of it. But that was something that I am definitely going to be changing my thinking going in Monday for sure.
That was a powerful takeaway. And I loved how that conversation went to your point. I thought that was really cool. So, all right, I'm going to Chad now.
Oh, man.
Favorite takeaway from today, my friend?
I had more of a symbolic. My favorite takeaway was just Dave's shirts. First of all, I remember the first shirt change. I was like, did he change shirts? I wasn't sure, but then by the fifth shirt, I'm like, this is epic. This is amazing.
Yeah, also, more wardrobe changes than Rihanna, I think, Chad.
Yeah, and thank God no malfunctions, right, Dave?
Yeah,
And then Brad humming was also fantastic. Just those are not necessarily takeaways, but just amazing moments, right? I had a weird moment during Chelsea Nicolino and Dave's session where symbolically, I think it was really amazing, the empowerment that we provide our network. Because I thought in my head that we started connecting with Chelsea Nicolino 4 or 5, 6 years ago, when she started using the grid method in her classroom. And in that time, she has become a leader in her school, in her district. She has become an ambassador of the Teach Better team. Now she's sitting on Dave. Not on, that sounded crazy. Now she's sitting on screen with Dave.
We've had our malfunction now.
There it is. There it is. Just let's rewind. We'll fix that. Now she's sitting on screen with Dave, sharing her expertise with our entire network. So I'm sitting here going, she's only one example of the dozens of people we whose voices we lifted up throughout the day. But I think it's just a testament to what the connection we provide our network can do for an educator. And that was so cool to see. And it just kind of hit me really slowly, like as I'm watching this segment, like how cool that is. And I absolutely just loved that moment of realization. So that was a huge takeaway for me.
It's a great takeaway. I remember when Ray and I met her in person for the first time, and Chelsea was kind of geeking out a little bit. And Ray and I, when she walked away, were like, "Why is she geeking out? Are you geeking out? I'm geeking out. We were geeking out." To me, it was a fun moment. Anyway, all right. So I'm gonna go to Brad.
Jeff,
Brad Hughes.
Brad Hughes, a good friend and perhaps sometime relative of Ray Hughart.
Yes. It's the
Jeff,
Canadian version.
One takeaway, the common thread for me is just the privilege to be a part of this process and a part of this team. And just like Katie said, we improve our practice by connecting with and interacting with others and getting their take on things. And it does a number of things for us as moderators and as educators. One is it helps you get clearer and clearer on your purpose when you can articulate why you do what you do to others and have it challenged or affirmed. The second is recognizing just the breadth of talent, the heart, the love, the leadership, the care that educators around the world pour into their profession. And this is an opportunity for us as a Teach Better team to pour that love back. It's like a love letter to the people that we serve. And one little tender moment I want to share, and I want to turn a little bit of loving attention back to Katie Miglin. Like behind the scenes on our internal system called Basecamp, Katie's communication about 12-Hour Live and preparation has been exemplary. It's been exceptional. And I happen to have my Basecamp tab open, and I'm getting a little verklempt right now, but I noticed that Katie had clicked the green completed task box on the very last task of 12-Hour Live, just putting a little bow on the whole operation. So that's a huge takeaway for me, is my respect and appreciation for Katie as a professional and who is also a family member and a partner. And it reminds me that I guess the biggest takeaway is relationships are everything. So the relationships that I've developed with the 6 people on screen, the relationships that I've developed for the hundreds of commenters and other people, it really is a privilege to be involved in this effort. And I'm leaving tonight feeling energized, restored, and yeah, I've been on screen now for 3.5 Canadian hours. But man, I'm ready to take it on all again, and I'm grateful for the opportunity, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I love that, Brad. Before we get into Ray and myself and Dave sharing our moments, I do want to do the giveaway because I want to make sure we don't lose that. And let's face it, I can talk for a while, so we might not have enough time left. So we have a $50 Amazon gift card from Teresa Engler that we're going to be giving away right now. It's pretty easy to win. You need to be the first to comment. I want to see if just anybody just comments right away. And you're going to comment with actually a very similar question, perhaps the same question. What was your favorite segment of the day? It needs to be a segment. I need the name of
2 T's and Schmittou, people.
I need the names of the 2 people that were on screen, or 6 people if it was more than that, in there to win. No,
that's so hard. I mean, I did go for it, but that's so hard.
No, that's right. You got to earn a $50 Amazon gift card. You don't just get it handed to you.
Says the guy who's not in charge of giving it away anyway. Come on. You know I'm going to give you the name.
I want to see it. Anyway, you're not going to give me a name. You're just going to give them the gift card. I don't have to do anything for this, do I?
Oh my gosh.
I didn't agree to anything. Anyway, all right.
You just need the name of the segment. Name of the segment.
Explain the segment in emojis. It doesn't matter, just as long as we know what's going on.
Spelling and capitalization count. No abbreviations, no apostrophes.
Done. I'm done.
Are semaphore flags permissible? Can they use flags to?
Yes.
Interpretive dance.
You're all delusional. This is the problem. We've been
Okay,
live for
all right,
12
You
hours.
have to hum your favorite quote
You have
from
to
the
hum
day.
your favorite.
He wins. Dave wins.
So, all right, we'll get Dave and Ray. We're going to share our favorite parts, and we're going to thank everyone who needs thanks, and there are a lot of thanks to go around. So, I'm going to share really quick. I think the thing that hit me the most, which was really interesting, was during a segment with Kim and Katie, where Kim kind of made us all go, "Oh, huh," when she was talking about giving voice and choice. When we talked about doing that, and we might be giving them choices, but are we actually giving them voices, or are we just giving them the choice that we chose for them? And that was like a moment where, and I'm not a teacher in a classroom, but we talk about voice and choice. It's such a hot topic. And I was like, whoa, like that just completely changed the way we looked at it. I heard minds all over going, whoa, at the same time. So that was my moment right there. Go figure. Katie was part of it. That's just how it works. All right. Well, I'm going to go to Dr. Schmittou next. I'm going to wrap up with Ray at the end.
Fair enough.
Best favorite part, biggest takeaway, favorite takeaway.
So I feel like I'm going to break rules because
there
are more. There's more than
rules, Dave.
one
Wait,
big
you're
takeaway,
going to break
right?
rules, Dr. Dave? You're
know,
going to break rules?
It's new.
That's called malpractice.
God's honest truth, my favorite moment from the day was listening to Brad Hughes hum. I mean, I needed that laugh like you have no
It was
idea.
incredible.
And for people that missed it, go watch that 2 minutes of Brain Break where Brad Hughes, I mean, he was living on a prayer and he got into it. It was so good, so funny. Beyond that, though, there are a couple of segments that really resonated with me. But what I love about the 12-hour live is how new people get brought into us. Like I think back to the last time, and Mickey Smith Jr., who came into my world, and I was like, oh my gosh, that guy completely transformed my thinking, and I follow him now, and I just get so inspired by everything that he does and says and all of those things. And today there were a few new people to, I feel like, some others. So like Emily Pascal was amazing. Lori McEwen, I don't know how many people knew Lori McEwen before, but she spoke the Teach Better talk, and I know a lot of us know her, but connecting mastery learning and standards-based grading, and my heart was growing like 3 sizes larger just listening to her speak. But I love when new people can get brought in and exposed to other people, and it grows that family. And I love it so much.
I know I already went, but I think Ray and Katie will agree. I love that how often the three of us, Ray, Katie, and I, were saying something along the lines of, OMG, he or she needs to come to the conference. And it was those folks, Dave, the ones that we were meeting for the first time. So, all right, Ray, your favorite takeaway from today. You wrap it up. It's got to be a good one. Don't mess this up.
I'm going to cheat too because all of y'all cheated anyway. So I just have to say, we had a big kickoff meeting for 12-hour live. What was it, like in October or November last year, to plan today. And all of us were here. And the only thing we agreed on in that internal meeting was that 12-hour live this year, especially this year, needed to have tactical takeaways, actionable steps. It was the main thing that we said. We're like, educators are tired, educators are overworked, they're overwhelmed, and if we just give them fluff all day long, they won't find this fulfilling. We need to be able to give them small little action steps. So Monday can be better, and Tuesday can be better, and Wednesday can be better. And I was blown away by how our guest took that idea and ran with it. Most of our segments had 3 to 4 to 5 action steps that were bite-sized pieces. None of them seemed to be abundantly overwhelming that we can choose to put in place if we want this to be a focus. So depending on the segment, I want to encourage all of you, if you missed a segment that was on a topic you want to learn more about, there was so many action steps, and I felt so fueled by these new faces and old faces coming in and giving us like things we can go do tomorrow that will actually make an impact for our kiddos. That really fueled me up. So whether it was Zach Robbins section or Hannah from the Bar Center, or gosh, Alexia Perkins, holy moly, that girl is on speed. Like those had such good recommendations. I loved it.
It's funny when did anybody else, when she mentioned Zach, I'm like, oh, that was today. I thought it was like 2 days ago on Daily Dropping or something, because today was so long. That was a great wrap up to that, Ray. I want to do some thank yous. I think there's some important thank yous that we need to have. First off, a huge shout out. Everyone on screen, you can raise your glass. Everyone in the chat, you can drop green hearts to thank everyone. Huge thanks to all of our sponsors, Sumdog, Education Blueprint, Digital PD for You, Road to Awesome, Teacher Education Space, Edulastic, Go Guardian, Paradeck, EduMatch Publishing, and Swivel. Huge thanks to you. Everyone who donated, we talked about a lot of different authors and educators and companies that came in together to donate. Huge thanks to everyone who donated. Giveaways, which, by the way, if you have not already, you have a little more time to go over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways to enter to win all the giveaways that are on that list. And you'll see, I mean, there are a ton of them. You can also click on the visit all of our sponsors there as well. A huge thank you to all of our guests who we just talked about. And we just talked about how amazing they were and how often we were like, oh my gosh, this person has to come to the conference. They are amazing. Huge thank you to them. Huge thank you to the moderators on screen right now, Brad, Ray, Chad, Dave, Katie, for leading the segments today, for spending the time meeting with our guests to make sure that they knew what they needed and getting them ready and putting in hours today. A huge thanks to all of our team. I want to specifically shout out our social media team who put in a full Saturday today, monitoring all the different platforms we were on, making sure that we were aware of what's going on, that we were getting the stream out there, sharing, tweeting, all that type of stuff. So huge shout out to everyone there, everyone on the team for just being ready to rock and roll. And a huge, gigantic, enormous green heart thank you to Katie Miglin, who took the lead on this project about a year ago and has done now three of these. And we early on, when we first started doing this first couple, this was a lot of work. And Ray and I took on a lot of the work and a lot of the lifting. And I was telling Katie earlier that honestly, this one was kind of easy for me. And that is a huge tip of that. I mean, that it's because of Katie. So Katie, just huge thank you for all the work that you put into this. A lot of people don't realize how much goes into something like this, and the communication and the back and forth, and we lay out a schedule, and then someone we really want to be on a certain segment just can't make it work with the schedule. We got to move it, and it causes 5 other things to move, and just constantly working with Ray to make sure she's doing her job and getting the graphics and everything done, and putting up with me. That in itself should earn you a raise. Just huge thank you. I appreciate you a whole lot. So,
hey,
yes,
Jeff,
Ray. Yes.
Jeff, what if, and I don't know, but what if we had so much fun today that people wanted to do this in the fall? Is there an option?
I think we should do longer than 12 hours.
Oh, the good
I
call.
think we should do multiple days, and I think it should be in person. And much to Dave's dismay, it should be in Ohio. What you're talking about is the Teach Better Conference, teachbetterconference.com, which is a great reminder, Ray. There's a couple minutes left that on Monday's the last day to get the early bird discount of $100 off your registration. And then on Tuesday, proposals open. So that's huge. On Monday, also on Daily Drop in the Morning with Ray and I, we will be announcing our first keynote, revealing one of those really hard, stumping everyone results or silhouettes on the sheet there. And we have a giveaway announcement. Here we go. Where are we at? Phoebe won the $50 gift card.
Woo!
Phoebe's someone who's been part of our mastermind for I don't know how long now, right? Always dropping in, always saying hi. Congratulations, Phoebe. Make sure you email Katie, Katie, at teachbetter.com and get that. Congratulations. A huge thanks to Teresa for that $50 Amazon gift card. So congratulations. Make sure you get the swag code is still active. So you can go over to teachbetterswag.com and use 12-hour swag is the code there. Teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways is still active for a little bit longer as well. What am I forgetting? What am I missing? We have 3 minutes.
I don't know, but I just want to know, is there a ball drop at the end of this? I feel like I'm preparing. Does New York know?
Well, I'm pretty sure Jeff tells us that his time is the right time. So Jeff I think that was on your to-do list.
Yeah.
to
I'm
let New York
looking at.
know.
I'm checking my production notes, and it's not here. So like,
now you're checking your production notes. First time in 12 hours. Buddy.
I was supposed to mention a specific book of #Fully Charged, Demystifying Esports, Expedition Science, Graded from the Inside Out, and so many other fantastic giveaways. All will be determined, so watch out for your email boxes if you've entered over at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways.
If you call it an email box, is that the same like the old men that call it a Google box or the music box?
Everyone check your Hotmail.
That'll be coming from teachbetter@aol.com.
Hotmail accounts.
Isn't everyone still using Netscape?
It's on your Netscape.
Hey,
guys,
hey
I got
Brad,
another
can you
I'm
talk about
gonna get
song
online
side?
next week. I got a disc in the mail. It's gonna be great.
What was that,
Yeah.
Dave?
I was just asking if Brad can close us out with song tonight.
Yeah, closing time. Because we have, we're there.
We should all hum closing.
Brad, can you
That would
hum
be
closing
amazing.
time for us?
Yeah.
1 minute. Wait, is he gonna sing it for 60 seconds? He's got 40 seconds left.
We can all
sing
hum
a
it with
minute.
him.
At least he's gonna sing it for
What-
however long
what
he
if-
wants to.
what if we sang
don't
it together,
have to
guys?
end in 60 seconds.
Could we sing it together?
No.
We could, but that's not.
If we want to
nearly as
see the
entertaining.
number of people
Yeah, I
watching
mean,
this,
this is
so
one of
we
those
can
you
do,
could
like,
and should.
We can
I
do
think
it.
we could, but I really don't think we should. But like,
We
let's
need it,
do
Brad.
anyway. Let's do
We
it
need
anyway. You lead it. We'll join in.
Okay. Closing time. Open all the doors and let you out into the world. Closing time.
This is
Turn
not
all
humming.
of the lights on over every
every girl.
Closing
There's a slight delay too,
time.
so Chad's like a half a
One
second
last
behind
call
because
for
of the delay.
alcohol. So bring me your whiskey or beer. Closing
time.
You don't have to go, but you can't stay here.
Hit the screen, Ray. Hit it.
We hit 12 hours, guys.
Oh,
we are free.
That was the perfect time to hit the exit.
Oh, the button.
We love you all. You are amazing. Thank you so much for coming in. Keep dropping the green hearts. We are done. Ray's going to hit a button, and that's the end of it. The ball's going to drop. Happy New Year to all of you.
Love you all. Bye, friends.